Chapter 4401. Time passed day by day. Zhuowen stayed in his residence and rarely came out. Occasionally, Li Shuo and Li Hong would visit Zhuowen and ask him some questions about cultivation. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was the same as theirs, he was still ranked 10th on the Void Yama Divine list. With his strength in front of them, they didn't treat him with the same arrogance as they did their peers. After Zhuowen answered their questions about cultivation and enlightened them, the two of them admired Zhuowen even more. Although they were also cultivators of the universe tribulation, Zhuowen's understanding of cultivation far surpassed theirs. Often his casual words would make them think deeply and benefit them a lot. On the 10th day, Li Shuo and Li Hong came to Zhuowen's house as usual and knocked on Zhuowen's door. After receiving the servant's notice, Zhuowen walked out leisurely. He looked towards the southeast with a hint of worry in his eyes. It had been 10 days, but there was still no news from Lang Ernyang. This made Zhuowen quite disappointed. Seeing that Moyan Wushang had hidden himself well, even the Red Dragon, the largest secret organization in Void Yama Divine City, didn't have any clues for a while. Young Master Zhua, today is the day of the large competition. The Patriarch has summoned us to the open space in the reception hall. As soon as Zhuowen came out, Li Hong and Li Shuo greeted him. The two of them walked side by side with Zhuowen. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "I wonder how the competition this time will be held." Li Hong smiled bitterly and said, "The format of every large competition is different. We are not sure about this large competition. After we gather, the Patriarch should announce the format of this large competition." Zhuowen nodded and didn't dwell on this topic. Instead, he chatted casually with Li Hong and Li Shuo. Soon, the three of them arrived at the open space outside the reception hall. At this moment, many young cultivators had gathered in the open space. They were basically the younger generation of the Void Wall family, and all of their faces were brimming with excitement. At the front of the open space, Shel Ying stood there like a javelin. Perhaps he had noticed the arrival of Zhuowen and the others. He casually glanced at them and nodded slightly at Zhuowen. His attitude was quite cold. Then he turned his head and looked straight ahead. Zhuowen stared at Li Ying's back. For some reason, he felt that Li Ying's gaze was hostile towards him. This made Zhuowen feel strange. He didn't seem to have offended Li Ying before. "Li Hong, Li Shuo." After Li Hong and Li Shuo followed Zhuowen into the open space, many young cultivators from the Void Realm aristocratic family who were familiar with Li Hong and Li Shuo greeted them warmly. After they finished greeting each other, they all looked curiously at Zhuowen, who was standing beside Li Hong and Li Shuo. In fact, they had already received news a few days ago that their Void Realm aristocratic family had invited an outsider for the competition between the three great families. Moreover, this outsider was the newly ranked 10th on the Void Yama God list, Zhua, who had recently become the talk of the town. Is he that Zhua? Impossible. His cultivation isn't much stronger than ours. It's only the great calamity of universe. In the open space, many young cultivators looked at Zhuowen and whispered to each other, their eyes filled with doubt. Although the mysterious Zhuo was quite famous in Void Yama Divine City recently, they didn't know much about him, much less what his cultivation was like. They only knew that he had defeated Go Yi's projection clone. They subconsciously thought that this mysterious Zhuo was at least at the cosmic manifestation level. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Go Yi? Now that they found out that Zhuowen was only at the great calamity of universe, they began to doubt the authenticity of this person. Zhuowen naturally saw the doubts of the surrounding people, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. At this moment, crisp footsteps came from the depths of the guest hall, causing the whispers on the open space to fall completely silent. Li Yinglong's straight figure slowly walked out from the depths of the hall. "Everyone, the location of this grand competition has been decided. It will be held in the east of the city, Dong Lai Floating City. Unlike the past, the number of people participating in this grand competition has been limited. Only 5 people can participate, Li Yinglong said straightforwardly. As soon as these words were spoken, the open space was filled with an uproar. Many of the younger generation who had been looking forward to participating in the grand competition frowned, revealing disappointed expressions. In the previous grand competition, there was actually no limit to the number of participants. As long as the younger generation was ambitious, they could sign up. The competition between the younger generation of the 3 great families was also based on a point system, and the competition was also free. Therefore, in the previous grand competition, most of the younger generation of the Void Yama family had signed up to participate. Although the Void Yama family was still at the bottom in the end, many of the younger generation had benefited greatly. After the competition, they had gained a lot. This time, the rules had been completely changed, causing them to feel rather disappointed. There were only 5 spots, so they could only choose the 5 most outstanding members of the younger generation of the Void Yama family, and most of them would not have the chance to participate. Li Shuo and Li Hong became nervous as well. Although the 2 of them were ranked at the top of the younger generation of the Void Yama family, because of the addition of Zhuowen, the 2 of them had the risk of not being selected. I've actually already chosen the 5 people. These 5 people are Li Ying, Li Zi, Li Yu, Li Shuo, and the external aide that I've invited this time, Zhuan Shue. Li Yinglong said indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, many of the younger generation cultivators in the open space lowered their heads in disappointment. Cousin, don't be sad. With your talent, you'll definitely have a chance to be selected in the next grand competition. Li Shuo patted the dejected Li Hong on the shoulder and hurriedly comforted her in a soft voice. Li Hong forced a smile and looked seriously at Li Shuo and Zhuowen. Cousin, young Master Zhua, I can only rely on the 2 of you in this grand competition. I'll cheer for you. Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. Li Shuo gave her a thumbs up and smiled brightly. Zhuowen nodded. He was thinking about how to win for the Void Yama family without exposing himself. He had already received news that Su Zhou of the Void Yama family was very likely to participate in this grand competition. With Su Zhou's craftiness, he should have already told the Void Yama family's patriarch about him and all his characteristics after returning to the Void Yama family. Once he was exposed, not only would the Void Yama family attack him, but the family behind Zi, you would also not let him go. Not to mention the forces behind Old Man Mingdang, and the others would come looking for him because of the map fragments. Although Zhuowen was in the state of demonic corruption, outsiders might not be able to recognize that it was his move, even if he used the same move. But to be cautious, Zhuowen still considered not using his previous moves as much as possible. Fortunately, he had obtained many of the 7 emotions, 6 desires, Holy Lord's supernatural powers from the Starlight World. During his seclusion in the Void Yama family, he had cultivated some of the 7 emotions, 6 desires, Holy Lord's supernatural powers, and had basically mastered them. Chapter 4402. Master, I'm not convinced. Suddenly, an untimely voice sounded in the open space. A sturdy, young man slowly walked out. He knelt on one knee in front of Li Yinglong and said in a deep voice, I have no objection to the first 4 candidates, but I don't think the 5th one is suitable. Why is it not suitable? Li Yinglong asked without surprise. The sturdy young man suddenly pointed to Zhuowen and said, Master, the cultivation of the foreign aid you invited is too low. I don't believe that he is the mysterious Zhua, who is ranked 10th on the Void Yama divine list. Although his name is Zhuan Yinshue and his surname is Zhua, all these are his one-sided words. Has he ever shown his true strength? Just based on his words alone, who knows if he is really that mysterious Zhua? Li Hong frowned and shouted, Li Fei, what do you mean? Cousin, Li Shuo and I saw it with our own eyes on the Void Yama divine list. Do you think we will lie? The young man named Li Fei sneered. Li Hong, even if you and Li Shuo testify, what's the use? Maybe you colluded with each other? Anyway, there is no proof. I don't believe it. After all, his cultivation is too low. It's hard to believe. As soon as Li Fei said this, many young people in the open space whispered and pointed at Zhuowen. If Zhuowen's cultivation was at the cosmic Laksana, they would not doubt Zhuowen like this. However, Zhuowen's cultivation was too low. They could not help but doubt him. In this world, everyone only believed what they saw. Otherwise, no matter how reasonable it was, as long as they had doubts, they would maliciously speculate in the worst way. Who is this Li Fei? Zhuowen asked Li Shua beside him. Li Shua smiled bitterly and said, Li Fei used to be my competitor. At that time we were neck and neck. A few days ago, I successfully entered the 50th place on the Void Yama Divine list and surpassed Li Fei. Li Fei must be very unhappy with me. And if you don't ask for foreign aid, the 5th place should be his. Maybe he is dissatisfied with you because of this. Hearing this, Zhuowen also understood why Li Fei suddenly found fault with him. What do I have to do to convince you? Zhuowen suddenly said. Hu Fei laughed savagely and said, It's very simple. So long as you're able to defeat me, then you'll have the qualifications to obtain the 5th position. If it weren't for the fact that the patriarch was deceived by you, the 5th spot would have been mine. Zhuowen glanced at Li Yinglong, who was standing on the steps, and saw that he was just watching quietly. He knew that Li Yinglong was not going to intervene. It seemed that this so-called battle of proof was unavoidable. Zhuowen rubbed his temples and said helplessly, Since that's the case, then make your move. As long as you can push me back by half a step, I'll consider my loss and return the quota to you. Li Fei's cultivation level was only at the late stage of the cosmic tribulation. In theory, it was the same as Zhuowen's cultivation level on the surface. However, Zhuowen did not take Li Fei seriously at all. With his current strength, he could kill Li Fei with one slap. There was no challenge at all. Don't be so arrogant. You're only at the late stage of the cosmic tribulation. Do you really think you're so great? Hu Fei was furious, and many of the younger generation of the Shueshing aristocratic family were also dissatisfied. Hu Fei was the representative of the younger generation of the Shueshing aristocratic family. Now, Zhuowen actually looked down on the former. This was also looking down on them in disguise. Li Fei, teach him a lesson. He's only at the late stage of the cosmic tribulation. Didn't he say that he would win if he could push him back by half a step? Just defeat him and trample him under your feet. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant. Yes, Li Fei, when have you ever been humiliated like this? You can't let this bastard ride on your head like this. Defeat him, knock him to the ground, and then return the favor. Many of the young cultivators of the Shueshing aristocratic family in the surroundings began to shout and jeer. They looked at Zhuowen with unfriendly gazes. At the same time, they consciously retreated to the edge of the open space, giving Hu Fei and Zhuowen a place to fight. Zhuowen stood firmly on the spot, looked at Hu Fei, and said, Make your move. Humph, you're really courting death. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Fei saw that Zhuowen really intended to stand there and accept his attack, which made him even angrier. He roared and took a step forward. The aura of the late stage of the cosmic tribulation surged out like an erupting volcano. A huge Qiankuan realm appeared in the void behind him, and in the cosmic world there were dense and incomparably terrifying thunderbolts surging. Boom! Suddenly, all the thunderbolts in the cosmic world poured down and fell into Li Fei's palm. Hu Fei's right hand was completely wrapped in dense thunderbolts. He quickly rushed towards Zhuowen. His right hand was in the shape of a claw and placed at his side. The faint blue thunderbolts constantly flickered, clearly showing his ferocious face. Thunderous divine palm. Hu Fei shouted and appeared in front of Zhuowen. His right claw contained endless thunderbolts and fiercely smashed at Zhuowen's chest. Bang! A huge muffled sound resounded in the open space. Zhuowen's entire body was shrouded in terrifying thunderbolts, and his figure was even more blurry. When the lightning dissipated, Li Fei was shocked to find that Zhuowen was still standing in the same spot. His body was surrounded by a faint, viscous black mist, which had blocked all his attacks. What's going on? Why didn't my all-out attack have any effect on him? Hu Fei's pupils constricted, and then he roared again. The cosmic world behind him condensed endless thunderbolts and merged into his palm. Thunderous divine palm. Zhuowen still did not move. Thunderous divine palm. Zhuowen still did not move. Thunderous divine palm. Hu Fei constantly tried to attack Zhuowen, but his attacks were all absorbed and dissolved by the strange black fog on the surface of Zhuowen's body. This made Hu Fei feel powerless, as well as a sense of fear that he had never felt before. Around the open space, many of the young cultivators who originally supported Li Fei were as silent as cicadas in winter. They were not fools. Hu Fei kept attacking Zhuowen, but the latter did not move at all. He did not even take the initiative to attack. This showed how big the gap between the two was. Did you not eat? Or are you always so weak? You can't even make me take half a step back? I've been waiting for you to let me take a few steps back. This way, I can move my muscles and bones. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me. Zhuowen gently moved his shoulders and somewhat helplessly launched an attack. He slowly stretched out a finger and gently pointed at Hu Fei's chest. Hu Fei was still in a state of confusion. He first lowered his head and looked at Zhuowen's finger on his chest. Then he screamed as he felt a strange force explode in front of his chest. Hu Fei's entire body flew into the air, and he fell dozens of meters away in a sorry state. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as snow. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Even Hu Ying, who had been silently watching, revealed a rare trace of fluctuation in his calm eyes. Chapter 4403. All right, everyone has seen Zhuo Xiaoyou's strength. I don't think anyone will doubt him anymore. Li Yinglong, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, finally spoke up. He looked at Zhuowen with a smile in his eyes, then spoke loudly to the crowd. Li Fei, on the other hand, was extremely ashamed. With the support of several of his friends, he no longer had the face to stay here and left dejectedly. On the open ground, many of the young people who had doubted Zhuowen had become mute. No one dared to speak up against Zhuowen anymore. Since no one objects, let's go to East Lai Floating City. If any of you are interested in watching the grand tournament, just board the divine warship. Li Yinglong clapped his hands, and a medium-sized divine warship came through the air and stopped in the air. On the side of the divine warship's pitch-black hull, a huge gap opened, and a long flight of stairs slowly descended from the gap. Li Yinglong was the first to climb up the stairs and step into the divine warship. Li Ying, Li Zi, Li Yu, Li Shua, and Zhuowen followed closely behind, followed by a group of young people from the Su Ming family who were preparing to watch the tournament. After everyone had boarded the divine warship, it soared into the sky and disappeared from the sky above the Su Ming family. Su Yan Divine City was huge, and East Lai Floating City was located at the eastern edge of the city. Even with the speed of the divine warship, it would take 15 minutes to reach the city. On the deck, many young people were having a heated discussion. Their topics were very diverse, including the geniuses of the three great families, the specific format of the grand tournament, East Lai Floating City, and so on. Zhuowen listened quietly and gradually understood the origin of East Lai Floating City. East Lai Floating City was said to have been built by the Red Dragon organization, which had expended a lot of manpower and resources. It was originally for the enjoyment of a certain high-ranking member of the Red Dragon organization. At that time, the Red Dragon organization had not been suppressed by the three great families. It was a real power in Su Yan Divine City, second only to the three great families and the King of Hell. Later, for some unknown reason, the three great families suddenly joined forces to suppress the Red Dragon organization. The latter's high-ranking members suffered heavy losses and were forced to go underground, becoming a mysterious and secretive organization. Since then, the Red Dragon organization had been unable to recover. They were like rats hiding in the sewers, not daring to act openly in Su Yan Divine City. East Life Floating City was also divided by the three great families. In addition, many of the Red Dragon organization's properties were also brutally divided by the three great families. Because there was a huge arena in East Arrival Floating City, the three great clans decided to hold the grand competition in East Arrival Floating City every time. On the deck, Li Ying, Zhuo Wen, and the other four geniuses who were participating in the grand competition were arranged at the front of the deck, separated from the other young geniuses by a certain distance. Je would test your name. Li T SSS Estes SDSS. And what kind of divine ability is that black mist you used to block Li Fei's attack? Li Zi was wearing a purple lace skirt, revealing a pair of snow-white and slender thighs. She slowly walked in front of Zhuowen and asked as if she was familiar with him. Although Li Zi's appearance could not be considered beautiful, she could still be considered a beauty, especially her skin, which was especially fair and smooth like a cow's, suffused with a faint light. Li Zi's question immediately aroused the curiosity of Li Shuo and Li Yu. Even Li Ying couldn't help but tilt his head slightly, as if he was listening attentively. Just now, the moment Zhuowen used the black mist, they all noticed that Zhuowen's eyes were emitting a demonic red light. That aura was completely the aura of a demonic cultivator. Just as you guessed, I am a demonic cultivator. Isn't it normal for demonic cultivators to use demonic methods? As for what kind of divine ability I used, that's my secret. Zhuowen said calmly. Demonic cultivator. Li Ying silently looked at Zhuowen and fell into deep thought. Li Zi, on the other hand, curled her lips. Zhuowen's rejection of her had angered her, but she did not dare to do anything. Based on the strength that Zhuowen had shown, he was a genuine 10th on the Void Yama God list. Among them, only Li Ying had a chance of winning against Zhuowen. She definitely didn't have much of a chance of winning. Li Zi walked over to Li Ying's side and intimately held his arm. She said, coquettishly, "What are you being so arrogant for? If the family head did not give you a chance, you would not even have the qualifications to be the external aid of our Void Yama family. After all, he is the 6th genius on the Void Yama Divine list. The main character of this competition is him. You are just superfluous to us. In any case, you are definitely not a match for Mi Liang and Virtual Corona." The corner of Li Ying's mouth rose slightly, but he did not speak. He maintained his cold expression and did not even look at Zhuowen. It was as if he did not care about Zhuowen at all. Li Shuo frowned and said unhappily, "Li Zi, what do you mean by that? Lord Zhuo's ranking on the Void Yama Divine list is not as high as cousin Li Ying's, but he is much stronger than us. In this competition, even if he cannot win against the Void Yama family, he has a high chance of catching up with the Void Yama family and breaking our record of being last in every competition." Li Zi sneered and said, "Rely on him? Li Shuo, you can't help an outsider. This time, our Void Yama family will definitely win against the Void Yama family, because cousin Li Ying has broken through." Hearing this, Li Shuo and Li Yu were first stunned. Then they looked at Li Ying, who had maintained his cold expression. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Li Ying's cultivation was already at the peak of the late cosmic Dharma phase. Now that he had broken through, wouldn't he have become a peak cosmic Dharma phase expert? With Li Ying's cultivation, he had enough strength to be in the top 5 of the Void Yama Divine list. He even had the strength to fight against the top 3. Li Ying's smile became wider, but he said humbly, "I just broke through by luck. Also, it happened recently, so I didn't have time to go to the Void Yama Divine list to test my strength." "That's great. Cousin Li Ying has broken through. This time, our Void Yama family will have a chance to amaze the world." Li Shua said happily. As expected of cousin Li Ying. We have hope in this grand competition. Li Yu scratched his head and said with a simple and honest smile. Li Zi had a proud expression, as if she was the one being praised. She even glanced at Zhuowen and purposely said, "That's why I said some people are unnecessary. I'm not wrong, right? With cousin Li Ying here, some people can only serve as a foil." Zhuowen frowned slightly. He looked at the smug Li Zi and wondered where this woman's sense of superiority came from. She even dared to bully him. However, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he went to the railing at the edge of the deck and silently looked at the sea of clouds in the distance. He wasn't bored to the point of arguing with a strange woman. It was better to not see her and not worry about her. Li Zi thought that Zhuowen was guilty and didn't dare to face them. She became more and more proud, but she didn't go overboard. After all, Li Yinglong was still watching from the bow. Chapter 4404. Li Shua came to Zhuowen's side and said apologetically, "Young Master Zhua, please don't take Li Zi's words to heart. She probably didn't mean it." Zhuowen shook his head and smiled. "I'm not that narrow-minded. That should be East coming floating city." Hearing this, Li Shua followed Zhuowen's gaze and looked ahead. There, an incomparably huge floating building appeared before his eyes. The building's exterior resembled a spinning top. The top of the building was a huge circular building, while the bottom was a sharp needle. On the surface of the circular building, one pavilion after another was faintly discernible. Rays of dazzling and hidden brilliance flickered on the surface. This was the most famous building in the east of Void Yen Divine City. East coming floating city. Below the east arrival floating city, there were densely packed buildings and wide streets. On the streets, one could see many people flowing in an endless stream. At the same time, Zhuowen also discovered that there were many divine warships flying in from all directions and entering East coming floating city. The grand competition of the three great families is considered a grand occasion in Void Yen Divine City. Therefore, every major force would bring their own juniors to observe the competition every time. Of course, outsiders need to buy tickets to enter East coming floating city, and the profits from the tickets are split among the three great families, Li Shua said with a smile. Zhuowen rubbed his chin with his right hand. He secretly thought that the three great families were quite good at doing business. With so many forces in Void Yen Divine City, they could earn a huge sum of money from the entrance fee just by holding a grand competition. When the divine worship entered East coming floating city, it did not stop like the other divine worships. Instead, it continued to move forward and entered the huge arena at the center of East coming floating city. When the guards of East coming floating city saw the insignia of the Void family on the divine worship, they did not stop it. Instead, they generously allowed it to enter. The arena was very large. It was forged from some kind of ivory-white jade material. At a glance, one could see that the surface of the arena was emitting a soft and pure white halo. It was mysterious and beautiful. The gladiator arena was surrounded by rings of high platforms. There were many seats on the high platforms, and at a glance there was no problem for hundreds of thousands of people to sit down. In addition, Zhuowen also found that at the highest point of the surrounding high platforms, there were 4 large tower-like buildings. Li Yinglong skillfully docked the divine worship next to the tower-like structure at the top of the high platform on the east side of the arena, allowing it to float to one side. "Get off the boat. This tower belongs to our illusionary family, and it is our base in the Colosseum. It seems like the other 2 aristocratic families haven't arrived yet. Let me tell you the specific format of this competition." Li Yinglong jumped off the divine ship and entered the tower. Li Ying, Li Zi, and the other 4 contestants followed closely behind. As for the rest of the younger generation of the Shueshing family on the deck, they did not enter the tower. Instead, they very consciously went to the high platform below the tower and found a corresponding place to sit down. At this moment, the gladiator arena was quite deserted. There were only 2 or 3 groups of people sparsely seated on the high platforms around the arena. The arrival of the Shueshing family's divine worship attracted the attention of these people who had arrived early. They frequently looked at the Eastern Tower, wanting to see who the 5 contestants of the Shueshing family were. The interior of the tower was decorated elegantly and luxuriously. Li Ying, Zhuowen, and the others casually found a place to sit down. Their gazes were uniformly fixed on Li Yinglong, who was sitting on the main seat. Li Yinglong pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "This competition is very different from the previous ones. It is no longer purely a martial competition. Instead, it is divided into 2 parts, a literary competition and a martial competition." Apart from Zhuowen, the other 4 people present were all surprised. They clearly did not expect that this competition would have a literary competition. But what followed was a great curiosity. They were all very interested in this newly added literary competition. Family head, is this literary competition decided by the 3 patriarchs? Li Ying suddenly asked. Li Yinglong smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "It is not decided by the 3 patriarchs. It was added by Shueshing. And the literary competition is also decided by Shueshing. In fact, the other 2 patriarchs and I are not clear about the details of the literary competition. I am just telling you first. You don't have to pay attention to the literary competition for now. Now, let me talk about the martial competition. The martial competition is divided into 2 parts, the group competition and the individual competition. It is still based on the point system, and the ranking is based on the number of points. Li Ying, Li Zi, and the others nodded inwardly. Only Zhuowen revealed a thoughtful expression. From Li Yinglong's tone, it was not difficult to understand that the literary competition was something that had never been done before. Moreover, it was added by Shueshing. It was very interesting. Next, Li Yinglong explained some details about the martial competition. He asked the 5 contestants to adjust their state of mind in the resting hall of the tower so that they could face the upcoming competition in their best condition. There were more than 10 resting halls in the tower. Each of them was extremely spacious. Zhuowen randomly chose a resting hall and sat down cross-legged. He silently adjusted his aura. His eyes gradually turned scarlet. A faint demonic aura, like an illusory black snake, lingered on the surface of his body. In an instant, Zhuowen's aura became wild and demonic. Whether it was his appearance or aura, no one could associate him with Zhuowen. Time gradually passed, and the originally cold and cheerless arena became lively at a speed visible to the naked eye. An endless stream of people entered the high platform that had been reserved long ago and chatted with their close friends and family. "Haha, patriarchally, you are here so early. Are you here early to let the younger generation of the Shueshing family familiarize themselves with the atmosphere of the arena so that they can reduce the fear in their hearts?" A divine warship flew over and landed beside the western tower. A black-clothed, middle-aged man stood at the bow of the divine warship. His hair was black with a tinge of brown, and his eyes were also reddish-brown. His gaze fell on the opposite tower. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the tower and see Li Yinglong inside. He laughed loudly. In the arena, many of the spectators were attracted by this laughter. Their gazes fell on the brown-eyed middle-aged man, and their eyes revealed reverence. "It's the patriarch of the Shueshing family, Mi Hao Miao. I didn't expect him to provoke the Shueshing family so rudely the moment he arrived." The relationship between the Shueshing family and the Shueshing family has never been friendly. The 2 families have always been at odds with each other in every competition. This is no longer a secret. Mi Hao Miao's voice formed an invisible sound wave. It was like a 1,000-meter tall wave that constantly reverberated in the eastern tower. Li Ying, Li Zi, and the others, who were originally adjusting their state of mind, all let out a muffled groan. Their brows were tightly knitted, and their minds became chaotic. Even Zhuowen couldn't help but be affected. His mood became inexplicably irritable. Li Yinglong coldly snorted. There was a trace of anger in his voice, but his sound wave also contained some kind of power that completely eliminated Mi Hao Miao's influence. The inexplicable pressure in the tower also instantly vanished. Chapter 4405. Mi Hao Miao, don't you find it boring? Using such petty tricks isn't befitting of your status as the patriarch of one of the 3 great families, Li Yinglong said unkindly. Mi Hao Miao stepped into the tower in the west and said with a smile, "Petty tricks? Patriarchally, you don't understand my good intentions. The performance of the younger generation of your Void family is barely satisfactory. This can be seen from the past few tournaments. I'm just testing them. If they can't even overcome such a small test, then the younger generation of your Void family will be worse than the previous generation. Giving up as soon as possible might be a wise choice." In the East Tower, Li Ying, Li Zi, Li Shua, Li Yu, and even Zhuowen walked out of their respective resting halls and arrived at the main hall. In front of the main hall of the tower was a completely transparent light barrier. Through the light barrier, one could overlook the entire arena. Naturally, one could also see Mi Hao Miao with his hands behind his back. Zhuowen noticed that Li Yinglong clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and slowly loosened them. Li Ying, Li Zi, and the rest were filled with righteous indignation. This Mi Hao Miao was too much. He didn't look like a patriarch at all. Zhuowen looked deeply at Mi Hao Miao, who had his hands behind his back and was looking at them with a smile that wasn't a smile. This Mi Hao Miao's actions seemed to be petty and calculative. However, it just happened to open the scars of the Void family's poor performance in the previous tournaments. It caused Li Zi, Li Shua, Li Yu, and the rest, who had just calmed down, to be stirred up again. They fell into negative emotions, and the state they had just adjusted with great difficulty was unknowingly destroyed because of negative emotions. Even Li Ying, who was the calmest among the 4, had a gloomy expression. However, Zhuowen could tell from his small movements that Li Ying had also fallen into a terrible mood. This Mi Hao Miao wasn't simple. He seemed to not care about trifles, but he was actually very insidious. Don't be affected by Mi Hao Miao's words. He's saying it on purpose to disturb you guys. Now, return to the resting hall and adjust your state. As long as you can do well this time, even if you don't want to be first, as long as you can defeat the Void family and obtain second place, this Mi Hao Miao won't be so smug anymore. Li Yinglong turned around and ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Li Ying and the others hurriedly bowed, temporarily suppressing the unhappiness in their hearts and calmly adjusting their state of mind. In the hall of the Western Tower, the black-clothed, brown-eyed Mi Hao Miao stood in front of the light barrier with his hands behind his back. His gaze was fixed on the opposite tower as a mocking smile appeared on his face. Behind Mi Hao Miao stood 5 young cultivators in an orderly fashion. Among the 5 young cultivators, the one in the lead had black hair and brown eyes. He wore a pure white, tight-fitting short robe and had a valiant bearing. In particular, his eyes were extremely sharp, like a black panther that had been released from its cage to hunt. He was the strongest member of the younger generation of the Void Qi family, ranked 3rd on the Void Yin Divine list, the famous Mi Liang. Mi Liang silently looked at the tower opposite him and said proudly, "Father!" The younger generation of the Su Ming aristocratic family is just a bunch of trash. Why do you have to spend so much effort to put on this show? There's no need at all. Mi Hao Miao smiled and said, "Mi Liang, even if it's an insignificant stone, at a critical moment, it can cause an undetectable obstacle. When this small obstacle appears in front of you at the most critical moment, no matter how strong you are, you might be delayed and fail. This is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Never overlook those insignificant things. Furthermore, your target this time is the virtual corona of the Shulong family. The Shulong family is nothing to be afraid of. If you can lighten the burden ahead of time, allowing you to face the virtual corona in your best condition, why not?" Mi Liang's eyes revealed a look of deep thought. He bowed deeply to Mi Hao Miao and said, "Father's teachings are right. This child was too shallow." Mi Hao Miao placed his hands behind his back, and said, without turning his head, "It's fine. Now, all of you can return to the resting hall and adjust your states. We cannot afford to lose this large competition." Yes, more and more people gathered on the arena's high platform. Many of them were people from the various large forces in Void Yin Divine City. They had specially come to watch the large competition between the three great families. Among them, there were also many people from the large forces of other cities in the Void Yin realm. After all, the three great families were the three strongest forces in the Void Yin realm, second only to the King of Hell. Their large competition between the younger generation was very beneficial to many of the younger cultivators. When a divine ship soared through the sky and finally stopped at the edge of the high platform in the south, the entire arena fell into silence. Everyone's gazes landed on the high platform in the south. Even Li Yinglong and Mi Hao Miao, who were in the hall on the east and west side of the high platform, couldn't help but cast their gazes on the divine ship on the high platform in the south. In the end, their gazes landed on a figure standing at the head of the deck. The moment they saw this figure, Li Yinglong and Mi Hao Miao's expressions became extremely grave. This was a bald, middle-aged man. His face seemed to be completely devoid of blood. It was as pale as paper, and there was no expression on his face. If it weren't for his sharp eyes that emitted an indescribable light, it would be easy for others to mistake him for a stiff corpse. Sensing the gazes of Li Yinglong and Mi Hao Miao, the bald man slowly turned his head and looked at the east and west towers respectively. The corners of his mouth twitched, but no one knew what he was saying. Su Jiaying's aura has become much more mellow. I'm afraid he's not far from the peak of the early stage of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. How did he cultivate? Why is his progress so fast? Li Yinglong frowned slightly and muttered in his heart, "This guy is still like a corpse. He doesn't have any expression at all. Moreover, he has become stronger again. How frustrating." Mi Hao Miao rubbed his temples and muttered to himself. This bald man with a face as pale as a corpse was the head of the Shulong family, Su Jiaying. Behind Su Jiaying stood 5 young cultivators silently. Among the 5, Su Zhou was among them. Su Zhou, who was originally as calm as a pearl of wisdom, was now much more low-key. The arrogance in his eyes was also much more restrained. Intentionally or otherwise, he glanced at the back of the youth standing at the front. The depths of his eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was respect, jealousy, and even some kind of twisted madness. The young man that Su Zhou was staring at with a complicated expression stood at the front, just 2 steps behind Su Jiaying. His appearance was far less handsome than Su Zhou. His entire face was somewhat round. His complexion was about the same as Su Jiaying's, and he looked sickly. However, there was an unfathomable indifference in his eyes. It was as if everything was under his control and nothing could enter his eyes. He was Su Mianyang, the strongest member of the Shulong family's younger generation. On the Void Yamagod list, he was a peerless genius who suppressed Mi Liang by a head, ranking second on the Void Yamagod list. Chapter 4406. Su Jiaying raised his head slightly, his somewhat soulless eyes landing on the northern tower. His soulless eyes shone with a certain light. "The 5 of you enter the lounge first. The competition this time will not be hosted by our Shulong family, but by the King of Hell's people." Su Jiaying tilted his head slightly and spoke indifferently to the 5 behind him. Su Zhou frowned, rather puzzled. The previous competitions of the 3 great clans had always been jointly hosted by the 3 great clans. The King of Hell had never interfered. After all, the share of the divine void spring was the wager of the 3 great clans. It had nothing to do with the King of Hell. This time, the King of Hell had suddenly interfered and changed a portion of the competition's rules without permission. Su Zhou was very confused. He didn't know what the King of Hell was up to, but he also knew that as the true ruler of the Void Yama realm, the king of hell had absolute authority. Their Shulung family had been developing very rapidly recently, faintly suppressing the other two great clans. They were in the limelight, but they didn't dare to go head-to-head with a colossus like the king of hell. They could only obediently follow his orders. After the Shulung family's team entered the southern tower, the arena was already a boiling cauldron of voices. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the start of the competition, but they also knew that they still needed to wait for another team, and that was the team representing the king of hell. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a golden warship to appear above Floating City. It finally landed on the northern platform of the gladiator arena. The golden divine ship was clearly much more powerful than the divine ships of the three great clans. It also had the elegance and nobility of royalty. It was otherworldly. A single figure stood on the spacious deck. His hair was white, and he wore a luxurious robe interwoven with red and gold. He was very tall, at least 2 meters tall, and looked like a small giant, but his expression was amiable, and his face was benevolent. It was a stark contrast to his enormous body. One of the king of hell's 3 sovereigns, Gold Sovereign. When they saw this tall man who was like a little giant, many of the cultivators in the arena sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes revealed a faint look of reverence. When Jin Yuan Jun arrived at the arena, the family heads of the 3 great families led their contestants out of the tower and bowed in Jin Yuan Jun's direction. With Li Shua's explanation, Zhuowen also understood that the Gold Lord held a high position in the King of Hell. The King of Hell's highest authority was made up of 1 king and 3 sovereigns. 1 king was the virtual King of Hell, and the 3 sovereigns were the Dark God Lord, the Thunder God Lord, and the Gold God Lord. If the 3 sovereigns were separated, their power and status would not be as high as the King of Hell. However, if the 3 sovereigns were together, even the King of Hell would have to be wary of them. This showed how high the 3 sovereign status was in the King of Hell. The Gold Lord smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. He smiled and said, "I am honored to be the host of this year's competition between the 3 clans. Here, I would like to thank the family heads of the 3 great families for your generosity. You have allowed the King of Hell to make such a presumptuous request. If there's anything incomplete, I hope the 3 clan heads will forgive me." Mei Haomiao quickly waved his hand and said, "You are too kind, Gold Lord. It is our honor to be able to contribute to the King of Hell." Li Yinglong and Su Jiaying also said that they did not dare. The corners of Jinyao Lord's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued, "Family heads, according to the agreement between you and the king, the martial arts portion of the competition will be decided by the 3 families. However, the martial arts portion will be arranged by us. As for the martial arts and martial arts battles, the 3 of you will decide. The King of Hell has never forced anyone to do something against their will." The 3 family heads looked at each other. Without any discussion, they said in unison, "Naturally, the martial arts battle will begin." The Gold Lord's smile grew wider. He no longer pretended to be modest and said hypocritically, "Since the 3 family heads have said so, it would be impolite of me to decline." With that, the Gold Lord jumped down from the high tower in the north. His entire body emitted a sharp and dazzling golden light as he landed in the middle of the arena. When everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on Gold Lord, the latter unhurriedly took out a stone slab from his sleeve. This stone slab was irregular and square in shape. It was about 1 foot long and wide. There were many strange scratches on the surface of the stone slab, as if it had been made by many different sharp weapons. However, although these scratches were strange and irregular, they covered the surface of the stone slab and gave people an unfathomable feeling of harmony. It was as if the scratches on the stone slab were combined to form some kind of inseparable pattern. Zhuowen's eyes fell on the stone slab in the Gold Lord's hand. In an instant, he found that the strange scratches on the surface of the stone slab were wriggling and twisting, forming some kind of pattern in the center of the stone slab. When Zhuowen wanted to take a closer look at the pattern formed by the many scratches, his vision suddenly turned black, causing him to involuntarily shift his gaze. When he looked back at the stone slab, he found that the scratches on the surface of the stone slab were still scattered everywhere. They had not gathered together to form some kind of pattern. Was that an illusion? Or is there some kind of power in this stone slab that is interfering with me? Zhuowen frowned. There was a hint of fear and caution in his eyes. The stone slab that the Gold Lord had taken out was not simple. This is a fragment of the primordial slate. Li Yinglong, who was standing in front of Zhuowen, could no longer remain calm when he saw the stone slab in the Gold Lord's hand. His body trembled, and he could not help but mumble to himself. Li Ying, Li Zi, and the other three were also shocked. It was as if they had been stunned by some kind of miracle. On the other side, the people from the Xulong and Shuli families were also very expressive. A fragment of the primordial slate? Zhuowen revealed a puzzled expression. This was the first time he had heard of the so-called primordial slate. However, from the word primordial, it was very likely that the so-called primordial slate was related to the primordial star system. He had wanted to secretly ask Li Shua about the primordial slate. However, Li Shua's attention was completely attracted by the fragment in the Gold Lord's hand. Therefore, he dismissed the idea. His gaze fell on the Gold Lord in the center of the arena. He knew that the latter had taken out the fragment of the primordial slate. Naturally, there would be a certain explanation. Gold Lord, you intend to use this fragment of the primordial slate as the content of the wind battle. Su Jiaying's pale face showed a hint of contemplation. He regained his composure and asked in a low voice, "Yes, this is also the king's decision. There is an abandoned space within the primordial slate. Although it is called a space, it is more like an abandoned maze. This maze is mysterious and strange. It is as if there is no solution. Even the great king has not solved all the levels of the maze. I want to use this as the content of the wind battle. You won't object, right?" The Gold Lord smiled faintly. The three family patriarchs looked at each other. Since the Gold Lord had said so, how could they object? However, they were full of doubts. The primordial slate was the highest taboo in the imperial court. It was kept in the most secretive place in the imperial court. Why would Suyama use it as part of the wind battle? Could there be a deeper meaning? Chapter 4407. There are 18 levels in the labyrinth of the primordial slate fragment. Each level is more difficult than the last. If you can't solve all the levels, you'll be trapped in the labyrinth forever, never to leave. The Gold Glorious Lord spoke again. However, his words made the people of the three aristocratic families change their expressions. Gold Lord, according to what you said, if the contestants enter the labyrinth and can't solve all 18 levels, they'll never be able to leave. Su Jiaying said gloomily. Gold Lord smirked and said that was in the past. Although the great king couldn't solve all the levels, he forcefully broke through the confinement of the labyrinth and walked out. Of course, the great king spent a lot of effort to do that. He also set up many teleportation formations in the labyrinth. If you can't solve it, you'll have to give up immediately and leave through the teleportation formation nearby. The three aristocratic families heaved a sigh of relief. If they couldn't solve the labyrinth and leave, they wouldn't let their young geniuses enter the labyrinth, even if they had to offend the king of hell. At the same time, they were extremely wary of the primordial slate fragment. This was only a fragment of the primordial slate fragment, and the labyrinth inside it had stumped a terrifying expert like King of Hell. If it was the complete version of the primordial slate fragment, it would be even more terrifying. The rules of the wind battle this time are very simple. The participants will have 3 days and 3 nights. Within these 3 days, they will enter the maze to solve the checkpoints. The results will be ranked according to the number of levels. If anyone can pass the 10th level or above, they will receive an additional reward from the Void Hell King's court. If anyone can pass the 15th level or above, the Great King will personally summon them and reward them. Furthermore, they can make any request that is allowed by the Great King. Gold Lord said calmly. Hearing this, the 3 aristocratic families couldn't stay calm anymore. As the ruler of the Void Yama realm, King of Hell had absolute authority in the entire Void Yama realm. He also had the most resources and power in the realm. If he could obtain a promise from such a supreme expert, it would be more valuable than any treasure. The smile on Jinyao Lord's face grew wider when he saw that the juniors of the 3 aristocratic families were ready to make a move. It seemed like his words were very effective. This one battle is an opportunity for our Shueishuang family. If you can perform well in the one battle, our Shueishuang family might be able to hold our heads up high in the competition. After hearing Gold Lord's explanation, Linglong's face lit up. He encouraged Li Ying and the others. Their Void Realm aristocratic family was at a disadvantage when it came to fighting. The addition of the Wendul was actually a good thing for them. After all, Wendul had nothing to do with one's cultivation. All 3 parties had the same starting point. Li Ying and the others acknowledged in a low voice. Zhuowen, who was at the back of the group, felt a scrutinizing gaze and couldn't help but raise his head to look. He discovered that the owner of the scrutinizing gaze was Su Zhou from the Shulong family's group. Zhuowen's expression was calm. He glanced at Su Zhou and then casually looked away as if he didn't know the latter at all. Su Zhou silently glanced at Zhuowen and frowned. Virtual Corona, who was standing in front of Su Zhou, noticed Su Zhou's strange expression and asked in surprise, "Brother Zhou, what's wrong? Why do you look so serious?" Su Zhou smiled and said, "I'm just curious about the foreign aid in the Void Realm aristocratic families group. I heard that this person is the new 10th genius on the Void Realm aristocratic families list. Recently, his name has been the talk of the town." Virtual Corona glanced at Zhuowen in the Void Realm aristocratic families group and said indifferently, "I've heard of him. If he can defeat Go Yi, it means that his strength is not bad. But it's just not bad. Although there's an extra Wendul this time. The Void Realm aristocratic family is too weak. There's nothing to be afraid of. You should know the Patriarch's goal this time, right? We want to get the remaining share of the divine Void Spring in the Void Realm aristocratic family's hands." Su Zhou nodded and carefully looked at Zhuowen. In the end, he secretly shook his head and said, "It seems that I'm overthinking things. This person isn't Zhuowen in disguise." Su Zhou knew very well that a person's appearance could be disguised and their aura could be concealed. But the cultivation method they cultivated couldn't change so much in such a short period of time. The foreign aid that the Void Realm aristocratic family had invited, Zhuanyan Xue, cultivated a cultivation method that was completely demonic. Even his aura was shrouded in demonic energy, and his appearance was completely different. He wasn't Zhuowen. There's also the Wendul that accumulates points. In other words, each person will get 10 points for each stage. You 3 aristocratic families have 5 people. In theory, if all 5 of you can pass 18 stages, each person will get 180 points, and the total points will be 900. Of course, this is just an ideal assumption. The points accumulated in the Wendul will be used in the Wendul. I'm not in charge of the Wendul. The 3 of you can decide for yourselves. Jinyao Lord's sharp eyes swept across the 3 patriarchs before him and continued, "I'll now open the entrance to the primordial slate fragment. When the time comes, let your juniors enter." After receiving the agreement of the 3 patriarchs, Jinyao Lord began to sit cross-legged on the ground. The primordial slate fragment emitted a resplendent spiritual aura as it floated in front of Jinyao Lord. Jinyao Lord's hands quickly formed a seal, and the spiritual aura around the primordial slate fragment became denser. Rays of spiritual aura shot out from his body like specks of starlight, lingering around the primordial slate fragment and rapidly revolving around it. The numerous scratches on the surface of the primordial slate fragment crazily wriggled toward the center. The dense scratches constantly mixed together, finally forming a maze-like pattern. Participants of the grand competition, extend your fingers and touch the spiritual aura on the surface of the primordial slate fragment. One by one, who will go first? Jinyao, Lord's eyes were solemn as he looked at the juniors behind the three patriarchs and ordered in a deep voice, "I'll go first." Virtual Corona's pale face was still expressionless. He spoke slowly, took a step forward, and appeared in front of the primordial slate fragment as if he had teleported. He extended his pale, lifeless arm and landed on the surface of the primordial slate fragment. In an instant, Virtual Corona felt a powerful suction force coming from the primordial slate fragment. Then he only saw darkness before his eyes. From the outside world's point of view, Virtual Corona's entire body was distorted the moment he touched the spiritual aura on the surface of the primordial slate fragment. To be more precise, the space around Virtual Corona was distorted. The distorted space was like a vortex that poured into the primordial slate fragment, bringing Virtual Corona's entire body into it. Chapter 4408. After the Virtual Corona entered, the other 4 members of the Shulong family followed closely behind, followed by the Shulong family's team. The Shulong family's team was the last to enter, and Zhuowen was the last person. When he reached out his right hand and touched the spiritual light on the surface of the immemorial stone slab, he keenly noticed that the immemorial stone slab seemed to tremble and moved away from him without leaving a trace. Then Zhuowen heard the Gold Lord, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, let out a muffled groan. The primordial slate fragment, which was trying to get away from Zhuowen, immediately stopped in its tracks. Zhuowen took advantage of this opportunity and quickly placed his right hand on the spiritual light. The space around him immediately distorted, and he was completely pulled into an unknown space by a powerful suction force. When Zhuowen disappeared in front of the immemorial stone slab, the Gold Lord slowly opened his eyes and frowned. In that instant, he noticed that the immemorial stone slab showed signs of losing control and was about to escape his control. After all, the immemorial stone slab had been restricted by the Void King, and there were even more restrictions placed on it. It was basically impossible for it to lose control. But what was the immemorial stone slab's strange movement just now? The Gold Lord could not figure it out. He did not even think about the young demonic cultivator who entered the immemorial stone slab space last. In his eyes, that young demonic cultivator was too weak, and the immemorial stone slab had a great origin. How could a mere ant be able to affect the primordial slate? The Gold Lord stood up and waved his sleeve. The spiritual light of the immemorial stone slab, floating in front of him, suddenly blazed. It shot out of his body and into the void, forming a huge virtual map of a maze. This maze was extremely complicated. Not only were there countless openings, but there were also many circuits. Once someone was trapped in a circuit, they would constantly be in place. No matter how much time they spent, they would not be able to walk out of the circuit, unless they realized that they were in a circuit of the maze. Furthermore, the maze was divided into 18 regions. The deeper one went into the region, the more complicated and bizarre the map of the maze became. Many of the cultivators in the arena felt dizzy the moment they saw the map of the maze. It was simply too complicated, let alone trying to solve the maze themselves. There were 15 golden light spots in the map. However, these 15 light spots were not in the same place. Instead, they were scattered all over the first area of the labyrinth. Because the golden light spots were exactly the same, it was impossible to tell which light spot represented who. Now, let's see how they perform, Gold Lord said calmly. When Zhuowen opened his eyes again, he realized that he was no longer in the arena. What appeared in front of him were towering walls that seemed to have no end. The surface of the barrier was mottled, as if it had experienced the baptism of time. It was filled with an ancient feeling. On both sides of Zhuowen were these kinds of ancient barriers. They stretched forward as if there was no end. At the same time, Zhuowen also noticed that there were irregular scratches on the surface of the barrier. These scratches were surprisingly similar to the scratches on the surface of the primordial stone slab. Zhuowen stood where he was, his brows furrowed. Just now, when he had touched the primordial stone slab, his sea of consciousness had suddenly hurt. The two primordial stones in his divine soul had also reacted strangely. What surprised him even more was that he could feel that the primordial stone slab seemed to be afraid of the primordial stone and had avoided him. If Gold Lord had not controlled the primordial stone slab in time, it was very likely that the primordial stone slab would have escaped. It seems that Gold Lord was right. The primordial stone slab is indeed something from the immemorial star. Otherwise, it would not have reacted so strongly to the primordial stone. Zhuowen muttered to himself. Until now, Zhuowen was not very clear about the origin of the primordial stone. However, he knew that this stone was definitely inextricably linked to the primordial tree and the immemorial star. In particular, even Ma Yujie was collecting primordial stones. Furthermore, he had heard from Ma Yujie that this fellow wanted to use a complete primordial stone to enter the immemorial star. I wonder where this damn fatty is now. Zhuowen missed Ma Yujie. This fellow was his lucky star. Every time he appeared, Zhuowen would always have a bountiful harvest that exceeded his expectations. Zhuowen thought as he placed his right hand on the barrier beside him. He planned to walk along the barrier. This was the most common way to walk in a maze. Although it was very time-consuming, at least he would not be trapped in it forever. He would be able to walk out of the maze after many attempts. However, when Zhuowen's right hand landed on the barrier, he realized that there were strange ripples at the place where his right hand touched the barrier. His right hand passed through it directly. It was as if his right hand had landed on a soft water curtain instead of a hard barrier. Zhuowen waved his right hand and realized that the hard barrier in front of him was like air. It was as if it did not exist in front of him. What's going on? Zhuowen was puzzled. He retracted his right hand and stretched it out again. He realized that he still did not encounter any obstacles. He stopped in place and thought for a while. Then he took a step forward and walked toward the barrier without stopping. When he successfully passed through the barrier, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Were the maze barriers in the primordial stone slab made of paper? Or could it be that the barrier was just an illusion and everything was illusory? Zhuowen thought as he passed through layers of barriers and headed toward the center of the maze. In the end, Zhuowen arrived at the exit of the first checkpoint without any obstacles. This was a mottled stone door that was dozens of feet tall. Below the stone door was a small door. The small door was wide open, and there was an evil stone statue there, blocking the small door that was wide open. Just as Zhuowen's gaze landed on the stone sculpture, he heard the clear sound of footsteps. Then a slender figure slowly walked out from the maze passageway to the left of the stone door. It was a young man whose face was as pale as a corpse. There was a faint smile on his face. However, when he saw Zhuowen, who had arrived before him, the indifferent expression on his face completely stiffened. Virtual Corona. Zhuowen looked at the pale young man in front of him and became serious. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Virtual Corona was indeed the genius ranked second on the Void Yamagod list. She could actually walk out of the first checkpoint of the maze so quickly. He glanced at Virtual Corona's right hand, which was placed on the barrier, and suddenly understood. It seemed that the maze barrier was not an illusion, but a real existence. And this situation only happened to him alone. Is it because of the primordial stone? Zhuowen thought about it and finally blamed all the problems on the primordial stone. This was the only explanation that made sense. Virtual Corona regained her indifferent expression. She glanced at Zhuowen and said coldly, "It seems that you're not as simple as you seem." Zhuowen shrugged and said, "My luck is pretty good. I was just walking around randomly and happened to walk here." Virtual Corona did not answer and ignored Zhuowen. Instead, she carefully looked at the huge stone door in front of her and the evil stone statue in front of the small open door below the stone door. Chapter 4409. The appearance of this stone sculpture was very strange. It was a strange humanoid figure with 4 limbs, a head and a body, but it had no specific face. This was because whenever one looked at the face of this stone sculpture, one would find that the face of this stone sculpture was constantly changing, as if one was looking at this face through a kaleidoscope. You, move this stone sculpture. The virtual Corona withdrew his gaze, turned his head, looked at Zhuowen, and said arrogantly and indifferently to Zhuowen, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the virtual Corona would suddenly ask him to move the evil stone sculpture, because the stone sculpture happened to occupy all the space of the small door. In order to pass through the stone door, one must move the stone sculpture and then leave through the small door. But this stone sculpture was too evil. At first glance, there was something wrong with it. Go, move it. The virtual Corona emphasized again in a commanding tone. He was very dissatisfied with Zhuowen's disobedience. A mere ant in the late stage of the Qinkuan Great Tribulation had no right to refuse his order. You are not qualified to order me. Zhuowen said indifferently. The virtual Corona frowned slightly. He looked coldly at Zhuowen and said, Do you know the consequences of disobeying me? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled into a mocking smile and said, You are not even at the level of the ancient Star Emperor, and yet you are so arrogant. You don't even have the slightest self-awareness. I really feel sorry for you. The virtual Corona's expressionless face showed a trace of anger. He looked coldly at Zhuowen and said, How ridiculous! If a powerhouse at the level of the ancient Star Emperor said this to me, I might be more convinced. But you are just an ant in the Qinkuan Great Tribulation. What right do you have to say this to me? The virtual Corona said. With a wave of his sleeve, a pale energy surged like a tide. The surging tide of pale white energy manifested many pale arms that looked like corpses. They continuously grabbed at Zhuowen, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. Zhuowen's expression was solemn. This virtual Corona could be ranked second on the virtual Yama Divine list. He was indeed not a simple character. Just this move alone showed that the virtual Corona's strength was far beyond most of the cosmic Dharma powerhouses. Even some early ancient Star Emperor cultivators might not be stronger than this virtual Corona. Zhuowen's eyes became incomparably scarlet red. Black fog, as thick as ink, surged out of his body, quickly entangled and squirming, turning into a pitch-black wall in front of him. At the same time, even more black fog flew out like countless flying insects, completely enveloping the surroundings, causing it to fall into darkness. When the black fog completely dissipated, the virtual Corona found that Zhuowen had disappeared without a trace. He's gone? The virtual Corona looked at the gradually dissipating black fog and found that Zhuowen was no longer in sight. He was a little surprised. Moreover, there was a strange power in this maze that blocked his divine sense. Therefore, he could not use his divine sense at all. He could only watch as Zhuowen suddenly disappeared here. On the other side of the stone door, Zhuowen walked out of the wall that was full of scratches. The moment he fought with the virtual Corona, he used the primordial stone to suppress the primordial stone slab and directly passed through the second level on the other side of the stone door. The virtual Corona's strength was not weak. Even Zhuowen would not be able to get rid of him without using various trump cards. In this grand competition, he did not want to expose himself. Therefore, he left immediately and temporarily avoided the virtual Corona. Zhuowen followed the wall on the other side of the stone door and came to the stone door. When he saw the scene on the other side of the stone door, he could not help but gasp. There were bloody human heads hanging on the back of the stone door. There were male and female heads, old and young. What was even more strange was that there was a long esophagus dripping with blood hanging below these heads. Near the esophagus, near the neck, the trachea was exposed. The human heads were neatly arranged on the back, from top to bottom, from left to right. They just happened to fill the back of the stone door. How did this little guy get to the back? Since that old guy forced the stone door open last time, it seems that no one has opened the stone door. The head of a 5-year-old child in the middle of the stone door suddenly opened his eyes. His lips opened and closed, but the voice that came out was old and hoarse. It sounded quite harsh. His young eyebrows frowned slightly, and he looked at Joan, who was standing in front of the wall behind the stone door in confusion. He did not seem to understand how this person came in. Yeah, how did this guy come in? He didn't even pass the level. The old man with wrinkled skin said to himself in confusion, "Maybe he saw that I'm pretty and deliberately came in to pursue me. I'm so touched." A fat woman with a thick layer of makeup pretended to be shy. "I want to kill someone. Can we kill this guy? Let's kill him and stew him." A ferocious head with a scar on his face said fiercely. Joan looked at the many heads on the other side of the stone door, and the topic of discussion was all about him. In an instant, the horrifying scene just now was completely washed away by the conversation of these supreme-grade skulls. "Can I ask you a question?" Joan suddenly asked. Immediately, the many heads that were originally arguing all stopped. Then, pairs of red eyes stared at Joan in unison. "What's the question?" The head in the middle of the stone door coughed and asked, "Are you the first test?" Joan asked strangely, "As you can see, we are the great 1,000 faces divine wall. We have unparalleled power, unpredictable and omnipotent." The head said proudly. Joan looked carefully and did not see any powerful ability in this so-called 1,000 faces divine wall. These heads were completely bound in the dark of the stone door, as if they could not get rid of it. "If that's the case, why don't you come and bite me together?" Joan asked jokingly. All of a sudden, all of the heads turned gloomy. They looked left and right, all of them looking at the head of the child in the middle. "Boss, he seems to be provoking us. Can you bear it? Kill him." The ferocious head instigated angrily. "Get lost. Don't you know the rules here? Only when someone breaks through the level can we be free from the shackles and temporarily regain our original combat strength. Now, how do you want me to kill him? With my head?" The head of the child flew into a rage. In an instant, many heads on the stone door hung their heads dejectedly, like withered grass. Joan looked at these dejected heads with a strange look. He found that these heads were really good. They did not have much ability, but they were very good at talking. Creak, creak. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the front of the stone door. At the small door under the stone door, the evil stone statue that was originally blocking was moved by some kind of force and moved outside. On the other side of the stone door, many heads were hungry and excited, their eyes shining. Chapter 44:10. When the stone sculptures were completely moved out, these heads suddenly stretched out and gathered around the small door. Their evil scarlet eyes stared strangely at the creatures outside the small door, ready to come in at any time. Joan looked over and saw a figure appear at the small door. He bent down and planned to enter through the small door. It was a face as pale as a corpse's. As soon as he poked his head in, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. He gently raised his head and saw pairs of strange red eyes and twisted, ferocious heads. He couldn't help but gasp, "Boom!" But he quickly calmed down. With a cold snort, he waved his sleeves and pale energy surged out. Once again, strange pale arms appeared and grabbed at these strange heads. These heads were not in a hurry. They opened their mouths and spat out a large pool of acidic and corrosive venom, completely corroding the pale arms formed by the pale energy. At the same time, more corrosive liquid turned into a long stream and rushed toward the virtual corona in the small door. Virtual corona's expression changed slightly. Obviously, she didn't expect these strange heads to be so strong. Moreover, The small door was too narrow and unsuitable for combat. She had to retreat first. Zhuowen silently watched the battle just now. It seemed that this was the first test. These strange heads were really sinister. The small door was deliberately left open so that they could launch a surprise attack when others entered the small door. Just now, if Virtual Corona's strength wasn't enough and her reaction wasn't fast enough, she might have been seriously injured by that surprise attack. He. Have you seen our strength? Anyone who dares to barge into this place will have to go through us. The toddler's head smugly looked at Zhuo when behind it and laughed. But I broke in, and it seems that you can't do anything to me. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly, and he teased. The expression of the head of the toddler froze. He looked at Zhuowen angrily and quickly rushed out. However, as soon as he left the stone door, he was restrained by a mysterious force and involuntarily dragged back. If it weren't for the rules and restrictions here, you would have died thousands of times. The toddler's head coldly snorted. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he suddenly changed the topic. Can you tell me about the origins of this primeval slate? Also, what is hidden in the depths of this maze? The toddler's head sneered. Who the hell are you? Why should I tell you? What if I say that I can help you escape? Can you tell me? Zhuowen asked with a smile. The toddler's head, which didn't care at first, suddenly became serious. He looked deeply at Zhuowen and laughed. His laughter was full of mockery. You! The child's head shook its head repeatedly. On the other hand, Zhuowen remained calm. When he noticed that the primordial stone slab was being suppressed by the primordial grand mist stone, he knew that the primordial stone slab was definitely a treasure of a lower grade than the primordial grand mist stone. If he was good at using the power of the primordial stone, Zhuowen might really be able to help this young child's head escape. Of course, the premise of all this was that he had to know the origin of the primordial stone slab. Zhuowen didn't say anything. He slowly walked to the maze's barrier at the back. Even when his back was close to the barrier, he didn't stop and directly pass through it. The toddler's head and the other heads, who were still laughing at Zhuowen, looked as if they had seen a ghost. They watched Zhuowen disappear in front of them, just like that. In an instant, they immediately understood. How did this person suddenly appear behind the stone door? But how did he do it? There was some kind of mysterious power in the primordial stone slab that had a terrifying restriction on any creature that entered the maze. As the guardians of the checkpoints, the restriction was even greater. However, this guy in front of them could actually freely pass through the maze's barrier. In other words, the mysterious power in the primordial stone slab didn't have any restrictions on him. Then, where did this guy come from? When the toddler's head was deep in thought, the virtual Corona tried to rush through the small door again. This time he was prepared, and his speed was extremely fast. He took advantage of the gap between these heads' contemplation and entered the back of the stone door without any hindrance. The virtual Corona turned around and leaned against the barrier. Looking at the many heads on the back of the stone door, his eyes narrowed slightly. However, he didn't show any fear. Instead, he showed a look of realization. So it's all you're doing. You still want to trick me. A trace of hostility flashed in the virtual Corona's eyes. He stretched out his right palm and grasped the void. A pale energy shot out from his palm, forming some kind of extremely terrifying energy cannonball that blasted the back of the stone door. What surprised the virtual Corona was that the heads on the back of the stone door didn't panic. They even sneered mockingly. When the energy cannonball formed by the virtual Corona's divine power approached the stone door, an inexplicable force suddenly surged and annihilated the energy cannonball. Cold sweat broke out on the virtual Corona's forehead, and his whole body trembled. This inexplicable force was so terrifying that he couldn't breathe under the pressure. The maze has its own rules. Not only do we guardians have to abide by them, but you outsiders also have to abide by them. Since you've passed the first level, get out of here. If you still want to attack us, your soul will be destroyed. In the middle of the stone door, the toddler's head sneered. When the virtual Corona planned to attack them, he wasn't worried at all because the maze's rules had always been strict and sacred. However, as soon as the toddler's head finished speaking, he remembered the young man who ignored the maze's rules just now. His gaze became very strange. The virtual Corona took a deep breath, looked up at the gray sky, and then left the stone door without saying a word. He continued to advance to the second level. Not long after the virtual Corona left, Zhuowen shuttled out from the side of the barrier. He looked at the toddler's head and pretended to be confident. "Now, do you still think I can't help you get out of here?" The toddler's head looked at Zhuowen and fell into deep thought. He gritted his teeth and said, "Help us get out of here first, and then I'll tell you everything I know about the primordial slate." Zhuowen shook his head and said, "You have to tell me first. Otherwise, I won't help you." The toddler's head's eyes were full of struggle. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "Actually, you don't know how to get us out of here, right? Because the only way to get out of here is too difficult. Even if you ignore the rules here, it's still difficult to do it." Zhuowen's face stiffened, and he fell silent. The toddler's head was very shrewd. He could tell that Zhuowen was bluffing from the beginning. "However, I can tell you everything I know, and you have to try to get us out of here. If even you fail, I don't think anyone will succeed." The toddler's head seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said to Zhuowen with a firm look in his eyes. Chapter 44:11. If it's within my ability, I'll do my best. Zhuowen cupped his fists and said. The child's head sighed softly, his eyes filled with sorrow as he said in a low voice, "Do you know what the primordial slate is?" Zhuowen rolled his eyes. If he knew, would he still need to ask you? The child's head seemed to not see Zhuowen's expression as he continued. The primordial slate is just an intellectual toy in the hands of the primordial gods for fun. In the space of the complete version of the primordial slate, there are a total of 100 levels in the labyrinth. Each level has a corresponding guardian who is trapped in the corresponding level endlessly, becoming the playthings of the primordial gods. I came from the Thousand Faces clan of the primordial chaos void. Within the clan, I was considered a top expert. However, the primordial gods took a fancy to my special ability and forcefully captured me. Furthermore, they trapped my soul at the exit of this level forever. I became a part of their entertainment. The guardian of the second level is a demonic cultivator of your human race. His soul was transformed by the primordial gods, and he became a madman who only knows how to kill. Now he's even worse than a wild beast. He's much more miserable than me. There's also the third level, the fourth level. The child's head slowly narrated. His tone was calm, but Zhuowen could hear the sorrow and anger in his words. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a dignified expression. This was the first time he had heard of the primordial gods from someone else. The primordial gods were located high up in the primordial star system. They existed since ancient times and were eternal. Zhuowen had only heard of their legends before, but he did not know many details about the primordial gods. Now, through the child's head's narration, he began to gradually understand these so-called primordial gods. They were high up in the air, eternal and immortal. However, they regarded all living beings below the primordial star system as ants and held the power to kill them. Many primordial gods, for the sake of entertainment, would play with the lives of the living beings they regarded as lowly. Such a fact was cruel and bloody. The guardians of each level in the primordial slates were once famous peak experts in the chaos void. Among them, there were also the supreme experts of the human clan from the ancient times in the 100 territories. However, these supreme experts, who would be able to look down on the heroes of any place in the void of chaos, were merely toys in front of the primeval gods that could be manipulated at will. How do you know so much about it? You are not an immemorial god from the immemorial star system. Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. The toddler's head smiled and said, I've been trapped here for countless years. Before I fell from the ancient star system to the 100 territories, the ancient slate was used by many ancient gods. When they were having fun, they would naturally chat with their friends. From their words, I also learned a lot about the ancient star system. I've also heard rumors about the primordial Hongmeng tree. Do you want to know the truth about the primordial Hongmeng tree? Zhuowen raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately became interested. The primordial Hongmeng tree bore countless starry sky fruits, and each starry sky fruit represented a starry sky. Zhuowen was born in one of the starry sky fruits of the primordial Hongmeng tree. I don't know the origin of the primordial Hongmeng tree. However, I know that the starry sky fruits of the primordial Hongmeng tree are the food of the ancient gods. Many of the ripe starry sky fruits of the primordial Hongmeng tree will be picked by the servants of the ancient gods. Every time the ancient gods gather for a meal or hold a ceremony, the starry sky fruits that are picked will be shared by them. Haha, how ironic. We have cultivated for countless years, but in the end, we are only their livestock and food. The toddler's head laughed hysterically. However, Zhuowen could hear the sadness and unwillingness in his laughter. Zhuowen was completely shocked. The starry sky fruits of the primordial Hongmeng tree were only the food of the ancient gods, and the many powerful races in the chaotic void were only the playthings of the ancient gods. This was simply too crazy. I came out from one of the starry sky fruits of the primordial Hongmeng tree. If this is really the case, Zhuowen was still unable to accept the so-called truth that the toddler's head had said. It was too shocking. The primordial Hongmeng tree bears so many starry sky fruits, and even if they are picked, new starry sky fruits will grow again. In such a large number of starry sky fruits, there will always be a portion of the starry sky fruits that are lucky. They will go through a complete cycle from birth to decay. And you are lucky. The starry sky fruit that you were born from is also lucky. The toddler's head sighed softly. Zhuowen fell silent. The truth that the toddler's head had said was too heavy and dark for him. However, he quickly calmed down. The ancient gods were too far away for him. The only thing he could do now was to be down to earth and constantly improve himself. Only in this way would he have the ability to protect himself and those close to him if something ominous happened in the future. How did the primordial slate fall into the 100 territories? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. The only thing he was curious about was how the primordial slate fell into the 100 territories, since it was something from the primordial star system. This is related to the fall of an ancient god. What happened back then? I'm not too sure. I only remember that an ancient god fell from the primordial star system into the chaotic void and finally arrived in the 100 territories. As for the primordial slate, it fell with the primordial god. In the process of falling, it shattered into pieces. The piece I'm on is just an incomplete fragment of the primordial slate. The toddler's head said, "A fallen ancient god?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and immediately thought of the legend of the primordial heavenly Tao Academy. It was said that a long time ago the 100 territories did not have the concept of a domain. It was still in a chaotic era where there were endless disputes and raging wars. In that era, the 100 territories was a wasteland. There were no rules, no order, only killing and the law of the jungle. Later, a stream of light fell from the primordial star system that hung high in the sky and landed in the 100 territories. From then on, a mysterious cultivator appeared in the 100 territories. With his own strength, he pacified the comprehensive disputes of the 100 territories. He established supreme authority with mountains of corpses and seas of blood and was worshipped by all living beings. He straightened out the moral code, calmed the people's hearts, set the law, and enforced the rules. From then on, the development of the 100 territories was on the right track. They were divided into domains, and each domain had its own protector and large clans. It could be said that the source of everything came from that mysterious cultivator. Chapter 44:12. After the mysterious cultivator completely unified the 100 domains, he took in 5 disciples and gave a part of his orthodoxy to them before leaving mysteriously. These 5 disciples founded the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. It could be said that the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy was the symbol of that mysterious cultivator. Since then, there had been no more news of that mysterious cultivator in the 100 domains, but his legend had been circulating in the 100 domains for a long time. They both fell from the ancient star system. The legend of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy was a mysterious cultivator, while the head of the child said that he was a fallen ancient god. There were similarities between the two. However, Zhuowen was sure that the mysterious cultivator was definitely an ancient god. He just didn't dare to speculate whether he had fallen or not. Perhaps that ancient god had fallen with serious injuries and did not completely die, so he took in 5 disciples and founded the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. There should be a corresponding purpose. As for what the purpose was, Zhuowen naturally didn't know. All of this was just his guess. You just said that I might be able to help you break free from the shackles of the ancient slate? Why are you so sure? Zhuowen suddenly asked. The head of the child said with a complicated gaze, because you can ignore the rules of this maze. The maze's barrier is endowed with powerful rules by the ancient slate. No matter how strong you are, you can't break the rules and break the barrier. All living beings who enter this place must abide by the rules of this place. We guardians don't dare to violate them, but you can pass through the maze's barrier at will. This proves that the rules of this place are ineffective against you. Although I don't know how you did it with your ability to ignore the rules, it's enough to easily reach the deepest part of the maze, which is the 18th checkpoint. Zhuowen pondered and said, "What's there?" "I don't know what's there. It's just that I accidentally heard one of the ancient gods who came in for fun mention that there was a key there." The head of the child said with excitement in its eyes, "You think that's the key that can allow you and even the guardians of the ancient slate to break free from their shackles?" Zhuowen asked. The toddler's head did not answer, but the smile on his face confirmed Zhuowen's words. "Fellow Taoist, I've already told you everything I know. You will keep your promise, right?" The child's head asked cautiously. Zhuowen smiled slightly and said, "Of course. I'll go to the 18th checkpoint to take a look first. Also, do you have the ability to cover my tracks in the maze?" The moment he entered the maze, he noticed that there were many teleportation arrays, surveillance arrays, and other hidden arrays. These should have been added by the King of Hell later. If he suddenly broke into the 18th checkpoint and took away the things inside, he would be in danger if the King of Hell found out. The child's head grinned and said, "Don't worry. I've set your position at the first level. The outside world won't be able to see your exact location." Zhuowen nodded and did not say anything else. Instead, he went through the barriers and directly passed through them. After shuttling through several barriers, he stopped and leaned against the barrier. His divine telekinesis was communicating with Shan Lingyun in the big world, asking her to use the art of spiritual speech to deduce the authenticity of the words spoken by the head of the toddler. Although there were not many loopholes in the words of the toddler's head, Zhuowen still felt that something was wrong. To be cautious, he asked Shan Lingyun to deduce. Soon, Zhuowen received Shan Lingyun's response. The words of the toddler's head were partly true and partly false. He did not tell the complete truth. Zhuowen asked Shan Lingyun to deduce whether the toddler's head had any ill intentions towards him. The response he received was that the toddler's head was indeed full of ill intentions towards him, and the ill intentions were extremely strong. Zhuowen squinted his eyes. He thought for a while and once again lifted his foot and passed through the depths of the maze. He had a vague idea in his mind. Now he just wanted to go to the 18th checkpoint and see what was there. The barriers in front of him were passed through one by one. Zhuowen passed through layers of barriers and checkpoints. However, at the exit of each checkpoint, he would carefully observe the gatekeepers of each checkpoint. Soon he found that the gatekeepers of each checkpoint were as cunning as foxes and extremely vicious. They did not look like harmless innocents at all. The more he observed, the more he squinted his eyes, and the clearer his thoughts became. When he reached the 18th checkpoint, he found that what appeared in front of him was no longer a maze with layers of barriers. Instead, it was a vast open space. This open space was spotlessly white and flawless, and it was surrounded by numerous, spotlessly white, enormous pillars that towered into the sky. On the surface of each pillar, there were various patterns and patterns of various colors drawn on it. Zhuowen could not help but look up at the sky above him. He found that bright stars appeared one after another in the sky that was supported by the huge pillars. These stars were grouped together and formed a certain shape. The stars in the sky were divided into 3 regions, and the arrangement of the stars in these 3 regions was completely different. The stars in the first region were arranged in accordance with each other, like a ring-shaped snake biting its tail. When Zhuowen looked directly at the constellation of the strange ring-shaped snake formed by the many stars, countless grand and strange voices suddenly sounded in his mind. In an instant, Zhuowen covered his head and fell to the ground. He kept twitching. His head was splitting as if it was going to explode. The strange and grand voices were like maggots that constantly wreaked havoc in his soul. They kept squeezing his soul. Zhuowen was horrified to find that his soul was gradually dissipating under the influence of the strange voices. His soul was like wood that was being burned by fire. It was constantly being consumed and was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhuowen was terrified to the extreme. He did not know why this was happening. He had only looked at the constellation in the sky. Why was his soul severely injured for no reason? If he did not find a way to contain it as soon as possible, his soul would soon completely collapse. When Zhuowen's soul became weaker and weaker, the 2 primordial stones hidden in the depths of his soul suddenly lit up with a blazing purple light. A mysterious purple power swept out from the depths of his soul like a tide. Zhuowen's soul, which was on the verge of collapse, finally stopped collapsing. With the help of the purple power, it began to gradually heal. Pucci! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground with one knee. His eyes were still filled with horror. He originally wanted to subconsciously look up at the sky, but he quickly stopped himself. He remembered that the reason his soul was severely injured was because he looked up at the strange constellation in the sky. Zhuowen lowered his head. His gaze suddenly became strange. This was because some information that did not belong to him suddenly appeared in his mind. When he carefully considered the information in his mind, his eyes narrowed and he revealed a look of shock. Chapter 44:13. One of the 28 immemorial star mansions, the Chariot Star Mansions. The Chariot Star Mansion slate is a small toy that this god casually made out of boredom. Customers who purchase the Chariot Star Mansion slate can explore the levels within. If you can solve the final level, there is a small gift that this god left behind in advance. This inexplicable message appeared in Zhuowen's mind. Although this message appeared in his mind, the moment Zhuowen looked at it, he seemed to hear an extremely majestic and loud voice reverberating in his ears. This is the final level of the Chariot Star Mansion slate. Customer, you are already considered amazing to be able to make it here. My small gift is hidden in the Chariot Star Mansion's constellation that represents the Chariot Star God. This is still a test of your intelligence. If your intelligence is sufficient, the small gift will be yours. Zhuowen's expression instantly changed. The meaning of the owner of this voice was very clear. If he wanted his small gift, he would have to observe the constellation above the stone pillar. However, when he thought about how his divine soul had almost collapsed, Zhuowen was really afraid. The constellation above the stone pillar was too terrifying. It was definitely not something that he could casually observe. There was an ancient record that one should not look up to the gods, and the god referred to the mysterious primordial god. Could this chariot star god be one of the immemorial gods? Zhuowen's eyes revealed a pondering look. The message that suddenly appeared in his mind revealed many secrets. The original name of the immemorial slate, which was known as the Chariot Star Mansion slate in the 100 Outer Regions, was a small toy that the Chariot Star God, one of the 28 immemorial star mansions, had created out of boredom. The Chariot Star God should be one of the immemorial gods in the immemorial star system, and there were 27 other immemorial gods that matched his position. Since the 18th level of the Chariot Star Tablet fragment was the final level of the complete version of the Chariot Star Tablet, it meant that this fragment was the final stage of the Chariot Star Tablet. Then, the strange constellation above the stone pillar should represent the Chariot Star God's constellation symbol. Zhuowen's thoughts were in a mess. In an instant, he thought of many things. He didn't have any concept of the 28 immemorial star mansions, but he knew that the 28 immemorial star mansions were terrifying immemorial gods that far exceeded his imagination. He had only taken one look at the constellation that represented the Zhen constellation star god, and his soul had almost collapsed. If it wasn't for the primordial stone blocking the power of the Zhen constellation, star god's constellation, he might have already perished. From the information, it can be seen that the small gift left behind by this ancient god is hidden in the constellation above the stone pillar. If I want to obtain that so-called small gift, I have to unravel the mystery of the constellation. Zhuowen's brows were tightly knitted. He was currently feeling extremely conflicted. He was also coveting the small gift that the owner of the information in his mind had mentioned. That was an archaic god. The small gift he spoke of might be a priceless treasure to the 100 domains outside the realm. This was a huge temptation for Zhuowen. If I use 2 primordial stones to block my path, will I be able to look up to God to a certain extent? Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he slowly rose to his feet. With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned the primordial stone from the depths of his spirit, causing it to float above his head. A mysterious purple light sprinkled down, causing Zhuowen's entire body to be bathed in it. He looked mysterious and dignified. After summoning the 2 primordial stones, Zhuowen circulated the primordial technique at a high speed. He also took out all the divine medicines related to the recovery of the spirit from the outside world, just in case. After making sufficient preparations, Zhuowen slowly raised his head. His eyelids were slightly drooping, and he didn't dare to look up. The scene from just now quickly flashed through his mind, causing his body to involuntarily tremble as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The moment he raised his head, Zhuowen took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. His eyes passed through the stone pillars and finally landed on the huge sky at the end of the stone pillar. He once again saw the stars in the sky that were divided into 3 regions. The arrangement of the stars in these 3 regions was completely different. The stars in the first region were arranged in accordance with each other, like a ring-shaped snake biting its tail. After learning his lesson from the first time, Zhuowen didn't carefully stare at this strange constellation. Instead, he quickly turned to the second region. The stars in the second region were divided into 2 rows, forming a straight line. These 2 straight lines converged obliquely towards the center, forming an angle of about 150 degrees. The third region was the same as the first region. The stars in the third region were arranged in accordance with each other, forming a circle. However, it wasn't a perfect circle like the first region. Instead, it was a slightly flat oval. Zhuowen covered both sides of his temples, and his face twisted in pain. That strange and terrifying sound appeared in the depths of his mind again, like countless crawling insects gnawing at his brain. However, the pain this time was much lighter than the previous time. At least, Zhuowen wasn't seriously injured to the point where he could only lie on the ground and twitch in pain. He knew that all this was because the 2 primordial stones had blocked most of the strange power for him. Zhuowen endured the pain and constantly observed the details and differences of the three constellations in the three regions until Zhuowen really couldn't hold on any longer and had to lower his head. His movements were extremely fast. After lowering his head, he refined the divine medicine that he had already prepared into medicinal liquid and consumed it in time. Under the dual effects of the medicinal liquid and the primordial stones, the recovery period of Zhuowen's spirit was shortened by a lot. Soon he recovered a lot. Therefore, he continued to raise his head and observe until he couldn't hold on any longer. After repeating this repeatedly, Zhuowen finally remembered all the details of the three constellations in his mind. He no longer raised his head to observe, but lowered his head and sat cross-legged on the ground, lost in thought. The stars in the first region were arranged in a perfect circle. After Zhuowen's observation, he could even see the light emitted by the stars, outlining the shape of scales on the edges. At that moment, Zhuowen immediately imagined a snake biting its tail in a circle. This perfect circle represented a snake with its head and tail connected. The second region was two oblique lines that converged at a point at the end, forming an angle of about 150 degrees. It was very much like a big mouth opening wide. The third region was an oval. From the shape of the oval, it was not difficult to see that it should be some kind of huge creature. A snake with its head and tail connected, a big mouth opening wide, and a huge creature. What was the connection between these three? Zhuowen thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He muttered to himself, "A snake swallowing an elephant." The snake with its head and tail connected was the main character. The big mouth opening was the snake's action, and the huge creature was the giant elephant. If he understood it this way, then everything made sense. Chapter 44:14. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He had heard the story behind this saying before. The story went something like this. Once upon a time, a very poor man saved the life of a snake. In order to repay the man for saving its life, the snake asked the man to make a request and fulfill his wish. At first, the man only asked for simple food and clothing, and the snake fulfilled his wish. Later, his greed slowly grew, and he asked to become an official, and the snake fulfilled his wish. Even when he became a prime minister, he was still not satisfied and asked to become an emperor. At this time, the snake finally understood that human greed was endless, so it swallowed this person in one bite. In the most primitive version, the snake did not swallow an elephant, but the prime minister's image. This also happened to correspond to the saying that a man's heart is never content. In fact, the elliptical constellation in the third region could not only refer to a specific large creature, but also the abstract, endless greed of the human heart. The key to this problem should be in the constellation in the third region. Zhuowen took a deep breath and raised his head with difficulty. He looked at the third region in the sky and observed carefully. Finally, he saw a slightly dim and inconspicuous star in the constellation of the third region. This star was in the middle of the elliptical constellation, hanging there alone, and its light was much dimmer than the surrounding stars. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't even notice that there was such a dim star here. Moreover, the position of this star was on the left side of the constellation. That position was very similar to the position of the human heart. After all, the human heart was also located in the left side of the human chest. And this also coincided with the saying that a man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. When Zhuowen's gaze finally fell on that dim star, Zhuowen's heart suddenly began to beat violently. Thump, 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 thump. The loud and heavy heartbeat continued to beat in his chest, and it was fed back to Zhuowen's ears, causing that strange heartbeat to be magnified without limit. At this moment, Zhuowen's heart became very, very painful, as if it was being twisted by a knife. At the same time, the dim star became brighter and brighter. It was as if it had been injected with new energy, giving it a new luster. As the star grew brighter and brighter, The star seemed to be summoned by Zhuowen. It began to fall downwards at an increasingly fast speed, turning into a meteor. Zhuowen, on the other hand, covered his chest with both hands. His heart was beating faster and faster. Blood was like a rushing river, rushing through his entire body, causing his skin to turn bright red, looking like a red-hot soldering iron. The extreme pain caused Zhuowen to cry out in pain. It was too painful. This kind of pain made him wish he was dead. When his heartbeat reached its limit, as if it was about to explode, the primordial stone emitted a gentle purple light and quickly restrained the abnormal heartbeat. On the other hand, Zhuowen regained his senses. He was still in great pain, but he didn't feel like he was on the verge of death. He immediately circulated the primordial technique. While absorbing the power of the primordial stone, he tried his best to regulate his heartbeat. When his heartbeat returned to its normal threshold, Zhuowen's breathing also became much calmer. At the same time, the meteor that fell from the sky finally arrived at the open space. It fell not far away, creating a blazing light. When the light faded away, everything became silent. It didn't even create a huge crater or any other damage on the ground. After Zhuowen stabilized his heartbeat, he quickly rushed towards the light. He wanted to see what was hidden in the falling star. Soon, Zhuowen arrived at the place where the meteor fell. He found a star-shaped emblem there. The emblem was carved from a certain kind of high-quality jade. It was white and flawless, and the texture on its surface revealed mysterious and powerful traces. When Zhuowen bent down to pick up the emblem, his heart suddenly trembled. A drop of blood broke out from the depths of his heart and merged with the emblem on its own. In an instant, Zhuowen established some kind of connection with the emblem. The emblem emitted blood-red rays of light that shot into the air and outlined a huge blueprint. Zhuowen looked at it carefully and was surprised to find that it was a blueprint. The blueprint's object was a divine carriage. This divine carriage was named the Zhen Constellation Divine Carriage by the Zhen Constellation Star God. It was a divine carriage that transcended time and space. The blueprint's design was exquisite and perfect. Every detail of the divine carriage was fully outlined. Even the tiny nails inside the carriage wheels were carved in great detail. There was also a certain explanation. On the blueprint, the carriage was supported by 4 thick, bow-legged beast legs. The carriage was square in shape, and there were 4 bars on top. On top of the bars was an octahedron niche. The niche had 4 screens with flower handles, couplets, and coiling dragon pillars. The niche was decorated with beautiful screens and niche curtains. The roof of the carriage was a dome. The eaves on all sides were carved with gold. Coiling dragons poked out from the eaves' 8 corners, and horn lanterns hung from the dragon heads. There were 10 lanterns under the eaves, like a weaver holding a flower. The top of the carriage had a square top lamp that was like a bun. The 2 poles of the carriage were horizontal, facing each other. The body of the carriage was carved with 3 plum blossoms, gourd vines, and 9 lions. There were also carvings of peonies, 2 phoenixes facing the sun, and 9 dragons leaping into the sea. It was majestic. There were a total of 81 candles on the carriage, and they were all covered with horn lampshades. It could be said that this divine carriage was extremely luxurious and exquisite. It exuded a luxurious aura everywhere. Zhuowen looked carefully at the material description on the blueprint and was dumbfounded. This was because he had never heard of the materials mentioned in the blueprint. Don't tell me these materials are from the ancient star system? Zhuowen's mouth twitched. If that was the case, then what was the use of obtaining the design of the divine carriage? Even if the speed of the divine carriage surpassed time and space and was considered a good mount in the immemorial star system, without the corresponding materials, everything was useless. When Zhuowen's gaze landed on the last part of the design, his pupils shrunk to the size of needles because there was a line of additional instructions. Guests who make it to the last level If their strength is too weak to withstand the pressure of the chariot constellation, they will become a sacrifice for the chariot constellation slate. At that time, the chariot constellation slate will automatically sacrifice your flesh and soul to release all the guardians inside. The chariot constellation's pressure is not strong. I only used a small part of it, and the creatures in the immemorial star system can withstand it. The reason I set up this segment is to give the guardians some hope. Otherwise, if they fall into despair, they will slack off. In that case, it won't be difficult to pass the level, and the corresponding fun will be lost. After he finished reading the final explanation, Zhuo Wen's gaze was gloomy to the extreme. Sure enough, the head of the young child didn't have any good intentions. So it turned out that it had such intentions. It intentionally allowed him to enter the final level with the objective of making him become a sacrifice and a stepping stone for him to escape. Chapter 44:15. The materials of the chariot basically come from the immemorial star system. It's basically impossible for me to make a complete version of the chariot. If I follow the design in this blueprint and replace it with the corresponding materials, I wonder if I can successfully design a simplified version of the chariot? Zhuo looked at the blueprint in his hand again and was amazed. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Although he wasn't very good at refining tools, he had dabbled in it before. From the design in his hand, he could see that if this divine chariot, was completed, no one in the 100 outer realms would be able to catch up to its speed. The details of the chariot were too exquisite. Even if the corresponding materials were simplified, if it could be combined according to the blueprint, it would be far superior to any mount in the 100 territories. This was because the design concept of the chariot throne was too advanced, far surpassing the designs of all the mounts in the 100 domains. Even if it was made from ordinary materials according to the rules on the design, it would still have extraordinary characteristics. However, this was just Zhuowen's imagination. As for whether it could be realized, Zhuowen would have to try to know. After Zhuowen put away the blueprint of the chariot, he carefully searched the open space again. After finding nothing else, he left this place. Zhuowen went all the way out, passing through many barriers. At the 5th level, Zhuowen met the virtual corona again. However, Zhuowen ignored him and continued to pass through the barriers, making the virtual corona's attack miss again. Later, he met other contestants, but he did not make a fuss. Instead, he quickly left without alerting others. When he came to the connection between the 2nd level and the 1st level again, his gaze fell on the many strange heads behind the stone door. The originally carefree head of the toddler was first stunned the moment it saw Zhuowen, and then it turned pale with fright. After a long time, it forced itself to calm down and blurted out, "You didn't? Oh no, fellow Taoist, you're so efficient? You've already passed the last level?" Zhuowen was expressionless and said lightly, "Are you surprised that I didn't die?" The face of the child's head froze. Then it shook its head and laughed dryly. "How could that be? Fellow Taoist, you're exaggerating. You're my hope. How could I wish for you to die?" Zhuowen's lips curled into a cold smile. "If you want to escape, I have to die. Otherwise, how can you escape?" The boy narrowed his eyes, took a deep look at Zhuowen, and said with a deep voice, "Have you solved the puzzle of the last level?" "Yes, and I also received a small gift from the charlatan star god. I heard that he had an agreement with you gatekeepers. As long as the challengers couldn't withstand the pressure of the final stage and died there, they would become sacrificial offerings and become the prerequisite for you to escape." Zhuowen said calmly. The child's head laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with madness and unwillingness as he roared, "Why don't you die? You are not a living being from the ancient star system. So how can you withstand the pressure of star god Gen constellation? Even if it's just a trace, it's not something you can withstand." The child's head became crazier and crazier as he continued. "Back then, star god Gen constellation deceived us. As long as the slate was in the ancient star system, no one would die under his pressure. That was just a scam he used to appease us. But when the slate fell into the 100 territories, I knew the chance to escape had come. But who would have thought that the living beings of the 100 territories were a bunch of trash? Take that King Yama, for example. He had the slate for a very long time, but he still couldn't solve all the levels and enter the last level. What a piece of trash! I finally found a native cultivator like you who ignored the rules of this place. You actually didn't die under the pressure of the last level. Why? Zhuowen silently looked at the crazy child's head with a calm gaze. After rambling for a while, the child's head lowered his head dejectedly. He glanced at Zhuowen and sneered. What are you going to do with me next? Kill me? But that's wishful thinking. I can't die in this slate. No matter how many times you kill me, I will borrow the power of this place to be reborn and continue to bring the corresponding fun to the challengers. How ironic. Zhuowen said indifferently, I entered here to compete, so I'm here to break through. After saying that, Zhuowen passed through the stone door and came to the front of the stone door. He wanted to see how many levels he could pass if he didn't rely on passing through the stronghold. Of course, he did this for the sake of not drawing attention. The chariot constellation slate was currently an item of the royal court of hell. If it was known that he could disregard the rules of the slate and pass through the barrier at will, then it would truly be terrible. After all, the king of hell was the most powerful force in the void Yama realm. He couldn't afford to offend him. Zhuowen moved the stone statue away and walked through the small door. The many heads behind the stone door began to attack Zhuowen crazily. Zhuowen's eyes flashed scarlet. Billowing demonic qi surged out like a viscous liquid and covered his body like some kind of thick armor. It blocked the attacks of the surrounding ferocious heads. As for Zhuowen, he used his movement technique and easily passed through the small door, arriving at the second stage. After passing through, Zhuowen walked through the barrier into the depths of the second level without looking back. He didn't look at the child's head's complicated gaze. Without relying on the ability to pass through the barrier, Zhuowen's speed of passing through the maze was much slower. However, he didn't know if it was because his eyes were looking directly at the constellation of the chariot in the sky above the last level. When he was in the maze, his eyes often saw the correct path in advance. This allowed Zhuowen to smoothly reach the exit of the second level without taking any detours. At the exit of the second level stood a huge bronze door. In front of the bronze door, a man with disheveled hair and a dirty face was bound by thick chains. The man's hair was disheveled, and it was impossible to tell his age and appearance. However, his scarlet and crazy eyes left a deep impression on Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that the guardian of the second level should be the crazy human demonic cultivator mentioned by the child's head. Brother Zhua, you also came to this level. While Zhuowen was observing the crazy demonic cultivator, a pleasantly surprised voice came from the other side. Zhuowen turned his head and found that the owner of the voice was Li Shua. At this moment, Li Shua's face was full of surprise. He quickly walked in front of Zhuowen. In fact, he had passed the first level very early. It was just that he had taken a long time to find the right exit in the second level maze. Is this the guardian of the second level? He looks like a demonic cultivator, but he seems to have lost his mind. Li Shua's gaze fell on the crazy demonic cultivator in front of the bronze door. His eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself. Chapter 44:16. There's also a small door below the bronze door. As long as we can get past this crazy demonic cultivator, we'll be able to pass. However, we must be careful. This demonic cultivator's strength is not simple. Zhuowen reminded. Li Shua nodded. He glanced at Zhuowen and said, Young Master Zhua, do you want to go first or should I? You go first. Zhuowen said. If Li Shua encountered danger while dealing with this demonic cultivator, he might be able to help. Li Shua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Then I'll do as you say. After saying that, Li Shua's face turned serious. He came to the bronze door and his aura rapidly rose under his control. When his aura reached its peak, he took out his Qian Kuan world and began to use his movement technique. He quickly rushed toward the small door below the bronze door. He did not plan to fight the demonic cultivator head-on. Therefore, he focused all his energy on his movement technique, hoping to rush through the bronze door as soon as possible. Roar! The crazy demonic cultivator's scarlet eyes became increasingly fierce. He opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp and cold teeth. Thick saliva continuously flowed along the tip of his teeth. Whoosh! The demonic cultivator's legs suddenly exerted force. His entire body was like a black shadow. He quickly disappeared and appeared in front of Li Shua as if he had teleported. Originally, Li Shua was not far from the bronze door. He thought that he could successfully avoid the demonic cultivator and directly enter the small door. He did not expect the demonic cultivator to instantly block his path. However, Li Shua's reaction was very fast. He twisted his waist, and his entire body was like a flexible spring. He changed directions in midair. At the same time, his right hand clenched into a fist, borrowing the tribulation force of fire and lightning from the Qian Kuan world. He punched the back of the demonic cultivator's head. The demonic cultivator did not dodge. He stretched out his right hand, ignoring the lightning and fire tribulation on the surface of Li Shua's fist, and pinched it with his palm. Li Shua snorted coldly. He swept his right leg and quickly kicked the demonic cultivator's lower body. The demonic cultivator was extremely agile. He suddenly retracted his legs, and then, like a rabbit, he kicked Li Shua's right leg. Li Shua's right leg shook. He was unsteady and almost fell to the ground. However, the demonic cultivator pinched Li Shua's right fist and fiercely flung it away. Li Shua was thrown to the ground in a sorry state, and a terrifying tremor could be heard from the ground. Li Shua groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Roar! The demonic cultivator's scarlet eyes became even more ferocious. With a roar, he grabbed Li Shua's right hand and began to swing him around on the ground like a madman. The pitiful Li Shua was thrown around like a toy by the fiendish cultivator. He was thrown around until he was dizzy and vomiting. Even his stomach was about to be thrown out. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as a demonic red light filled his eyes. Demonic qi gushed out from all the acupoints in his body. He took a step forward, and countless waves of devil qi swept out behind him. At this moment, the demonic cultivator had already grabbed Li Shua's wrist and lifted him up high, wanting to smash him to the ground. Zhuowen, on the other hand, appeared just in time. His right palm was like lightning, and he quickly slapped the devil cultivator's wrist more than 10 times. The demonic cultivator let out a muffled groan. His wrist couldn't help but soften, and then he let go of the palm that was grabbing Li Shua. Li Shua fell to the ground in a sorry state, constantly coughing up blood. His eyes were filled with fear. "You go first. Leave this to me," Zhuowen quickly said to Li Shua behind him. Then he engaged in a frenzied battle with the demonic cultivator. For a moment, the bronze door was filled with demonic qi. A dark and strange atmosphere spread out. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with seriousness. This demonic cultivator's 4 limbs were bound by special chains, and his strength was greatly weakened. Yet he was still so strong. Zhuowen didn't want to be entangled with the demonic cultivator. After using all his strength to push him back, he quickly rushed toward the small door. However, the demonic cultivator was extremely crazy. He continued to entangle Zhuowen with no regard for his life. He even used the method of exchanging a life for a life. Zhuowen was once again entangled. "Xiao Hei!" Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He reached out with his right hand, and the High Abyss sacred sword appeared in his palm. However, just as the High Abyss sacred sword appeared in Zhuowen's hand, Xiao Hei emerged from the sword hilt. In its little claws was an extraordinary design. "Kid, where did you get this design? It's really too amazing." The design inside is really at the peak of perfection. It's far beyond the top blacksmiths of the 100 domains. Which genius is it that is even more talented than this dragon lord? Xiao Hei's eyes lit up. It was as if he was a pervert who had seen a peerless beauty. He stared at the design in his hand with bright eyes and chattered endlessly in Zhuowen's ear. Zhuowen sucked in a breath of cold air. He resisted the urge to slap Xiao Hei to death. This was a battle. Why were you discussing the design with me? We'll talk about this later. Let's fight first. After Zhuowen finished speaking, he clenched his right hand. The high abyss sacred sword in his hand emitted a blazing, dark light. It swept out at an extremely fast speed, aiming straight for the demonic cultivator's forehead. What surprised Zhuowen was that the demonic cultivator actually quickly retreated. He covered his head with both hands and held in pain. His body trembled as he covered his head. He curled up in a corner, not daring to look at Zhuowen. You summon me to fight with this thing? Isn't this like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Xiao Hei curled his lips as he looked disdainfully at the demonic cultivator who was curled up in the corner and trembling. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He had not expected this demonic cultivator to suddenly act like this. He glanced at the design in Xiao Hei's hand. After thinking for a moment, he snatched the design and walked toward the demonic cultivator. As Zhuowen walked closer, the demonic cultivator suddenly screamed in fear and began to desperately struggle to retreat. However, his 4 limbs were bound by specially made chains, and his movements were completely restricted. He could only move in a small area. After the demonic cultivator retreated to his limit, his scarlet eyes revealed a look of fear. He actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhuowen repeatedly. He sobbed, "Mas, Mas, Mas, spare." The demonic cultivator kept kowtowing. His scalp was bleeding, but he did not realize it. Zhuowen silently looked at the demonic cultivator, who was deeply traumatized. He vaguely understood. It seemed that the demonic cultivator was afraid of the remnant aura of the Zhen constellation, star god on the design. The reason why the demonic cultivator ended up in such a miserable state and lost his freedom was because of the Zhen constellation star god. It could be said that the Zhen constellation star god was the demonic cultivator's greatest enemy. However, just by sensing the Zhen constellation star god's aura, he was so afraid that the demonic cultivator did not have any thoughts of revenge. Zhuowen looked indifferently at the demonic cultivator, who was curled up in the corner. He did not attack again. Instead, he held the design of the Zhen constellation divine chariot and directly walked through the small door. On the other hand, Xiao Hei sat on the hilt of her sword. She looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Didn't you summon me to help you fight? Why is nothing happening? Xiao Hei, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and follow me. Don't you want to know the origin of this design? Zhuowen walked to the small door and turned his head slightly. After sizing up Xiao Hei, he shrugged and said, "Of course I want to know. Explain it to me." Xiao Hei hurriedly rode the Taiyu sacred sword and followed after him. Her mouth was full of mysteries. It could be said that she could not forget the origin of the design. Chapter 44:17. After passing through the small door of the second stage, Zhuowen used his divine sense to tell Xiao Hei everything about the design. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up as he listened. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be so lucky as to obtain a design left behind by an ancient god. Zhuowen also knew that Xiao Hei had an almost monstrous talent in the art of equipment crafting. Therefore, he intentionally gave the design of the chariot to Xiao Hei to study. Seeing Xiao Hei take the design back to the great world with satisfaction, Zhuowen breathed a sigh of relief. The chariot throne was of great importance. After this competition, Zhuowen planned to discuss it with Blackie. If they could find the appropriate substitute materials, then he would really be able to create a simplified version of the chariot throne. Young Master Zhua, it's all thanks to you just now. Otherwise, I would have been so severely injured that I wouldn't even be able to pass the second stage. As soon as Zhuowen walked out of the small door, Li Shuo, who had been waiting anxiously, immediately came forward to express his gratitude. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "It's nothing much. Fellow Taoist Li Shuo, follow me from now on. We can help each other that way." Li Shuo naturally agreed. At the same time, his evaluation of Zhuowen went up a notch. That demonic cultivator just now wasn't simple at all. Yet that demonic cultivator had said that it was as easy as lifting a finger. It could be seen that the demonic cultivator's strength was beyond his expectations. Moreover, Li Shuo was quite happy in his heart. In his opinion, by following Zhuowen, he would definitely be able to pass many more stages. Zhuowen, on the other hand, had another idea. From the demonic cultivator's performance, he could tell that the chariot design, which had the remnant aura of the chariot star god, might save him a lot of trouble when he tried to break through. Of course, whether the remnant aura on the chariot design would have a deterrent effect on all the guardians had yet to be verified. However, it gave Zhuowen a new direction to pass the stages. Next, Li Shuo followed closely behind Zhuowen. What shocked him was that Zhuowen walked through the maze without the slightest hesitation. He didn't even stop at a corner to think like the others. Instead, he walked in one go. What surprised him even more was that Zhuowen seemed to be walking on the right path. They didn't get stuck in a certain loop or walk into a dead end. Li Shuo's heart was filled with curiosity. He really wanted to ask Zhuowen, how did he do it? However, after seeing Zhuowen's focused expression, he dismissed the idea. He thought that Zhuowen had a special ability to distinguish between walking through the maze. In the end, Li Shuo followed behind Zhuowen under puzzled and strange gazes, and they smoothly arrived at the exit of the third level. "This, young Master Zhuo, how did you do it?" Li Shuo couldn't help but ask. "Maybe my intuition is more powerful." Zhuowen answered vaguely without turning his head. He couldn't possibly say that he had entered the 18th stage and looked directly at the constellation left behind by the ancient gods, which gave him the ability to see through the maze. If he said that, Li Shuo might not necessarily believe him. Li Shuo scratched his head and could only say, "Oh!" His gaze fell on the guardian of the third stage. The guardian of this stage was a charming and graceful young woman. She wore enchanting clothes, had a curvaceous figure, and a pair of purplish-black eyes, which were even more alluring. She had her left hand around her waist, and her right index finger and thumb pinched a gilded tobacco pipe. Her blood-red lips took a light puff of the tobacco mouth, and then she exhaled gently, blowing out pink smoke. Zhuowen glanced at the woman indifferently. He immediately noticed the hidden tail behind her. At the base of the tail, there was an imperceptible, colorful chain. "My two guests come. I'll let you experience supreme pleasure." The enchanting woman's cherry lips blew gently, and the pink smoke drifted gently. Zhuowen and Li Shuo immediately smelled a sweet fragrance. "It smells so good." After Li Shuo took a puff, his eyes revealed an intoxicated look. He took a few more puffs and muttered to himself. His consciousness became a little hazy, and his footsteps became light. Zhuowen stood on the spot. He was surrounded by the pink mist, and the addictive sweet fragrance assaulted his senses, making him a little restless. Then, Zhuowen felt a burst of fragrance behind his ear. It was warm and fragrant, and it made one's imagination run wild. "Sir, life is bitter and short. Why not enjoy it while it lasts? I can give you the ultimate pleasure and let you understand the true meaning of happiness." The soft and charming voice sounded softly in Zhuowen's ears, and the surrounding pink became more intense. Zhuowen could not help but feel his whole body heat up, and he had an inexplicable impulse. However, Zhuowen's state of mind was still calm. With a thought, the design of the chariot was once again brought out by him. In the great world, Xiao He, who was originally concentrating on studying the design, had just reached the key point when the design disappeared into thin air. He was so angry that he stomped his feet and kept cursing Zhuowen in his heart for being immoral. When the design appeared in Zhuowen's palm, Zhuowen's restless state of mind completely calmed down when he touched the silky smooth surface and the complex texture. At the same time, the pink smoke that densely covered the surroundings dissipated instantly. The exhaling sound also quickly distanced itself from Zhuowen, and it let out a shrill scream. After the pink smoke dissipated, Zhuowen's vision became much clearer. He also saw the original appearance of the guardian of the third stage. It was a ferocious-looking one-eyed fox. Its tail was bound by colorful chains, and pink smoke was coming out of its mouth. However, at this moment, the one-eyed fox was curled up on the ground and trembling. Its only remaining eye was looking at Zhuowen in fear. Zhuowen looked at the one-eyed fox indifferently. He thought to himself, "This fox's illusion is really powerful. It can actually make me fall into an illusion unknowingly. God's aura. I was wrong." The one-eyed fox covered its eyes and trembled. Its voice was hoarse and heavy, and it was very unpleasant to hear. It was completely different from the voice of the graceful woman in the illusion. What happened to me just now? I was clearly enjoying myself with a beauty. How did I end up here? Li Shua, who had been in a daze, regained his clarity. He looked around with a confused expression at first, but when he saw Zhuowen, who was looking at him with a faint smile, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Li Shua's mind recalled the charming scene just now, and his bronze face suddenly became very red. He said softly, "Young Master Zhua, just now, was that an illusion?" Zhuowen smiled and pointed at the one-eyed fox curled up in the corner. He said, "It's all this fox demon's doing. The beauty you saw in the illusion just now is the true form of this fox demon." Li Shua looked at the ugly fox curled up in front of him, and his face became very ugly, especially when he thought about how he was about to have sex with it in the illusion. He almost vomited. Chapter 44:18. Let's go. Zhuowen smiled faintly and took the lead to walk past the one-eyed fox. He entered the small door and left the third level. The one-eyed fox was trembling and did not dare to look at Zhuowen. It was as if it would be scared out of its wits if it looked at him. Li Shua quickly followed. His evaluation of Zhuowen was getting higher and higher. Not only could he easily find the correct path in the maze, but he could also easily get rid of the guardians. Even Li Ying, whom he respected the most, might not be as good as him. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart instead. He knew that so long as he possessed the design of the chariot, then he could rely on it to easily pass through the test of any guardian. It could be said that the chariot design was his cheat. Next, Zhuowen relied on his eyes that had seen the chariot design and the chariot designed to pass through the later levels without any obstructions. In order to avoid meeting other contestants, Zhuowen sensed that someone was approaching and avoided them in advance. Li Shua, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded as he followed behind Zhuowen. From time to time, he would praise Zhuowen in his heart. Of course, in order not to stand out too much, Zhuowen could also slow down. Occasionally, he would deliberately fall into a certain loop of the maze to kill some time. Even so, on the third day, the two of them had already reached the 13th level. "Prince Zhuo, there are still 16 hours until the end. We might be able to pass the 15th level. The Gold Lord said that as long as we can pass the 15th level and above, the King of Hell will personally reward us. The reward will definitely be very generous." In the 13th level of the maze, Li Shua was extremely excited. He chattered nonstop to Zhuowen about the benefits of passing the 15th level and his expectations. Zhuowen, on the other hand, shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. With his current ability, not to mention the 15th stage, even clearing the stage would not be a problem. However, Zhuowen did not plan to do so. At most, he would fight for the 14th level. The reason was simple. He didn't want to meet the illusory King of Hell. It was common knowledge that the Chariot Mansion slate, the current primeval slate, was something that fell from the primeval star, and it was extremely precious. Even in the King of Hell, this item was a precious treasure placed in a forbidden area. This time, the King of Hell had suddenly interfered in the three great clans' grand competition and even proposed to use the Chariot Mansion slate as part of the literary battle. Zhuowen felt that the King of Hell had other motives. If his performance was too outstanding, it might bring about a bad result. After all, the bird that sticks out will be shot first. Zhuowen had already asked Shan Lingyun to make a deduction when he was attempting the 10th level. This time, he would at most be able to make it to the 14th level. If he ventured deeper, there would be unexpected risks. Of course, as the result of this deduction involved the virtual King of Hell, the result of the deduction still had some interference. Shan Lingyun could only deduce a symbolic revelation. However, even though it was only the 14th level, Zhuowen felt that he was far ahead of the other contestants. Even if it was the virtual corona, Zhuowen didn't think that he could make it to the 10th level. After all, 3 days was too short. Zhuowen spent a total of 6 hours in the 13th level before he barely found the exit of the 13th level. Furthermore, he spent a lot of effort to make it past the gatekeeper. When he entered the 14th level, there were only 2 hours left. Zhuowen purposely went in circles inside. Li Shua naturally didn't know that Zhuowen was purposely going easy on him. He was still amazed by Zhuowen's awesomeness. The way he looked at Zhuowen was full of admiration. At the same time in the gladiator arena, no one stood for 3 days and 3 nights. All the spectators were patiently looking at the map of the maze above the gladiator arena. Of course, most people's gazes were on the 2 golden light spots that were far ahead in the map. These 2 golden light spots weren't very eye-catching at first, and they even lagged behind the others. However, later, they skyrocketed and overtook the golden light spots in front of them at an extremely fast speed. They finally rushed to the front. Moreover, the speed of these 2 light spots was maintained throughout. They didn't slow down because of the increased difficulty of the later levels. As a result, they left the other 13 light spots far behind them. Now, there was only an hour left before the 3-day deadline. The 2 light spots in front had already made it to the 14th level. The 3rd light spot that was closest to them was only at the 8th level. The 4th light spot was at the 7th level. The gap was huge. Everyone was guessing who the 2 light spots in the lead were. Of course, most people guessed that they would choose between virtual Corona, Miliang, and Liang. Jinyao Jun stood in the middle of the gladiator arena and silently looked at the 2 light spots in front. He frowned slightly. He originally thought that the 2 light spots in front would make it past the 15th level. However, he didn't expect their speed to suddenly drop on the last day. This lowered his expectations to the lowest. Now, there were only 2 hours left, and the 2 light spots had just entered the 14th level. It was obviously impossible for them to make it through another level in 2 hours. After all, the levels in the maze got harder the further one went. Among the 3 aristocratic families, Su Jiaying of the Su Long family and Mi Hao Miao of the Su Qi family were the calmest. Family head Mi, you've changed after 3 days of absence. Mi Liang's performance has exceeded my expectations. Su Jiaying looked at Mi Hao Miao and revealed a rare smile. Mi Hao Miao laughed, but said humbly, Family head Su, you're too kind. Your virtual corona is still the best. After all, this is different from a battle of words. Mi Liang may be good at words, but when it comes to battle of words, he might not be as good as virtual corona. Li Yinglong stood alone at the side. When he saw Mi Hao Miao and Su Jiaying praising each other, his expression didn't look too good. It was obvious that Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao had mistaken the 2 light spots in front for virtual corona and Mi Liang. After all, these 2 were the 2nd and 3rd absolute geniuses on the Void Yama God list. They had a huge advantage in terms of talent and strength. Although Li Yinglong was unwilling, he didn't have much confidence in Li Ying and Zhuowen. Even he subconsciously thought that the 2 light spots represented virtual corona and Mi Liang. Aya. Family head Li Ying is actually not bad. He's also made it to the 8th level. He's only 6 levels away from Mi Liang and Virtual Corona. The difference isn't as big as I thought. Mi Hao Miao glanced at the gloomy Li Yinglong and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Although he looked like he was trying to persuade him, his tone didn't sound like he was trying to persuade him at all. He was obviously mocking him. Li Yinglong was furious and snorted. We still haven't decided who the light spots represent yet. It's still too early for you to be so sure that they're Mi Liang and Virtual Corona. Although Li Yinglong said that he felt even more uncertain and uneasy. Mi Hao Miao chuckled and didn't answer Li Yinglong's question. His heart was filled with disdain. Wasn't it obvious? In terms of talent and strength, Su Mianyang and Mi Liang were far superior to the others. Now that these two were leading the way, who else could it be but these two? Chapter 4419. In the 14th level, there were many barriers. The passages were like countless pythons intertwined, complex and ever-changing. Zhuowen and Li Shuo once again stopped in front of a dead end. The barrier was full of scratches, mercilessly blocking their path. Sigh. We've entered a dead end again. This 14th level is indeed more difficult than the previous 13 levels. Li Shuo said dejectedly. Zhuowen smiled and said, Actually, we should be satisfied. To be able to reach this point, I think the two of us are probably in the lead. Moreover, this level gets more and more difficult as we go, so the time spent will definitely be much more than the previous levels. We don't have that much time. Li Shuo heard this and could not help but laugh happily. Young Master Zhuo was right. He should be satisfied. The result of the 14th level was indeed very impressive. It shouldn't be possible. After all, Virtual Corona, Mi Liang, and Cousin Liang are all geniuses at the top of the Void Yama Divine list. The three of them should have passed the 15th level ahead of us. Li Shuo scratched his head. He subconsciously thought that the two of them were unlikely to be a match for Virtual Corona, Mi Liang, and Liang. After all, along the way, he did not feel that this maze was that difficult. With Virtual Corona's ability, passing the 15th level should not be a big problem. Zhuowen glanced at Li Shuo and shook his head inwardly. He did not say anything. Li Shuo had followed Zhuowen from the first level. Basically, it was Zhuowen who led him through each level. Whether it was the winding maze or the powerful guardians, they all became simple and easy in front of Zhuowen. Therefore, Li Shuo had the illusion that the maze was not very difficult. Suddenly, Zhuowen noticed that at the edge of the dead end ahead, a blazing white light lit up. The white light was surrounded by dense and complex patterns, and below the white light was a complex array. Zhuowen could tell at a glance that this array was a teleportation array. 3 days have passed. Everyone, please enter the teleportation array closest to you and leave the maze. This monarch will tally your respective results. The Gold Lord's loud and sharp voice reverberated in the air above the labyrinth, reaching the ears of everyone in the labyrinth. How time flies! Li Shuo looked at the light emitted by the teleportation array in front of him and sighed to himself. Let's go in. Zhuowen's eyes were calm as he took the lead and stepped into the teleportation array. Li Shuo quickly followed. As Gold Lord's voice echoed throughout the maze, the teleportation portals in every corner of the maze lit up. At the exit of the 8th level, Virtual Corona looked at the gatekeeper in front of her in a rather sorry state. Her expression was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. He looked at the teleportation array not far from the exit and then looked at the guard's cold eyes. He knew that he would not be able to get past the guard. Virtual Corona patted her clothes and shook off the dust on them. She used her divine power to tidy herself up, and she regained her calm expression. Even though the gatekeeper of the 8th level is weakened by the rules of this place, he is still so powerful. Even I can't get past him in a short time, let alone Mi Liang and Liang. It seems that I should be first. A confident smile appeared on Su Mianyang's face as he strode toward the nearby teleportation array. He knew very well that he would be first in the wind battle. If he could get to the 8th level, he would get 80 points. In one of the strongholds of the 8th level, Mi Liang's eyes were full of seriousness. He had been walking here for a long time, but he could not find the right path. Just as he turned a corner, a teleportation array lit up with a blazing white light, and Gold Lord's voice was heard. Virtual Corona might be ahead of me. I wonder if she has passed the 8th level? Mi Liang pondered for a moment. In his eyes, his only opponent was Su Mianyang. As for Li Ying and the others, they were all trash that was not even worth mentioning. In the sky above the gladiator arena, the golden light spots in the map gradually dimmed. Then, the map that covered almost the entire gladiator arena slowly dissipated. In the open space of the gladiator arena, pillars of white light appeared one after another. Each pillar of light represented a figure. A total of 15 pillars of white light appeared in the gladiator arena. After the white light dissipated, the figures were revealed. They were Virtual Corona, Mi Liang, and the other participants of the grand tournament. After the 15 contestants appeared, they returned to their respective family headsides. Li Ying went up and looked at the 5 members in front of him. Then his eyes fell on Li Ying, and he asked Li Ying, "How many levels did you pass this time?" Everyone's eyes fell on Li Ying. Li Ying was the strongest representative of the House of Void. They all subconsciously thought that Li Ying had the best result among them. Even Li Shua looked at Li Ying curiously. In his opinion, if he and Zhuowen could pass the 14th level, then Li Ying should have passed the 15th level or above, right? Li Ying puffed out his chest and pretended to be profound. "I only passed the 7th level. This result has disappointed you, Master." Li Yinglong's heart was empty. He could not hide the disappointment in his eyes. The light spot that entered the 14th level was not Li Ying. Li Yinglong also remembered that there were 2 light spots in the 8th level. This meant that Li Ying's result was only 5th. The strongest representative of the House of Void was only 5th in the literary battle. Then, there was no need to mention the martial battle. At this moment, Li Yinglong understood that the House of Void was going to be last in this grand tournament. "Cousin Li Ying is so strong. You actually made it to the 7th level. I only made it to the 5th level, and I was completely stuck there. I couldn't find the right exit." Li Zi pulled Li Ying's arm with her slender, jade-like hands and flattered him. Li Yu scratched his head and said with shame, as expected of Cousin Li Ying, "Cousin Li Zi is also very strong. I only made it to the 4th level." When Li Zi heard Li Yu's flattering words, she was like a cat with its tail raised. Her arrogance also became arrogant. She glanced at Zhuowen with disdain and deliberately said, "Zhuanianxue, how are your results? I think you're about the same as me. You only made it to the 5th level. You might not even be as good as me." Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He did not pay any attention to Li Zi. He had no feelings for this woman who felt so good about herself. He did not even bother to talk to her. Li Shua was dumbfounded. What was going on? Whether it was the 5th level or the 8th level, their results were too bad. Why did Li Ying and Li Zi look so happy? And what was going on with Li Yu? Why was he flattering her? Was he going against his conscience to flatter her? Li Shua could not be blamed for finding this strange. After all, he and Zhuowen had both made it to the 14th level. They were much better than Li Ying and the others. That was why there was such a big contrast. Chapter 44:20. It seems that your results are so bad that you don't have the face to tell me. Li Zi saw that Zhuowen was silent and thought that he was feeling inferior. She felt even more proud and disdainful of Zhuowen. "Cousin Li Zi, don't go too far. Young Master Zhuo's results are very good, even better than Cousin Li Ying's." Li Shua frowned and retorted. Li Zi frowned and looked at Li Shua unhappily. "Li Shua, how can you say that? Even if you have a good relationship with Zhuanianxue, you don't have to tell such a lame lie." Li Ying raised his eyebrows and smiled. Li Shua, you said that Zhuan Yinchue's results are better than mine? I reached the 7th level. Then tell me, what is the highest level he reached? The 8th level. Li Shua looked at Zhuan and said, Young master, Zhuo reached the 14th level, and I was lucky to meet him in the 1st level. Under his lead, I reached the 14th level. Li Ying and Li Zi were stunned at first. Then Li Zi laughed loudly and mocked. Li Shua, if you want to make up a lie, you should at least make up a more reliable one. Li Ying shook his head and didn't even bother to look at Li Shua. He felt that Zhuowen was getting more and more out of hand. Li Yu scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Li Shua, you are really too ridiculous. The labyrinth in the primordial slate is too difficult. How could you and Brother Zhuo reach the 14th level? While Li Zi, Li Yu, and Li Ying thought that Li Shua was boasting, Li Yinglong, who was originally worried, stared at Li Shua as if he was struck by lightning. If he remembered correctly, in the map that Jin Yao Lord displayed above the arena, there were 2 light spots that were far ahead and reached the 14th level. However, those 2 light spots were not labeled, so he didn't know who they were. He always thought that the 2 light spots were only Virtual Corona and Miliang. Now that Li Shua said this, he immediately realized that everyone's guess might be wrong. He was not worried that Li Shua was bragging, because the 15 contestants who entered the maze did not know the results of the others. The only thing they knew was their own results. Li Shua could directly say that he and Zhuowen had both reached the 14th level, which coincided with what was shown in the map. This meant that what Li Shua said was very likely true. However, Li Yinglong did not say anything. Instead, he stood in place, waiting for Jin Yao Lord to announce the results. Perhaps it was really Li Shua and Zhuan Yanxue who had entered the 14th stage? Li Shua was very angry. He was clearly telling the truth, but Li Ying and the others did not believe him at all. This made him very sullen. All right, Lord Jin Yao, Lord will soon reveal the results. You don't have to fight anymore. Li Yinglong suddenly said. Li Zi, who originally wanted to mock Li Shua and Zhuowen, immediately quieted down when Li Yinglong spoke up. He did not dare to go too far. At the same time, the Su Long and Su Qi families were jubilant, especially the 2 family heads, Su Jiaying and Mi Hao Miao. They could not help but smile. Corona, you did very well. I originally thought that you were very good to be able to reach the 10th level. I didn't expect you to exceed my expectations. Su Jiaying went up and patted Virtual Corona's shoulder with a gratified smile on his face. Su Zhou, who was following behind, was quite jealous. Although Su Jiaying was his father, he had always been a serious person. This was the first time he had seen such a gratified smile on Su Jiaying's face. And this smile was for Su Mianyang, not him. Virtual Corona was a little confused, but she was still flattered by Su Jiaying's enthusiasm. Family head, you flatter me. I still didn't perform well enough this time. Virtual Corona was a little ashamed. Su Jiaying frowned and said, You don't have to be so humble. After all, you passed the 14th level. This is already an extraordinary performance. I'm very pleased with you. Su Zhou and the others were shocked. The 14th level? What a terrifying result this was. Virtual Corona was dumbfounded. She hesitated and said, Family head, what did you say? The 14th level? Su Jiaying nodded and said, Yes. There were 2 people who passed the 14th level. Other than you, the other person should be Mi Liang. Brother, congratulations. You're still so powerful. You actually passed the 14th level in that maze. If you can pass another level, you'll be rewarded with a treasure by King Su himself. Su Zhou pretended to be happy. Virtual Corona's pupils shrank. She clearly remembered that she had only passed the 8th level. How did Su Jiaying say that she had passed the 14th level? Was there some misunderstanding? However, Virtual Corona suppressed her doubts and asked, Family head, how did you know my result? Su Jiaying smiled and said, Master Jin Yao, Lord set up a map of the maze above the arena. There are 15 golden light spots in it, and each light spot represents a person. 2 of them have passed the 14th level and are far ahead of the others. These 2 light spots can only be you and Mi Liang. Su Zhou and the others nodded in agreement. Among the 15 people, only Virtual Corona and Mi Liang were the most talented. These 2 light spots could only be them. Virtual Corona's face darkened, but she did not say anything. She was sure that the 2 light spots that had passed the 14th level were not her, because she had only passed the 8th level. Then the question was, who were the 2 people that had passed the 14th level? Mi Liang? Liang? The same thing was happening on Mi Liang and Mi Haomiao's side. When he asked about the 14th stage, Mi Liang was also dumbfounded. He felt that it was inconceivable. He had only reached the 8th stage. Mi Liang and Virtual Corona also fell into silence. They looked at each other, trying to confirm if it was the other person. However, they also saw the confusion in each other's eyes. At that moment, they knew that neither of them was the person who had passed the 14th level. At this moment, Jinyao Lord put away the Zhan Mansion slate fragment. His divine sense landed on the slate, and information was transmitted into his mind. After receiving the feedback from the stone slab, his gaze became rather strange. Master Jinyao Lord, please announce the result. Mi Haomiao said impatiently. He was already imagining that Mi Liang was one of the 2 people who had passed the 14th level. He was also imagining the additional reward that the King of Hell would give him. Although Su Jiaying did not say anything, his gaze contained a trace of excitement. Jinyao Lord quickly regained his composure. He smiled and said, "This one battle has given me quite a pleasant surprise. 2 people have passed more than 10 levels, and both of them have passed the 14th level. Someone actually passed the 14th level, and 2 of them at that. It seems that it can only be Virtual Corona and Mi Liang." Li Zi's beautiful eyes were filled with shock as she muttered to herself. After personally experiencing the labyrinth of the Chariot Mansion slate, she finally knew how difficult it was to pass through. She had used all her skills and only passed through the 5th level, not to mention the even more difficult 14th level. Ling frowned, feeling a strong sense of defeat in his heart. The 14th level, this was already twice the limit of what he could pass. Could it be that Mi Liang and Virtual Corona were really so much stronger than him? Chapter 44:21. Jinyao Lord glanced at the expectant Mi Haomiao and Su Jiaying, as well as the nervous Li Yinglong. The results of this one battle are somewhat out of my expectations. Let me first announce the scores of the 3 teams. Jinyao Lord put away the slate and continued. The highest score this time is 440 points, and the team with the highest score is the Su Ming family's team. Next is the Su Long family's team, with a total of 310 points. Last is the Su Chi family's team, with a total of 260 points. As soon as Gold Glorious Lord said this, the entire arena fell silent. Whether it was the 3 family heads or the audience on the high platform, they all doubted their ears. The Su Ming family, who had always been at the bottom of the rankings, had obtained the highest score in this one battle, far ahead of the Su Long and Su Chi families. Mi Haomiao maintained his smile, but it froze in an instant. Su Jiaying could no longer maintain his indifference. His pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but stare at the Virtual Corona behind him. Virtual Corona's scalp went numb. He said in a low voice, "Family head, I'm not the one who reached the 14th level. I only reached the 8th level. I wanted to say it just now, but you didn't give me the chance." Su Jiaying stared deeply at Virtual Corona, took a deep breath, and his expression returned to normal. "I miscalculated. I didn't expect someone from the Su Ming family to obtain such a high score in the one battle." Saying this, Su Jiaying no longer looked at Virtual Corona, but at Li Yinglong's team. It seemed he had underestimated the Su Ming family's strength. "Family head, brother's score is already very good. and this is only the one battle. When it comes to the martial battle, the Su Ming and Su Qi families won't be our match. The victory will still belong to our Su Long family. Su Zhou suddenly stood up and interceded for virtual corona. The Su Long family doesn't allow failure. If you don't perform well in the martial battle, go back and wait for your punishment. Su Jiaying said expressionlessly. Su Zhou's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dare say another word. The family rules of the Su Long family were notoriously terrifying. Even virtual corona had a psychological trauma from the family rules, let alone Su Zhou. The situation in the Void family's group was quite similar to this side. Mei Haomiao also secretly taught Mi Liang a lesson, and then looked at the Void family's Li Yinglong with an unfriendly gaze. Clearly, Mi Haomiao's thoughts were similar to Su Jiaying's. They both believed that Li Yinglong had hidden his strength well. Li Yinglong, on the other hand, had a very strange expression on his face. At first, he was stunned for a long time, but then his eyes burst forth with an unprecedented light. Li Yinglong couldn't help but look at Zhuowen and Li Shuo. The moment he heard the total score, he was certain that the 2 dots of light that had entered the 14th stage were members of his Xuesheng family's team. Combined with Li Shuo's words, he was certain that the 2 people could only be Zhuowen and Li Shuo. However, Li Yinglong found it inconceivable. He knew Li Shuo's abilities very well, and it would be good enough if Li Shuo could pass the 5th level. However, Li Shuo had directly entered the 14th stage in shock. Then, the only possibility was that Li Shuo had followed Zhuowen and was completely led to the 14th stage by Zhuowen. Not only Li Yinglong, but Li Ying, Li Zi, and Li Yu also couldn't help but look at Zhuowen. Their eyes were wide open, and their hearts were completely shaken. It can't be. Is what Li Shuo said true? Li Zi's cherry lips opened slightly as she muttered to herself. In the primordial slate, 2 contestants have reached the 14th stage. Their results are outstanding, and they are qualified to receive additional rewards from the King of Hell. These 2 are Li Shuo and Zhuowen from the Void family. Congratulations to the 2 of you. In the center of the arena, Jin Yao Lord spoke again after announcing the results. His gaze fell on the Void family's team, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an inexplicable smile. Li Shuo, Zhuowen, who are these 2 guys? I've never heard of them before. This result is really unexpected. I always thought that the 2 light dots in the lead were Virtual Corona and Mi Liang. I didn't expect them to be 2 nobodies. The battle of words doesn't necessarily depend on talent and strength. It might be more about luck. Otherwise, how could 2 nobodies surpass Virtual Corona and Mi Liang? Sounds of discussion rose in the surroundings of the arena. They were all pointing at Zhuowen and Li Shuo, who were in the Su Ming family's group. Li Yinglong, on the other hand, smiled. He walked up to Zhuowen and Li Shuo, patted their shoulders heavily, and praised. Zhuowen, Li Shuo, you've done well. This time, our Void Wall family has been in the spotlight. Next, as long as the 5 of you can hold on, our Void family will most likely not be at the bottom anymore. Zhuowen smiled slightly, while Li Shuo was overwhelmed by the favor and said, Family head is too courteous. Speaking of which, this is mainly young master, which was credit. I completely followed him to make it to the 14th round. Li Yinglong laughed and glanced at Zhuowen. Although he didn't say anything, Zhuowen could see the gratitude in his eyes. You're just a little smart. You were lucky in the maze and found the right shortcut. In the battle of words, you can't display your strength and talent. It doesn't matter how good your results are. Li Zi said in a low voice. Li Ying's eyes flickered. The frustration in his heart gradually dissipated, and his face regained his confidence. Li Zi was right. The battle of words didn't mean anything. The battle of words was the key. Li Ying had just broken through. He was confident that he would shine in the battle of words. When that time came, Zhuowen and Li Shuo would become cowards. Congratulations, patriarchally. When the time comes, The king of hell will send someone to deliver the extra reward to your void family. Gold Lord walked up to Li Yinglong. As he spoke, he observed Zhuowen, and Li Shua, especially Zhuowen. He squinted his eyes and sized him up. Li Yinglong cupped his hands and smiled. Gold Lord is too polite. How could we trouble the king of hell with this? When the time comes, just let me know. I will send someone to the king of hell to get the reward. Gold Lord laughed. Patriarchally, you don't have to worry about this. The king of hell's people will take care of it. By the way, this Zhuowen doesn't seem to be from your family. May I know who he is? Li Yinglong said politely. To be honest, young Master Zhuo is the foreign aide that our Void family has invited. Gold Lord, you might not know this, but he is also the new 10th on the Void Yama divine list. Gold Lord looked at Zhuowen deeply and asked, That mysterious Zhuo? Yes. Li Yinglong smiled. Gold Lord slowly walked up to Zhuowen and smiled. Zhuowen, let me introduce myself. I am Gold Lord of the King of Hell. Chapter 44:22. Zhuowen bowed and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Greetings, Gold Lord. Gold Lord didn't care about how Zhuowen addressed him. He asked meaningfully, If you were given enough time, would you be able to pass the 15th stage and above? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and lowered his head to think seriously. He shook his head and said, I'm afraid not. The 14th stage is too difficult. I kept going in circles and couldn't find the right path. Even if I were given more time, I might not be able to find the right path. I might fall into an endless loop. Gold Lord's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment, but he didn't show it. You can pass the 14th stage by yourself. That's already very impressive. Gold Lord said, then turned around and said in a loud voice, Everyone, the literary battle is over. Logically speaking, there's nothing left for me to do. However, the 3 family heads just discussed with me and decided to let me be the host of the martial battle. Of course, I won't interfere with the rules of the martial battle. It's all up to the 3 family heads to decide. With that, the Gold Lord leaped into the air and landed on the northern tower. With his hands behind his back, he looked down at the arena. At the same time, the 3 family heads gathered in the center and began to discuss the rules of the martial battle. After a while, Li Yinglong walked back with a gloomy face. On the other hand, Miao Miao and Su Jiaying were beaming. Family head, what's wrong? Li Ying walked up and saw Li Yinglong's gloomy face. He couldn't help but ask. Li Zi, Li Yu, and the others also looked at Li Yinglong. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. In this grand competition, the Su Long and Su Qi families strongly requested to increase the Divine Void Springs share. They want to increase it to 15. Li Yinglong said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Li Ying, Li Zi, and the others turned pale with fright. 15? Aren't they going too far? Our Shuashan family only has 20 divine void mountain springs, yet they want 15 as soon as they open their mouths. This is going too far, Li Ying said angrily. Didn't we agree on this long ago? The share this time is 5. Why do they want to increase it to 15 all of a sudden? This doesn't conform to the rules of the grand competition, right? Li Zi said angrily. Zhuowen revealed a thoughtful expression. When the 3 great aristocratic families' grand competition was held, it was originally based on the shares of the divine void mountain springs. Almost every competition would use a fixed share of 5 divine void mountain springs as a bargaining chip. After so many competitions, this had never changed. Now, the Void Long family and Void Qi family suddenly wanted to increase their share. This surprised Zhuowen. Li Yinglong said in a low voice, In principle, this is indeed against the rules, but Miao Miao and Su Jiaying proposed it together, and both of them are willing to take the risk. The Su Long family and Su Qi family are both willing to offer 30 divine void springs each. As long as we can obtain first place, we can obtain a share of 60 divine void mountain springs. If we can obtain second place, we can obtain 15 divine void mountain springs in return. Li Ying frowned and said, "Is void lacquer family crazy? Wasn't allying with the Shulong family the same as asking a tiger for its skin?" Among the three great families, the Shulong family was the strongest. The probability of the Shulong family getting first place was very high. Even if the Suchi family were to obtain second place, they would still lose 15 divine void mountain springs. Li Yinglong said in a deep voice, "If my guess is correct, the two great families should have reached some kind of agreement. After the Shulong family obtains first place, they will definitely compensate the Suchi family. This don't we have the right to refuse?" Li Zi said indignantly. The Shulong family and Suchi family had gone too far. Was it not enough for them to withdraw? No, the three great families have never withdrawn in advance. If we withdraw, not only will our Suchi family's reputation be ruined, we will also have to compensate the other two great families for their losses. Li Yinglong said with a bitter smile. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Their expressions became very solemn. "The only thing we can do now is to fight," Li Ying suddenly said. Li Shuo, Liu, and the others also nodded helplessly. Right now, they could only advance and not retreat. "The martial competition will begin in 4 hours. Let me first explain the rules of the martial competition to you." Li Yinglong forced himself to remain calm and began to explain the rules of the martial competition to Li Ying's group of 5. Zhuowen listened quietly. After Li Yinglong finished explaining, he more or less understood the general rules of the martial competition. The martial competition was divided into 2 parts, the team competition and the individual competition. The team competition was for teams of 5. Each team had to contribute 100 points. The winner would obtain the points of the team, and the loser would have to contribute the points of the team. As for the individual competition, the 5 members of each team could freely choose an opponent and give the corresponding points. As long as the opponent accepted the challenge, the duel would be established. If one side did not agree, the duel would not be established. However, the challenge side only had 3 chances to refuse. Once they exceeded 3 times, they would no longer have the right to refuse. First is the individual competition. Every team has to choose a corresponding captain. This time, our team's captain will be Zhuowen. Li Yinglong looked at Zhuowen, a look of inquiry in his eyes. Originally, he had planned to give the captain position to Li Ying, but after Zhuowen's outstanding performance in the martial competition, he had changed his mind. He had decided to make Zhuowen the captain. As soon as he said this, Li Shuo and Li Yu were fine. However, Li Ying and Li Zi frowned. "Family head, this decision is not appropriate." Li Zi suddenly objected. "How is it not appropriate? Zhuo Xiaoyou's performance in the martial competition was outstanding. He helped our Su Ming family obtain the highest score. What's wrong with him being the captain?" Li Yinglong said. Li Zi gritted her teeth and said, "I don't know what kind of luck this Zhuowen has. He actually passed the 14th level in the maze. But one thing is undeniable. His strength is not as good as cousin Li Ying's. The martial competition is not a martial competition. The captain will naturally be the strongest person. I refuse to accept Zhuowen as the captain." Li Ying's eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, "Li Zi, don't make trouble." After saying this, Li Ying looked at Li Yinglong and said, "Family head, although Li Zi's personality is more lively, I feel that what she said is reasonable. The martial competition is naturally based on strength. I admit that his performance in the martial competition is outstanding. However, his ranking on the Su Ming Divine list is lower than mine. It is indeed inappropriate for him to be the captain. Of course, if family head insists on this decision, I will naturally respect your decision." Li Ying's words were natural and reasonable. Li Yinglong could not help but praise him in his heart. He felt that Li Ying was still sensible. Just as Li Yinglong was about to announce that Zhuowen would be the captain, Zhuowen spoke. Family head Li, what Li Ying and Li Zi said is very reasonable. I am not suitable to be the captain. After all, I am only an external aid. If I become the captain, others will think that the Su Ming family has no one. I feel that the captain's position should be given to Li Ying. Zhuowen said indifferently. Zhuowen did not want to be in the limelight. Naturally, it was impossible for him to accept the captain's position. Therefore, he straightforwardly refused. Seeing Zhuowen's firm attitude, Li Yinglong did not force him. In the end, he gave the captain's position to Li Ying. The martial competition will begin in 4 hours. You should all adjust yourselves and prepare for the next battle, Li Ying instructed in a deep voice after dealing with the captain's matter. Chapter 44:23. When the individual competition starts later, I'll assign you your opponents. All of you must listen to my orders. While the 5 of them were sitting in the east corner of the arena, Shelling suddenly reminded them. Zhuowen also noticed that Shelling was intentionally or unintentionally looking in his direction. Cousin Shelling must be joking. You are the captain now, so of course we will listen to your orders. Shelyu said with a simple and honest smile. I hope that someone can correct his attitude and not try to take over the position of a magpie. Shelling nodded and said in a neutral tone. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. This Shelling seemed to be magnanimous on the surface, but he was actually very calculative and narrow-minded. Zhuowen had clearly given him the position of captain, but the latter did not seem to be grateful. Instead, he seemed to be somewhat resentful. This made Zhuowen shake his head inwardly. A narrow-minded person would not be able to see the bigger picture. Instead, their future achievements would be limited. Zhuowen did not care about Shelling secretly targeting him, as long as it did not involve his life or interests. He did not want to be calculative with Shelling because it would be very boring. Time gradually passed, and 4 hours quickly passed. The audience on the arena's high platform also waited for 4 hours. They were not impatient at all. Instead, they were looking forward to it. The time has come. Now, let's begin the martial competition. According to the decision of the 3 family heads, they plan to raise the stakes together. The Void Dragon family and Void Chi family are willing to offer 30 Divine Void Springs. The Void Mirage family will offer 15 Divine Void Springs. If the 3 family heads have no objections, we can begin the individual competition. On the northern tower, the Gold Glorious Lord stood against the wind with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the 3 teams on the arena and said in a loud and clear voice. When he first received this news, he was taken aback. Originally, the 3 great families only had 5 divine void mountain springs as their bargaining chip. Now, it had suddenly increased by 3 to 6 times. It could be said that this was a massive gamble. We have no objections. Su Jiaying and Mi Haomiao looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They said in unison. Shel Yinglong's face was gloomy and he was silent. He had reached a point where he could neither advance nor retreat. He had no choice but to agree. If we lose this competition, the Mirage family will truly be unable to recover from this setback. Li Ying, you must do your best. Li Yinglong thought to himself as he looked at the 5 people who had adjusted themselves and stood up. At the same time, a huge crater appeared in the middle of the arena. Below the crater, an extremely large arena slowly rose. This arena was square in shape, and its entire body was forged from sparkling and translucent jade. If one were to lightly knock on the smooth surface of the arena, one would clearly hear the pleasant sound of metal and stone colliding. Now, the individual competition begins. The members of the 3 teams are free to choose their opponents and give them a reasonable score. As long as both sides agree, the duel can begin. Gold Lord said calmly. The 3 teams came to the edge of the arena, and the 3 patriarchs were asked to return to their respective towers. Once the battle segment began, The three family heads could no longer interfere. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules and they would be punished. Virtual Corona crossed his arms in front of his chest and whispered, "Follow the plan! Take care of the Mirage family first and squeeze as many points out of their team as possible. Then deal a heavy blow so that they can't fight. Understand?" The four members behind Virtual Corona nodded, and the same order was passed down to Miliang. "Su-young, you go first. Don't expose your strength so early. Follow the plan." Virtual Corona shot a glance at a skinny man on the left. The latter grinned and leaped into the air like an arrow before landing on the arena. Su-yang's gaze fell on the Mirage family's team. He glanced at Li-ying, Li-zi, and the others before his gaze finally landed on Zhou. "You're the external aid that the Mirage family invited, right? Get your ass up here." Su-yang pointed at Zhou and sneered. Zhou raised an eyebrow. He did not expect Su-yang to choose him as his opponent. From the aura that Su-yang exuded, his cultivation was roughly at the late stage of the universal tribulation. This kind of cultivation was not difficult for Zhou at all. In other words, the only ones that could enter Zhou's eyes in this competition were Virtual Corona and Miliang. These two were quite strong and might be able to fight against Zhou. As for Su-yang, Zhou could kill him with a slap. "We refuse." Just as Zhou stood up to meet the attack, Shelling suddenly said coldly, "Li-ying, what do you mean?" Zhou looked at Li-ying and asked calmly. Li-ying turned his head and looked at Zhou. He smiled faintly and said, "Su-yang's strength is not considered strong. Fellow Taoist, Zhou doesn't need to personally take action. Let Liu go." With that, Li-ying stopped looking at Zhou and said to Liu beside him, "Liu, go and meet this Su-yang." Liu scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "Okay, how many points should we give?" "If it's not more than 20 points, you can fight," Li-ying said in a deep voice. Liu nodded with a smile and jumped onto the stage. He looked at Su-yang and said, "How many points do you want to give?" Su-yang saw that Li-ying had rejected his opponent, and a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Your Su-yang family doesn't even dare to let foreign aid come up. It seems that you don't have confidence in your foreign aid. I'll give you 20 points. Do you accept? If you don't accept, then get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here." Liu agreed without hesitation. The honest look on his face faded and was replaced by a serious expression. Boom! Suddenly, Liu and Su-yang both erupted with the aura of the late stage of the Qian-Kun tribulation. Then, two huge Qian-Kun worlds floated above the stage. Terrifying tribulations raged down like a storm. On the stage, there were thunderbolts streaking across the sky, raging torrential rain, gales everywhere, surging seas of fire, and so on. All kinds of tribulations spread around the stage and drowned out the figures fighting in the stage. The onlookers could only hear the vague shadows of the battle and the crisp sound of metal clashing from the collision of the two divine artifacts. Zhou stood at the edge of the stage and frowned slightly. When Su-yang came out to challenge him, he saw Su-yang and Virtual Corona exchange meaningful glances. He had a feeling that Su-yang might not be as simple as he seemed on the surface. Moreover, he also found that the countless tribulations around the stage seemed to be deliberately created by Su-yang. Otherwise, there was no need to make the tribulations in the Qian-Kun world so large. Thinking of this, a demonic red light flashed in the depths of Zhou's eyes. Then his eyes looked through the layers of tribulations and saw everything that was happening in the stage. Chapter 44:24. Liu and Su-yang were in the midst of a fierce battle. Liu had the upper hand and forced Su-yang to retreat step by step. He kept retreating towards the edge of the arena as if he could not hold on any longer. Liu's eyes revealed a trace of smugness. If this continued, he would be able to completely defeat Su-yang in less than 15 minutes and successfully obtain the 20 points. Thinking of this, Liu became even more pleased. He did not pay as much attention to Su Yang in front of him as he did in the beginning. He thought that Su Yang would be defeated by him sooner or later. However, Liu did not see that although Su Yang seemed to be retreating, he was actually accumulating strength and waiting for a thunderous attack. Especially when Su Yang saw the contempt in Liu's eyes, the corners of his mouth revealed an undetectable smile. Zhuowen saw all of this. He wanted to remind him, but he realized that there was some kind of shielding restriction on the arena. It was impossible to communicate with one another through spiritual sense or other methods. It seemed that the organizer had set this up in advance to prevent anyone from interfering with the battle. I hope Liu can see the abnormality in advance, Zhuowen thought to himself. Finally, Su Yang was forced to the edge of the arena by Liu. Su Yang was panting. His face was pale and bloodless, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked like he was about to run out of energy. Seeing this, Liu was overjoyed. He held his saber with both hands and raised it above his head. He suddenly leaped up and slashed down at Su Yang, who was at the edge of the arena. He was confident that with this slash, Su Yang would definitely be severely injured and eliminated. Su Yang lowered his head, but the corners of his mouth revealed a huge arc. At this moment, his aura suddenly soared, and he actually jumped to the peak of the late stage of the universe tribulation. He was only half a step away from the peak of the universe tribulation. Su Yang lightly stepped on the ground with his right foot as if he had rehearsed this countless times. He easily dodged Liu's attack, and the hilt of the divine spear in his right hand suddenly tightened. Like a bolt of lightning, it streaked through the air and pierced towards Liu's back. Oh no! Su Yang actually hit a portion of his strength. He has been pretending to be weak just now in order to numb me. When he felt Su Yang's aura explode once again, Liu's expression changed greatly. He immediately thought of the reason and cursed in his heart. Earlier, he'd been too careless, and he thought that Su Yang was weak to the point of being unable to resist. Thus, he'd used his full strength in this attack, and it was like an arrow on a bowstring that had no choice but to be released. It was utterly impossible for him to change his move midway. Su Yang's timing was also very good. In the instant that he couldn't change his move, the divine spear in his hand pierced towards his back. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as Su Yang's divine blade fiercely smashed into the edge of the stage, creating a huge crater. Su Yang's attack was like a cold and cunning viper. It pierced through Su Yang's back from a tricky angle, piercing through his chest. Liu spat out a large mouthful of blood. His left hand grasped the handle of the spear. He wanted to break free, but he found that Su Yang was faster. Su Yang's right hand shook, and the divine spear vibrated at an extremely fast frequency. Waves of sharp and terrifying light constantly flickered on the handle of the spear, erupting with extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Liu screamed. His chest completely exploded, and a huge hole appeared. His heart was completely crushed by the terrifying power of the divine spear. Liu knelt on the ground and kept coughing up blood. At the same time, he gathered his divine power to heal the wound on his chest and the blood that kept gushing out. His injuries were extremely serious. If he didn't heal them in time, it was very likely that it would leave behind a huge hidden danger. Su Yang grinned and rushed out again, launching an even more fierce attack on Liu. Su Yang, I admit. Liu's expression changed drastically when he saw that Su Yang was still not stopping. He was now seriously injured, and Su Yang was slightly stronger than him. If he continued to fight, there was no chance of winning at all, so he planned to admit defeat. However, before Liu could finish his words, Su Yang's attack fell like a storm. The divine spear pierced into his limbs at an extremely fast speed, quickly destroying the tissues and meridians in his limbs, causing him to be unable to move in an instant. At the same time, Su Yang also used a certain divine soul attack to severely injure Liu's divine soul before stopping. When Liu collapsed on the ground and could only twitch unconsciously, Su Yang stopped. He raised his right hand, and the countless calamities around him dissipated. After the calamity dissipated, the people on the high platforms around the arena could finally see the situation in the arena clearly. When they found that Li Yu had been beaten until he was almost half crippled and was lying limp on the ground, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Li Yu was too miserable. Not only was there a huge hole in his chest, but his limbs were also twisted. What was even more shocking was that there was a lot of blood flowing out from between Li Yu's eyebrows. Clearly, his divine soul was also severely injured. Even though Li Yu was an expert of the great calamity of universe level and had extremely tenacious vitality, he still needed a lot of resources and time to completely recover from such serious injuries. Li Yu, Li Shua, and Li Zi's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly rushed into the arena and helped the heavily injured Li Yu up. Su Yang wins this battle. The Shulong family gains 20 points, and the Zuling family loses 20 points. Gold glorious, Lord announced expressionlessly. Su Yang, you were too heavy-handed. If Li Yu's injuries were any more serious, his life would be in danger. Li Shua looked angrily at Su Yang and shouted. Su Yang raised his chin slightly and cast a sidelong glance at Li Shua. Fists and legs have no eyes. Deaths and injuries are inevitable during a battle. If you're not convinced, you can challenge me. I'll accept. Li Shua was furious, but Li Zi stopped him. Li Shua, don't be impulsive. Let's take Li Yu down to treat his injuries first. We'll listen to cousin Li Ying's arrangements later. Li Zi hurriedly said. Only then did Li Shua regain his senses. He and Li Zi carried the heavily injured Li Yu down, and then they fed him the healing pills they had already prepared. After swallowing several healing pills, Li Yu's injuries finally stopped worsening. However, Li Yu's mind was still somewhat unclear. His face was constantly covered in cold sweat as he muttered to himself, Captain, I want to challenge Su Yang. Li Shua's eyes were filled with hostility. Don't act rashly now. The Shulong and Zuling families should have joined forces. If you issue a challenge, the Shulong family can refuse and send out stronger members. Li Ying said in a deep voice. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Li Ying was too timid. Now that Li Yu had been beaten to such a state, he still didn't intend to take the initiative to attack. This would easily affect the morale of his team members. However, Zhuowen knew that he didn't have the right to make the decision. The decision of the team was entirely up to Li Ying. He didn't have the final say. Now, let's continue waiting. I want to see what tricks the Shulong and Zuling families have up their sleeves. Remember, you must act according to your strength. If you really can't beat them, you must admit defeat immediately. After all, there's still the team competition. Li Ying said in a deep voice. At this moment, another person jumped onto the stage. This person was tall and sturdy, more than 2 meters tall. His arms were extremely thick and solid, thicker than an average person's thigh. His muscles were bulging and terrifying. It's the Zuling family's Mei Dong. Many spectators on the high platform around the arena recognized this sturdy man. Mei Dong's reputation in the Zuling family wasn't small. This fellow was a genius second only to Mi Liang in the Zuling family. Moreover, his ranking on the Zuling divine list wasn't low, reaching around the 20th rank. His strength was even stronger than Su Yang's. Chapter 44:25. Mei Dong stood on the stage. His huge body was very eye-catching. His eyes were not big and seemed to be squinting. However, the light in his eyes was extremely sharp and cold. Mei Dong's gaze swept the surroundings. Suddenly, he stared at Li Yu, who was in the Shuesher family's group, and said indifferently, I want to challenge Li Yu. 20 points. The moment he said that, the faces of the Void family members changed. Li Yu was already heavily injured by Su Yang. His mind was not clear. How could he have the strength to fight on the stage? Mei Dong was definitely doing it on purpose. Lord, Gold, glorious Lord, Mei Dong is violating the rules. Li Yu is already heavily injured and has no strength to fight. It is unreasonable for him to challenge him on purpose. Li Ying stood up, cupped his hands, and asked Gold Lord, who was on the northern tower. Jun glanced indifferently at Li Ying and said, if Li Yu admitted defeat and withdrew from the competition, then he would indeed be exempted from being challenged. However, he didn't admit defeat, so he's still a member of your Void Knights team. Therefore, although Mei Dong's request is excessive, it is still in accordance with the rules. Li Ying frowned and sighed. I am the captain of the Void family. I have the right to cancel Li Yu's membership. Now, Li Yu is no longer a member of our team. Li Ying, don't play tricks. When I challenged him, Li Yu is still a member of your team. Either you let him go on the stage, or you can use your right to refuse a second time. Mei Dong grinned and said, Zhuo, when silently watched this scene, and his heart sank slightly. He had already guessed the tactics of the Shuelong and Shui-Ju clans. They were purposely trying to let the Shui-Ju clan use up all 3 rejections. After that, the Void family would not have the chance to refuse any more challenges. Li Ying also thought of this. His face was gloomy. He knew that he had no other choice. He could only use his right to refuse again. We refuse, Li Ying said in a low voice. Mei Dong grinned. He was not discouraged by Li Ying's refusal. Instead, he revealed an expression as if his scheme had succeeded. Your Void family has not chosen an opponent on your own. Your master Mei Dong is standing right here. If anyone from your Void Realm aristocratic family comes up, your master Mei Dong will beat you until you cry for your parents. Mei Dong crossed his arms in front of his chest and did not jump down from the arena. Instead, he stood on the arena and shouted. His tone was full of disdain, angering many of the young cultivators of the Shueshan aristocratic family. This Mei Dong is too arrogant. Does he really think that our Void family is easy to bully? I'll deal with him. Li Zi was so angry that her teeth were itching. She clenched her fists tightly and said while gritting her teeth. But Li Ying stopped Li Zi and said, Li Zi, don't be rash. You're still not Mei Dong's match. I'll go. Zhuowen finally spoke. He felt that it was time for him to make a move. This Mei Dong was perfect for him to test his skills. You don't have to go either. I'll go. Li Ying looked at Zhuowen indifferently. He didn't even look at Zhuowen's attitude. He jumped up and landed on the opposite side of the ring. He looked coldly at Mei Dong, who had his arms crossed. Mei Dong, let me be your opponent. Li Ying said indifferently. Mei Dong, who was still clamoring, suddenly stiffened. He looked at Shelling with fear and suddenly grinned. What ability do I, Mei Dong, have to make Captain Shelling come here personally? We refuse to accept the challenge this time. At the same time, Mi Liang, who was below the arena, smiled and rejected Li Ying's challenge. Mei Dong jumped down from the arena and returned to the Shueshan aristocratic family's team. Whoosh! The instant Mei Dong returned to the group, Mi Liang, who was standing at the front of the group, leapt up. Like a bolt of black lightning, he flew up and landed firmly on the stage. Li Ying, you're also a genius in the top 10 of the Shueshan Divine List. Let me fight you. I wonder if you've improved over the years. You and I are both captains. We can't fight like the others, right? I'll bet 50 points. If you think it's too much, or if you're afraid, you can choose to refuse. I won't laugh at you. Mi Liang said fearlessly. Li Ying's face darkened. When Mi Liang said this, he really couldn't refuse. If he refused, he would lose face. If he was talked about in the future, his reputation would be damaged. If he agreed, it would be 50 points. Although Li Ying had broken through, the probability of him winning against Mi Liang was not high. At most, they would be tied. Li Ying, answer me. I've said it before. If you're afraid, I won't laugh at you. After all, you're weaker than me. Isn't that right and proper? You can use your right to refuse for the last time. Mi Liang grinned. It looked bright, but was actually very sinister. Li Ying's face alternated between green and white. He coldly looked at Mi Liang, who was smiling, and said in a deep voice, "As the captain of the Shueshan family, I have no reason to retreat. I accept your challenge." Mi Liang's smile became even brighter. He laughed and said, "Li Ying, I really didn't misjudge you. I knew you would accept. After all, you and I are both geniuses in the top 10 of the Shueshan divine list. We both have our own beliefs and determination." Li Ying coldly snorted. He simply ignored Mi Liang's perfunctory compliment and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's begin." After saying this, Li Ying's aura suddenly changed. Surging airflow swept out from his body like an angry dragon and quickly spread in all directions. At the same time, blazing light, golden divine power floated out of Li Ying's acupuncture points. At first, the divine power was still light golden, but as time passed, it became denser and denser. It turned into a blazing pure gold and finally turned into platinum. The platinum divine power was like a rolling wave that soared into the sky. It constantly condensed in the void behind Li Ying and finally turned into an incomparably huge Dharma idol. Li Ying's cosmic idol was hundreds of feet tall. It was completely platinum and had a dragon's head and a human's body. It held a huge trident. At this moment, this dragon-headed Dharma idol was like a huge sun that had just risen, blooming with blazing and terrifying platinum light. Under the Dharma idol's feet, there were countless wave-like anomalies. From afar, this Dharma idol seemed to be standing on top of a platinum sea, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Below the stage, Zhuowen silently looked at Li Ying's cosmic idol. The latter clearly had no intention of revealing his strength. At this moment, the aura he revealed was only at the middle stage of the cosmic idol. Mi Liang clasped his hands behind his back. His body was surrounded by a strange, dark green divine power. He stepped forward. With every step he took, his aura became more and more blazing. The dark green divine power around him suddenly soared and formed a cosmic idol that was even larger than Li Ying's in the void behind him. Mi Liang's cosmic idol looked like a ferocious ghost. Its appearance was similar to a human's. It had a huge head and 3 faces with different expressions. Its lower body was like a centipede with thousands of legs and a very long body. The 3 faces of this strange cosmic idol were constantly spitting out strange green mist that lingered around its body, making its figure appear faintly discernible. In the whole world, only the crisp sound of the cosmic idol's thousands of legs touching could be heard. Chapter 44:26. This Mi Liang is indeed at the late stage of the cosmic transformation stage. Zhuowen silently looked at the aura that Mi Liang was releasing and thought to himself. From the strength that Mi Liang displayed, it was clear that the former had been at the late stage of the cosmic transformation stage for a while and was much stronger than Li Ying, who had just broken through. However, Li Ying might still have a chance. Right now, Li Ying's biggest advantage was that he was still hiding some of his strength, and Mi Liang did not know that Li Ying had broken through. This gave Mi Liang a misconception that as long as Li Ying could grasp this advantage, he might be able to defeat Mi Liang. Of course, timing was very important. Once missed, Li Ying would have no chance of winning. Li Zi, do you think that cousin Li Ying can defeat Mi Liang? On the side, Li Shua felt Mi Liang's terrifying aura, and his face turned pale as he subconsciously asked Li Zi. Li Zi's expression did not look good as she said in a low but firm voice, "Li Shua, don't forget that this is not cousin Li Ying's full strength. Once he reveals his full strength, he will win." Zhuowen shook his head inwardly. This Li Zi had blind confidence in Li Ying. Although Li Ying's strength was not bad, Mi Liang was stronger. When fighting against such an opponent, one could not be careless. There is still a certain gap between Li Ying and Mi Liang. If Li Ying wants to win, it all depends on whether he can grasp the crucial timing. Timing is very important. Zhuowen reminded. Li Zi glared at Zhuowen and said impolitely, "What do you mean? I think you're just jealous of cousin Li Ying. You want cousin Li Ying to lose, right?" Li Zi, young master Zhuo, did not say anything bad about cousin Li Ying. Furthermore, his strength has already been proven on the Void Hell God list. How can you say that about him? Li Shuo retorted unhappily. He felt that Li Zi was being too unreasonable. Zhuowen was just expressing his opinion as a guest, but in Li Zi's mouth it became jealousy. Li Zi coldly snorted and said he is just jealous. He was unable to take up the position of team leader, and it was taken by cousin Li Ying. Isn't it normal for him to say bad things about cousin Li Ying? Moreover, his words were filled with jealousy. Even I could hear his dissatisfaction. Zhuowen frowned. He was just speaking the truth. This Li Zi was really unreasonable. Also, he was the one who took the initiative to give up the position of team leader. How could Li Zi say that he was not up to the task? If he hadn't taken the initiative to give it up, Schelling wouldn't have been able to become the captain. Zhuowen no longer spoke and cast his gaze on the stage. He knew that it was meaningless to argue with Li Zi. No matter what he said, she would only think that everything he said was wrong. Arguing with a prejudiced person, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Seeing that Zhuowen no longer spoke, Li Zi raised her chin slightly, and with the posture of a victor, her gaze also fell on the stage. At this moment, on the stage, Li Ying and Mi Liang were completely locked in battle. The two huge cosmic manifestations were directly engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Terrifying energy shockwaves swept out like a hurricane, blowing outside the stage and even outside the arena. However, an extremely powerful barrier was set up around the stage. The moment the shockwaves of the battle spread out, it was blocked by this invisible barrier. Hong hong hong! Li Ying's dragon-headed cosmic manifestation held a trident and suddenly raised it above its head. Endless platinum waves swept forward with overwhelming momentum, drowning Mi Liang's cosmic manifestation. However, Mi Liang's cosmic manifestation was not afraid at all. Its 1,000 legs quickly stepped out, and its speed was extremely fast, easily dodging the platinum waves. Its huge body circled behind the dragon-headed cosmic manifestation, and its slender body twisted, wrapping around the dragon-headed cosmic manifestation layer by layer. In an instant, the dragon-headed cosmic manifestation was at a disadvantage. At the same time, under the feet of the two huge cosmic manifestations on the stage, Li Ying and Mi Liang were engaged in a fierce battle. Li Ying held a platinum trident in his hand, and with a thrust of the trident, countless halberd shadows filled the sky. His figure flickered like a ghost, making it impossible for people to see his specific figure. Mi Liang, on the other hand, looked relaxed, holding the ghost-head divine saber in his hand. The muscles on his arms bulged, looking full of muscle beauty. As he slashed out with his saber, rays of saber light poured down like rain. Mi Liang's blade aura was extraordinary. Every time the blade aura came down, the blade aura would transform into a ghostly phantom. These ghostly phantoms seemed to have a mind of their own. They opened their ferocious mouths and tore apart the halberd phantoms, easily tearing them apart. "Open for me." Mi Liang suddenly raised the ghost-head divine saber with both hands and slashed down fiercely. Rolling divine power condensed in the divine saber. A huge saber light that seemed to penetrate the heavens and the earth appeared, and then revealed a huge ghost head that almost covered the entire arena. The ghost head opened its huge mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, and ruthlessly swallowed the countless halberd shadows that Li Ying had painstakingly stabbed out. Roar! The ghost head roared and fell straight down. A huge mouth that was half the size of the arena covered the top of Li Ying's head. The area was so large that Li Ying could not escape. Li Ying looked dignified. He bit his thumb, and then wiped the blood essence that splashed out on the trident. The platinum trident squirmed, and after swallowing Li Ying's blood essence, it was dyed with a strange light, red color. Li Ying rushed into the ghost head's mouth, and with a loud roar, he used the blood halberd shadow. The blood halberd shadow was like a strange red shadow flashing by. Then the originally huge and terrifying ghost head paused for a moment, and then collapsed inch by inch. Li Ying, you have lost. The moment Li Ying used his divine power to destroy the ghost head, Mi Liang fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. His target was Li Ying. Sky Breaker! Li Ying's right hand held the saber's hilt tightly, and the blade fell straight down. The dark green saber light suddenly burst out, and the sky was dyed a strange dark green. The divine saber in Li Ying's hand became longer and longer, and it went straight into the sky as if it was going to cut the entire sky. The saber fell, and the air was tumbling and the clouds were raging. It was as if time and space were going to flow backward, and it directly hit Li Ying's body. Li Ying's eyes were filled with fear, and he hurriedly blocked it, as if he did not expect Mi Liang to have such a move. Mi Liang saw Li Ying's expression clearly, and he grinned, his heart full of self-satisfaction. Boom! The sky breaker fell, and Li Ying's whole body was brought down to the arena by the saber light. Then, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the arena. The arena was originally made of special materials, and it could withstand an extremely large amount of power, but because of this it still cracked. This showed how terrifying Mi Liang's attack was. Chapter 44:27. Above the arena, endless dust spread and shrouded the surroundings. Mi Liang floated in midair and looked down at the surface of the arena that was beginning to crack. The smile on his face grew wider. During this battle, he did not take Li Ying too seriously because the gap between him and Li Ying was not small. After all, he was in the late cosmic Dharma stage, while Li Ying was only in the middle cosmic Dharma stage. There was a small gap between them. In the virtual Hell Divine list, Mi Liang was ranked 3rd, while Li Ying was only ranked 6th. The difference of 3 places was like heaven and earth. The gap between the two was not so easy to make up. Unless Li Ying broke through to the late cosmic Dharma stage, he would still not be Mi Liang's opponent. Mi Liang had been in the late cosmic Dharma stage for many years. How could he be a match for Li Ying, who had just broken through? Li Ying, this is a battle that you are destined to lose. There is a big gap between our cultivation and strength. You should surrender so that I won't be too harsh on you. Mi Liang waved his sleeve, and the dust on the arena was swept away. On the surface of the arena, Li Ying was lying pathetically in the pit, his face pale. Pucci! Li Ying spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up at Mi Liang and said in a low voice, "Don't even think about it. I can't give up on this battle." Mi Liang shook his head and mocked. "If that's the case, don't blame me for being too harsh on you." With that, Mi Liang's eyes became sharp and cold. He clenched his right hand, and the divine saber quickly fell with his body. His target was Li Ying, who was still lying in the pit. The two of them were getting closer and closer. When they were about 10 meters away, Li Ying, who should have been seriously injured, suddenly had a strange light in his eyes. With Shell Ying as the center, endless waves of platinum suddenly surged, and Shell Ying's aura rapidly became stronger at this moment. After a while, Li Ying's aura directly broke through the middle cosmic Dharma stage and reached the late cosmic Dharma stage. At this moment, it was as if Shell Ying had been reborn. The platinum wave around him was even stronger, and it immediately drowned Mi Liang. When he was only 5 meters away from Shell Ying, Mi Liang's figure stagnated for a moment. This was Winning Shell's chance. He immediately made his move. The trident in his hand pierced towards Winning Shell's forehead at an extremely tricky angle. Shell Ying's movements were not sloppy at all. They were precise and ruthless, as if he had rehearsed them many times. Mi Liang's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He did not expect Winning Shell to have been hiding his true power. Even when he had taken a hit, he had been pretending to be himself. That made him careless, and he did not expect Winning Shell's attack. As the trident drew closer and closer, Mi Liang felt a sense of impending doom. He no longer cared about anything else and directly ignited his blood essence. For a short period of time, he erupted with a tremendous amount of strength, breaking free from the confinement of the platinum waves and doing his best to shift his body. In the end, he managed to dodge Winning Shell's sure-kill attack. But Winning Shell was very cunning. He saw that his fatal attack had not hit, so he prepared a second attack. While Mi Liang was weak, he stabbed towards his heart. Uft! Mi Liang's left chest was pierced by the trident. The intense pain made him scream. Winning Shell's eyes were calm. At this moment, he gathered his god power into the trident, causing the power of the trident to reach a terrifying level. Boom! Boom! The left side of Mi Liang's chest exploded, and the terrifying godly power flowed through his meridians and began to explode, destroying all the flesh and blood in his body. Mi Liang used his last bit of strength to break free of the trident. He shouted, "I admit defeat!" Winning Shell had planned to continue attacking. He wanted to give Mi Liang another blow, but he had already admitted defeat. He could not continue fighting. "Cousin Mi Liang, are you okay?" Two members of the Void Chi aristocratic family immediately came over and helped Mi Liang back down the stage. Mi Liang's condition was very bad. All of his flesh and blood had been destroyed. Now, even moving was difficult for him. Although the divine power in his body was rapidly healing the injuries on his body. Due to the severity of his injuries, it would take a long time for him to fully recover. That bastard Winning Shell is really good at enduring. He actually hid his strength after taking a hit from me. This time it's my loss. Mi Liang's face was gloomy. He reluctantly turned his head and looked at Winning Shell, who was walking down the stage. He shouted angrily, "Cousin Mi Liang, Winning Shell has already exposed his strength. There is nothing to be afraid of. I think Virtual Corona will finish him off. As long as Winning Shell is crippled, the Void family will be at our mercy," Mei Dong hurriedly advised. Mi Liang's eyes flickered. He couldn't help but look at Virtual Corona not far away. Coincidentally, Virtual Corona was also looking at him. Then, Mi Liang angrily discovered that Virtual Corona actually revealed a mocking smile. Humph, this Virtual Corona is really good at enduring. Mi Liang mumbled with an ugly expression. On the western tower, the Void family's patriarch, Meow Meow, had a gloomy expression. He didn't expect Winning Shell to hide his strength so deeply. As a result, Mi Liang was careless and was defeated. On the eastern tower, Longley had a happy expression. He thought even more highly of Winning Shell in his heart. Winning Shell got 50 points in one go. Excluding the 20 points that Liu lost, their Void family still won 30 points. Winning Shell had just walked down the stage when he covered his mouth and coughed violently. Zhuowen, Li Shua, and the others could clearly see that Winning Shell's right hand was covered with blood. It seemed that Winning Shell didn't come easy this time. He had already suffered heavy injuries. "Cousin Liang, hurry up and take this healing pill. This battle is truly wonderful. With Cousin Liang here, our Void Tier family will have a great chance of winning this time." Li Zi quickly took out the healing pill that Longley had prepared for them and fed it to Winning Shell. Winning Shell took the pill without hesitation and swallowed it. He then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to heal his injuries. He was now the pillar of the team. If he left the stage early, the Void family would no longer have any hope in this large competition. Although Mi Liang had already left the stage early, the opponent still had an expert, like Virtual Corona. Thinking about how powerful Virtual Corona was, Winning Shell's heart became very heavy. He had to heal his injuries as soon as possible. Suddenly, a rather shocking noise came from the entire arena. On the high platforms around the arena, cheers that could topple mountains and overturn seas sounded out. Zhuowen raised his head to look towards the arena, and his gaze focused slightly as he noticed a young man with a pale countenance slowly descending onto the arena. The young man's face was slightly round and bloodless. He looked like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. There was no extra expression on his face. He was the #1 genius of the Void family, the second place of the Void Yama Divine List, Virtual Corona. Chapter 44-28. Virtual Corona had an important position among the younger generation of Void Yin Divine City. It was the dream of many young cultivators. From the reactions of many people around the gladiator arena, it was clear that Su Mianyang held a very high position in their hearts. Everyone cheered for him. Phew, that guy is finally going to fight. Mi Liang looked at Virtual Corona's back and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Although his ranking on the Void Yin Divine List was only one place lower than Mi Liang, Virtual Corona had completely crushed his limelight. Virtual Corona enjoyed the cheers of the crowd. His expressionless eyes slowly fell on the Void Yin family's team, and then on Li Ying, who was sitting cross-legged and healing his injuries. At that moment, Li Ying felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. His entire body turned cold and his limbs stiffened. Li Ying, I, Virtual Corona, challenge you with 100 points. Are you willing to accept the challenge? You can refuse, but I will issue a second challenge with 100 points. At that time, you won't have the right to refuse. Virtual Corona's tone was emotionless, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Everyone in the Void Yin family's team fell into silence. Li Zi and Li Shuo opened their mouths wide and looked at Virtual Corona in horror. They did not expect Virtual Corona to be so determined to challenge Li Ying. Moreover, he had to pay a high price of 100 points. This was too much for them. Li Ying opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with helplessness and anger. He knew very well that he could not avoid this battle. After a short moment of silence, Li Ying sighed and said, I accept. Cousin Li Ying, your injuries are not fully healed yet. Let's refuse. Li Zi hurriedly said. Li Ying shook his head and said, It's useless to refuse now. Everyone has the right to challenge 3 times. Virtual Corona has already decided to challenge me. Unless I withdraw from the competition, this battle is unavoidable. I will try my best to injure Virtual Corona. That way, he will be less of a threat to you. After this battle, I'll rely on you. After he finished speaking, Li Ying stood up and jumped onto the stage. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. He had a higher opinion of Li Ying. Although Li Ying had many shortcomings and was not very generous, he was still able to see the big picture at a critical moment. However, he was not optimistic about Li Ying. After all, Li Ying could barely fight with Mi Liang, and he had to rely on tricks to win. Li Ying... Li Ying's was... Li Ying, although your strength is not good, your courage is commendable. The corners of Su Mianyang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Li Ying's eyes were gloomy. Virtual Corona, don't be happy too early. You and I are both in the late stage of Cosmic Avatar. Even if you're stronger than me, it won't be easy for you to defeat me. You'll know whether it's easy or not after we try. You go first. I can let you make 3 moves first. Otherwise, if you're defeated by me in 1 move, it would be really boring. Virtual Corona put her hands behind her back and said jokingly. Li Ying was furious. This Virtual Corona was looking down on him. You said it. Don't blame me if you lose. Li Ying did not reject Virtual Corona's suggestion. Instead, he was happy. He knew that this was a chance to defeat Virtual Corona. Li Ying completely released his aura and released his cosmic avatar with a huge dragon head and a human body. Rolling platinum waves swept over. The dragon-headed cosmic avatar rode the wind and waves. As soon as it appeared, it launched the most violent attack on Virtual Corona. Virtual Corona stood in place. She did not move, but the aura around her became more and more terrifying. Suddenly, a strange pale divine power appeared and surrounded her body, turning into strange white arms. These arms were densely entwined together. They looked lifeless, as if they were the arms of a corpse. At the same time, the surroundings fell into a gloomy coldness. The coldness was bone-chilling, as if it could freeze one's soul. Boom! 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 The dragon-headed cosmic avatar held a trident and suddenly swung it downward. The mountain-like trident fell and landed on Virtual Corona's head. However, the strange thing was that the moment the trident fell, the countless hands that lingered around Su Mianzhong's body blocked it. These strange arms were constantly cut and shattered by the trident. Strange blood splashed out from the broken arms. What was even stranger was that the severed arm actually began to grow a new pale arm, which continued to resist the trident in a tyrannical manner. Therefore, Li Ying found that the more the dragon-headed cosmic avatar attacked Virtual Corona, the more the strange pale arms in front of it, completely blocking the trident. Li Ying, is this all you've got? Virtual Corona stood behind the countless pale arms and asked expressionlessly. Li Ying was furious. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat blood on the trident, using the blood shadow halberd. Countless halberd shadows swept out, and within those halberd shadows a strange red light flashed, piercing through the countless pale arms at an extremely fast speed, rushing behind the pale arms and heading straight for the center of the void crown. Rip! After the crimson halberd shadow pierced through the pale arms, it directly pierced through Virtual Corona and nailed it to the ground like a nail. Li Ying's mouth revealed a joyful smile. Li Zi and Li Shua, who were below the stage, were so excited that they almost screamed. However, it was too early for them to be happy. The skin of Virtual Corona, who was nailed to the ground by the crimson halberd shadow, suddenly melted, revealing strange pale arms. At the same time, on the other side of the pale arms, Virtual Corona's figure slowly appeared. He was still expressionless and just looked at Li Ying indifferently. 3 moves have passed. Li Ying, you have no more chances to attack. Virtual Corona's expression was cold. His right hand suddenly pinched the void, and countless pale divine power condensed in the void. Then Li Ying was horrified to find that in the depths of the void, a pale bone hammer that was even larger than his avatar appeared. The surface of the bone hammer was covered with sharp bone spikes. The entire surface of the bone hammer exuded a terrifying sense of coldness. The huge bone hammer fell from the sky and landed directly on the head of the dragon-headed avatar. The dragon-headed avatar raised the trident with both hands, trying to block the bone hammer that was even larger than him. However, it was a complete failure. The bone hammer fell with unparalleled momentum and completely crushed the dragon-headed avatar into pieces. The bone hammer stood upside down in the center of the stage. The destruction of the dragon-headed avatar caused Li Ying to suffer heavy injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and he involuntarily knelt on the ground on one knee, panting heavily. Chapter 44:29. The moment Schelling knelt on the ground, Virtual Corona's eyes were filled with murderous intent. With a stomp of his right foot, countless pale arms pierced through the void like a river of arms, wrapping around Schelling. Li Ying's expression changed drastically. Looking at the densely packed pale white arms around him, he knew that the gap between him and Su Mianyang was too great. Even if he used all his strength in this battle, he would not be able to cause any harm to Su Mianyang. I admit, Schelling wanted to surrender, but as soon as he said those 2 words, a figure rushed out from the countless arms behind him and attacked the back of Schelling's head at an extremely fast speed. Schelling did not have time to admit defeat. He hurriedly turned around and placed the trident in front of him to block the attack behind him. Bang! A huge force erupted, and Schelling spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was suspended in the air, and he flew backward awkwardly. The figure immediately merged into the surrounding arms after its attack failed. When it reappeared, it had already drilled out from the arms behind Schelling, who was closest to him, and launched another fatal attack on Schelling. Schelling was exhausted as he defended himself. His breath was getting weaker and weaker, and he kept coughing out blood as if he was going to die at any time. Ling was sent flying again. His breathing became more rapid, and his whole body was sore. It was as if he could not even move. Ying's eyes were filled with fear. He raised his head with difficulty and saw a figure floating in the air above the countless arms. The figure had his hands behind his back and was looking down at him coldly. He was Virtual Corona. Virtual Corona's eyes were emotionless. He looked down at Ling and said lightly, "Ling, this is my last attack. Whether you can survive or not depends on your own ability." After that, Virtual Corona pressed down with his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers. The surrounding arms began to expand rapidly like a hurricane. Countless veins began to appear on the surface of the arms like cracks. It looked ferocious and terrifying. In these pale arms, there was an extremely terrifying energy brewing. Ying's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He panted heavily and shouted, "I admit defeat! I admit defeat!" However, as soon as Li Ying admitted defeat, the countless arms around him exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The blood-colored meridians were like the sharpest weapons in the world. They densely covered the surroundings and connected Li Ying's entire body. Evil God's blood explosion. The Virtual Corona spoke softly and looked down coldly at Ling, who was entangled in countless flesh and veins, as if he was drowning. The white and flawless arena was completely dyed red by the strange blood. At a glance, it looked more like the scene of a large-scale slaughterhouse. The thick smell of blood could be clearly smelled in the entire arena. Virtual Corona slowly landed on the ring, looking straight ahead calmly. On the other side of the ring, among the countless flesh and blood, a blood-colored figure stood upright. He held a trident in both hands and planted it on the ground. Li Ying stared at Virtual Corona and said, "I admitted defeat. Why? Why didn't you stop?" Virtual Corona said expressionlessly, "Evil God's blood explosion is a god art that cannot be interrupted once used. You can only blame yourself for not admitting defeat earlier." Bang! Li Ying spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. The entire arena resounded with the sound of his body hitting the ground. Virtual Corona wins 100 points. Gold Lord said calmly as he glanced at Su Mianyang, who was on the stage from his lofty position. "Cousin Li Ying." Below the stage, Li Zi and Li Shua turned pale with fright. They hurriedly rushed up the stage and carried Li Ying down. At this moment, Li Ying's consciousness was very blurred. He kept coughing up blood and his breath was extremely weak. The moment Li Ying was carried down, Li Yinglong, who was on the east tower, could no longer sit still. He jumped down and came to Li Ying's side. He picked up Li Ying's right hand and checked Li Ying's injuries. His expression became very ugly. Li Ying's flesh and blood were all shattered. His internal organs were also badly damaged. His soul, in particular, was heavily injured. His entire consciousness was muddled. In Li Ying's state, the Void family would have to pay a huge price and take a long time to completely recover. Li Ying was not far from death. If Virtual Corona had been more ruthless, Li Ying might have died on the spot. "Virtual Corona, you're too ruthless." Li Yinglong's expression was gloomy. He looked at the expressionless Virtual Corona and scolded. "In the arena, fists and feet have no eyes. Isn't it normal to accidentally injure someone? If Li Ying was strong enough and killed me in the arena, I wouldn't say anything. His mistake was that he was too weak." Virtual Corona said calmly. Once those words were spoken, everyone from the Shueshing family became furious. Virtual Corona was really despicable. Not only did she almost kill Li Ying, but she also spoke with such conviction. "Li Yinglong, you're the head of the family. You should be more magnanimous. How can you be so calculative? The winner takes all. This has been a common principle since ancient times. Don't you understand this principle?" Mi Hao Miao spoke. His tone was full of mockery. Su Jiang didn't say anything, but the mocking smile on his lips hurt the hearts of all the members of the Shueishan clan. As the person involved in this incident, Su Jiang did not even bother to apologize. He was looking down on the Void family. Your Void family can choose to take revenge. I'll stand here and wait. Virtual Corona put her hands behind her back. Her emotionless eyes fell on the Void family's team members below the arena. Her voice was flat and contemptuous. You're going too far. Li Shuo and Li Zi were so angry that their teeth itched and their fists were clenched tightly. Li Ying was the strongest person in the Void family's team. Now, even he almost died in the hands of Virtual Corona, let alone them. They would only become cannon fodder if they went up. Why don't I go up and try this Virtual Corona? When everyone was silent, Zhuowen suddenly spoke. He looked at Li Yinglong, Li Zi, and the others seriously. Prince Shuo, don't be rash. Virtual Corona is trying to provoke you. Now that cousin Li Ying has lost to her. It's not wise to challenge Virtual Corona. Li Shuo quickly advised. Li Zi sneered. Why would you go up when even cousin Li Ying is no match for her? Don't you think our Void family is humiliated enough? Don't you use your brain to think before you speak? Zhuowen coldly glanced at Li Zi. The latter had mocked and ridiculed him from the very beginning, so he did not care about it. However, now that the Void family's team was in trouble, this woman did not think of a solution. Instead, she was mocking her teammates. She was truly unreasonable. Chapter 4430. Zhuowen, Li Shuo is right. We can't be impulsive now. Currently, our Void family's team is still ranked second. As long as we are careful, we still have hope of securing second place. Li Ying's injuries are too severe. He can only withdraw from the competition. Now we can only rely on you. The position of team leader will be handed over to you. Even if we lose, it's not your responsibility. It can only be said that this is the fate of our Void family. Li Yinglong patted Zhuowen on the shoulder, then brought the severely wounded Li Ying back to the East Tower, disheartened. Humph. I only recognize cousin Li Ying as the team leader. You are an outsider. What qualifications do you have to be the team leader? Right now, cousin Li Ying is heavily injured and unconscious. I should be the team leader from now on. Give me the position of team leader. After Li Yinglong left, Li Zi spread her hands towards Zhuowen and unceremoniously asked for the position of team leader from Zhuowen. In her opinion, if Zhuowen could casually give the position of team leader to Li Ying, then he could also give it to her. She did not like being commanded by an outsider. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. However, it was not Zhuowen's voice that responded to Li Zi. Instead, it was a big slap. Li Zi's right cheek quickly swelled up. She covered her cheek and fiercely glared at Zhuowen. She said in disbelief, You dare to hit me? You are an outsider. What qualifications do you have to hit me? Slap. Zhuowen gave her another slap and said indifferently, Li Zi, don't treat my modesty as cowardice. You have been targeting me since the beginning. I just didn't want to bicker with you. However, you have taken my good temper for granted time and time again. Then I'm sorry. I won't give you any more face. Li Zi's cheeks were swollen and her eyes were bright red. She lowered her head and no longer spoke. However, her eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. This little bastard. How dare he hit me in front of everyone? Look, the Void family seems to be having internal strife. In the Void family's team, Mei Dong looked at the Void family's team and gloated. Mi Liang's gaze was gloomy and cold as he said to Mei Dong, you go! Cripple the rest of the Void family. Li Ying dared to trick me, so I'll make his entire team pay a huge price. Mei Dong chuckled and said, Senior brother Mi Liang, I would do that even if you don't tell me to. After he finished speaking, Mei Dong leapt onto the stage. His gaze landed on the Su Ming family's group, before finally locking onto Zhuowen. You're called Zhuowen Yanxua, right? I heard that you're the external aide that the Void family has invited. Now, I'd like to see just how strong you are as an external aid. 50. Mei Dong said with a cruel smile. He could tell at a glance that Zhuo Wen's cultivation wasn't strong. He was only at the late stage of the universe tribulation. In his opinion, this cultivation wasn't much of a threat to him. Zhuo Wen coldly looked at Mei Dong. Just as he was about to respond, Li Zi, who was beside him, suddenly jumped onto the stage. Li Zi spoke first. Zhuo Wen didn't expect Li Zi to suddenly appear, and he was stunned for a moment. On the other side of the stage, Mei Dong was stunned. He had challenged Zhuan Yanxue, but Li Zi had suddenly jumped out and challenged him with a score of 200 points. 200 points? Li Zi, you've gone mad. Li Shua's pupils narrowed into needles as he roared furiously. Li Zi didn't even spare a glance at Li Shua. She looked directly at Mei Dong and said, "Do you accept?" Mei Dong revealed a hesitant expression. 200 points was an enormous amount to him. Their Void family only had 210 points left. If they lost this battle, then they would only have 10 points left. Mei Dong, accept. Mi Liang spoke suddenly. Li Zi was quite famous in the Void family, but her ranking on the Void Yama Divine chart was much lower than Mei Dong. Mi Liang didn't think that Mei Dong would lose to Li Zi. Mei Dong seemed to have found his backbone after Mi Liang's reminder, and he agreed. Lord, Gold Glorious Lord, we forfeit this battle. Zhuo Wen suddenly looked at Gold Glorious Lord on the northern tower and said with a gloomy expression. Gold Glorious Lord shook his head and said, "Once both sides have agreed on a challenge, it can't be changed. This is the rule of the competition." Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's heart sank. He looked coldly at Li Zi on the stage, but he was truly furious in his heart. Li Zi was actually so shameless and willful. Just because he became the captain, she used this method to oppose him? After Gold Glorious Lord said, "Begin," Li Zi and Mei Dong began an intense battle. Li Zi's cultivation was only at the late stage of the Cosmos Tribulation, while Mei Dong was at the peak of the Cosmos Tribulation. As soon as the battle began, Li Zi was at a disadvantage. After an hour of battle, Li Zi was suppressed by Mei Dong and fell to the ground with heavy injuries. She admitted defeat in time. Mei Dong didn't attack ruthlessly. Instead, he gracefully allowed Li Zi to walk down the stage. This battle allowed him to earn 200 points, which made Mei Dong very excited. This time, he had made a great contribution to the Void family. After Li Zi walked down the stage, she didn't even look at Zhuo Wen. She sat cross-legged on the side and healed herself. Li Zi, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to make us lose all our points by doing this? Li Shua walked forward and questioned loudly. Li Zi sneered, "Lose all of our points? Isn't this something that will happen sooner or later? Now that cousin Li Ying is gone, and the captain has been handed over to an outsider, our Void family has no hope of winning this competition. In any case, our Void family will be at the bottom this time. So why don't we end it earlier? We don't want to be humiliated here and mocked by others." Li Shua was furious. He walked forward and planned to teach Li Zi a lesson, but he was stopped by Zhuo Wen. "Young Master Zhuo, why are you stopping me?" Li Shua frowned. "There's no need to lower yourself to her level. Our team still has 170 points. We still have a chance." Zhuo Wen said. Hearing these words, Li Shua inexplicably quieted down. He couldn't help but think of Zhuo Wen's extraordinary performance in the competition. Maybe Zhuo Wen really could create a miracle again. "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Do you think you can do something that even cousin Li Ying couldn't do? Dream on." Li Zi once again mocked without restraint. "Do you think that I didn't hit you hard enough? If you don't think it was hard enough, I can do it again. Otherwise, shut up." Zhuo Wen coldly glanced at Li Zi. The killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it seemed to have substance. Li Zi's expression changed slightly. Although her cultivation was about the same as Zhuo Wen's, the latter was much stronger than her. If Zhuowen were to take action, she might not be his match. Li Zi snorted coldly and no longer spoke. Haha, Brother Meidong didn't succeed in his challenge just now, so it's my turn. I'm also very interested in the external aid that the Void family has invited. In the Void family's team, not long after Li Zi left the stage, Su Yang leaped up. His gaze was once again locked onto Zhuowen, and his tone was full of provocation. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Zhuowen in the Void family's team. Everyone had been paying attention to this external aid from the very beginning. Moreover, someone had challenged him from the very beginning, but Li Ying refused. The second time it was ruined by Li Zi. This time he was being challenged for the third time. Everyone wanted to see if this so-called external aid would accept the challenge and how strong he was. Chapter 44:31. Under the gazes of countless pairs of eyes, Zhuowen raised his eyelids slightly and indifferently swept his gaze over the arena. Su Yang had his hands crossed over his chest and revealed a mocking smile on his face. He grinned and said, "I accept your challenge. The score is 170. When these words came out, the entire arena fell silent. In the literary battle, the Su Ming family had shocked the world and obtained the most points. However, in the martial battle, they had gradually fallen behind due to their failures. In the end, they only had 170 points left. Now, Zhuowen had opened his mouth and used the remaining 170 points as a wager. This was definitely a huge gamble. Li Shua's pupils shrank. He looked at the young man standing with his hands behind his back, and his heart inexplicably calmed down. He did not know why, but he had a natural trust in Zhuowen. Moreover, the latter's ranking on the Su Yama Divine list made him know that Zhuowen's strength was definitely above Su Yang's. Li Zi's eyes were filled with resentment. She mocked and ridiculed. "Have you given up on yourself? You want to lose all your points, right? You are a disgrace to our Su Ming family to have a person like you as the captain." Zhuowen slowly raised his right hand and stared at Li Zi with a sharp gaze. Li Zi's expression changed slightly. She could feel the coldness and killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes, especially when she saw Zhuowen's raised hand. She could feel the faint pain from the slap on her cheek. She could not help but shut her mouth. On the stage, Su Yang frowned and revealed a hesitant expression. He originally wanted to only bet 50 points. Although Zhuowen's aura was weaker than his, since he was invited by the Su Ming family as external aid, he should have some ability. He did not dare to be careless. "Su Yang, test him." Virtual Corona suddenly said calmly. Virtual Corona spoke. Su Yang seemed to have found his backbone. He nodded heavily and said, "All right, 170 points it is. You, come up and accept your death." Zhuowen's right foot stomped on the ground, and he jumped onto the stage like an arrow. His cold gaze stared indifferently at Su Yang. "Let the battle begin." "Gold Glorious," Lord said as he looked at the arena with bright eyes. Jinyao Lord had been paying close attention to Zhuowen's performance since the end of the Wind battle. He wanted to see how Zhuowen would fare in the Wushu battle. However, Zhuowen's challenges had been rejected from the start, so he had not had the chance to see Zhuowen's strength until now. Now he finally had his chance. Boom! As soon as the Gold Lord finished speaking, Su Yang immediately took out the Qian Kun world. The aura of the peak of the Qian Kun tribulation was pushed to the extreme. It charged forward like a giant beast. Numerous terrifying calamities surrounded Su Yang's body like loyal guards. Lightning, flames, storms, and so on caused him to seem like a god or devil that was unstoppable. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Demonic chi began to appear around him, covering his body like demonic armor. At the same time, he also brought out his universal world. However, his universal world was covered by dense demonic chi, so it was impossible to see the exact appearance of his universal world. He could only barely hear the rumbling of the calamities inside. "It's a devil cultivator." In the Shulong family's group, Su Zhou looked at Zhuowen, who was surrounded by surging demonic qi, with astonishment in his eyes. The Void aristocratic family is really so hungry that they can't be choosy. The external aid they invited is actually a devil cultivator. In the Void lacquer family's team me, ping-pong punishment, blasphemy, musculus decursus on the high platform of the arena. Many of the spectators were also surprised, but it did not cause too much of a commotion. However, at the front of the west side of the high platform, a young man suddenly stood up and stared at Zhuowen, who was shrouded in demonic qi. Go-E, what happened? Next to the young man, the Saint Song Hall master was surprised to see the young man lose his composure. In his impression, the young man had never lost his composure like this. The young man's name was Go-E, and he was ranked 10th on the Void Yama Divine list. However, he had now fallen to 11th. Father, do you know Zhua? Go-E asked with a gloomy face. The Saint Song Hall master's eyes were dark and unreadable. He looked deeply at Zhuowen in the distance and said, "You mean this person is the Zhua who defeated you?" Go-E sat down again, took a deep breath, and said, "Yes, it's him. I once went to the secret chamber of the Void Yama Divine list to challenge him, and I was utterly defeated, and he is a devil cultivator, so I will never forget his aura." Go-E stared at Zhuowen, who was in the arena, with some doubts in his heart. He did not understand why Zhuowen would use demonic qi to conceal his universal world. If he remembered correctly, this person's universal world was extremely extraordinary and had a total of 9 levels. You once said that this person's strength was far above yours, comparable to the top 3 on the Void Yama Divine list. Now that I see it, I feel a little disappointed. The Saint Song Hall master shook his head. He is deliberately hiding his strength. Father, when have my eyes been bad? Go-E said in a deep voice. The Saint Song Hall master was silent, but his eyes were looking at the figure in the arena with interest. Boom! In the arena, the 2 figures collided fiercely, and the calamities of both sides bloomed one after another, like gorgeous fireworks, constantly erupting in the arena with terrifying auras. Your strength is not bad. You can actually fight me to this extent at the late stage of the cosmic tribulation. Su Yang snorted coldly and fought with all his strength. He used one divine ability after another, and the momentum was vast and mighty, emitting a divine brilliance that was difficult to look at. Zhuowen grunted, as if he was no match for Su Yang. He was forced back by Su Yang's divine ability, and instantly fell into a disadvantage. Su Yan's eyes burst out with a bright light. He laughed and rushed into the demonic qi, pointing at Zhuowen in the center, wanting to completely defeat him. He knew that 170 points were about to fall into his pocket. Suddenly, a sword intent that was pitch black like ink silently flashed over and pierced into the depths of Su Yang's forehead. Su Yang, who was originally charging at Zhuowen, trembled and froze in midair. He held his temples with both hands and let out a shrill cry. Zhuowen took advantage of this opportunity to kick down with his right foot, landing on Su Yang's chest. Surging demonic energy erupted, causing Su Yang's chest to cave in and his entire body to fall to the ground. Boom! Su Yang smashed a huge hole in the arena. His body twitched incessantly and he spat out blood. His mind was in a mess. Zhuowen landed on the opposite side of the arena and suddenly clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and bloodless. This gave everyone the misconception that Zhuowen had won by a narrow margin, and that he had suffered extremely heavy injuries. Zhuo Nianxue of the Su Ming family wins this battle, 170 points. Gold Lord looked at Zhuowen's figure, and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With Li Shua's support, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the side, healing his injuries with his eyes slightly closed. Li Zi's face was stiff, but she stubbornly muttered, "You won by luck and you're injured. If someone else challenges you later, you'll definitely lose. Elder brother, Su Yang's soul has suffered heavy injuries. Zhuo Nianxue's strength is average, but her soul attacks are strange and unpredictable. We have to be careful, Su Zhou said in a low voice after Su Yang was carried down from the Shulong family. Virtual Corona narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Zhuowen. No one knew what he was thinking. Next, the Shulong and Shuli families each sent a member to challenge Zhuowen. Zhuowen had won both battles by a narrow margin. Moreover, after each victory, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and bloodless, as if his injuries had become even more serious, and he would collapse at any moment. Chapter 4432. The Void family and the Shulong family were no fools. They quickly understood that Zhuowen had been hiding his strength, deliberately winning by a narrow margin to lure them in. The two battles added another 100 points to the Void family's team. Now the Void family had the highest score again, with 440 points. The Shulong family was the most miserable, falling from first place to last place. This Zhuo Nianxue is not simple. Don't challenge her yet. Cripple Li Zi and Li Shua first. Su Mianyang ordered calmly. Next, the Void family and Shulong family members no longer challenged Zhuowen. Instead, they turned their attention to Li Zi and Li Shua. Li Zi and Li Shua were defeated, especially Li Zi. She was already injured, and her opponent was ruthless. She was heavily injured and eliminated, and was replaced by Li Yinglong. Although Li Shua's injuries were lighter, his strength was greatly reduced. If he continued to be challenged, there was a high chance that he would continue to lose. Thus, Li Shua consciously withdrew from the competition. He knew that in the individual competition, he would only be a burden to Zhuowen. If he did not withdraw, it would be easy for him to lose all the points that Zhuowen had earned. Very quickly, only Zhuowen was left from the Void family, and he stood alone at the edge of the arena. Most of the Void family and Shulong family members were still there. Sir Gold Glorious Lord, let's start the team competition. According to the rules, each team will contribute 100 points, and the final result will be based on the total score. Mi Liang raised his head to look at Gold Glorious Lord on the northern platform and asked for instructions. Although Mi Liang had been heavily injured by Li Ying, he had used the time in the individual competition to madly use healing pills and medicines, and had recovered about 70 to 80% of his injuries. The arena was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on the edge of the stage, where Zhuowen stood alone. Of the three teams, only the Void family's team had lost 4 people, leaving only Zhuowen. The Shulong family's team still had 4 people, and the Void family's team had 5, including Mi Liang, who planned to fight. At this time, Mi Liang's request for a team competition was obviously malicious. Virtual Corona looked calm. Although their team score was lagging behind, if they defeated the other 2 teams in the team competition and obtained 200 points, their team would still be in first place. Jin Yao Jun glanced at Mi Liang, then turned to the 3 clan leaders. What do you think? I agree. The result of the individual competition is already very obvious. We have to give family head Li some face. Otherwise, if their team is eliminated and they don't even have the qualifications to enter the team competition, that would be a little embarrassing. Mei Haomiao said calmly. Su Jiang also nodded seriously and said, Clan head Mei is right. As one of the 3 great clans, we have to give each other face. We can't possibly not give each other any face at all. Li Yinglong's face sank. He was furious in his heart. These 2 sanctimonious fellows were clearly trying to crush Zhuowen with numbers because the Su Ming family had fewer people. Li Yinglong already knew that the Shulong family and the Void family were in cahoots. As long as the Su Ming family was eliminated, these 2 families would be able to split the rich fruits of this competition, and his Su Ming family would have to pay a huge price. Clan Headley, don't you think so? Mei Haomiao looked at Li Yinglong and asked hypocritically. Li Yinglong coldly snorted but did not reply. His gaze fell on the arena, and the lone figure, as he secretly sighed in his heart. Zhuo, you have done your best. I will remember everything you have done for the Su Ming family. Our Su Ming family will forfeit the team competition. Li Yinglong sighed softly. He knew very well that against Virtual Corona, Mi Liang, and the other 7 geniuses, Zhuo alone would not be able to hold the fort. It was very likely that he would lose his life. Li Yinglong had the thought of forfeiting the competition and taking the initiative to admit defeat. Why should we forfeit? They are just a motley crew. I alone am enough. On the arena, Zhuo suddenly spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it was resolute and powerful, and it was powerful and resonant. Li Yinglong was stunned, and so was the entire arena. They never imagined that Zhuo would actually be able to say such arrogant words. Ridiculous. When the team competition begins later, I hope you can still be as determined as you are now, Mi Liang said with a gloomy expression. Virtual Corona's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the others had ugly expressions. Is this Zhuo crazy? She actually dares to challenge the other team by herself? Li Zi shook her head. She was thoroughly disappointed in Zhuo. This external aid was indeed unreliable. Li Shua's eyes were filled with worry. He admitted that Zhuo was very strong, but he was not strong enough to fight against 2 teams. Clan Headley accept the challenge. Zhuo turned his head and looked calmly at Li Yinglong. Li Yinglong gave Zhuo a deep look, then nodded and agreed to participate in the team competition. Since the 3 clan heads have agreed, then let the team competition begin. Jin Yao Jun's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. He looked deeply at Zhuo and announced the start of the competition. Virtual Corona stepped forward and landed on the arena. She stared coldly at Zhuo as if she was looking at a dead man. Su Zhou and the other 3 prodigies of the Xulong family followed closely behind. On the other side, Mi Liang led the Xulong family team into the arena. Kid, this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. Let's see if I don't cripple you today. Mei Dong had a fiery temper. He jumped onto the arena and rushed toward Zhuo. Mei Dong's body was extremely sturdy. He was over 2 meters tall, and his muscles were bulging like a mountain. Every step he took caused the earth to shake. Mei Dong leaped into the air. His peak Qiankuan tribulation aura erupted, and a huge Qiankuan world appeared in the air. Divine steel descending from the heavens, Mei Dong roared. His gigantic palm slammed downwards, causing numerous gigantic divine monuments to fall from the sky. Every divine steel was as vast and enormous as a mountain. They fell down in a dense manner, enveloping Zhuo's tiny figure within. Let's attack together. Apart from Virtual Corona and Mi Liang, the other 6 prodigies of the Xulong and Xulong families all took action. They each summoned their Qiankuan worlds and used their strongest abilities. Behind the boundless godly steel, terrifying godly lightning, godly fire, godly beast shadows, and other divine ability anomalies rained down continuously like rain. Boom! The energy of the 7 abilities was too terrifying. The white jade arena in the center of the arena finally couldn't withstand it and completely collapsed, shattering into ruins. The energy of the 7 abilities continued to expand and spread, wanting to completely drown Zhuo. However, the 7 abilities didn't expand for long. They suddenly shrank rapidly, as if they were being sucked in by some kind of energy. They were completely absorbed. When the 7 abilities mysteriously disappeared, everyone saw a figure standing on the ruins of the arena. The demonic chi around this figure was extremely viscous. It was like a black liquid that constantly stuck to the surroundings. It was filled with a strange aura. In the depths of the viscous demonic chi, a pair of extremely red eyes appeared. Even the viscous demonic chi couldn't hide the red light in these eyes. In the depths of the red eyes, a whirlpool-like black hole appeared. The energy of the 7 abilities was ruthlessly absorbed. Demonic eyes, a demonic ability cultivated from the second level of the limitless demonic scripture. This was the first time Zhou used it. Too weak. Is this the power of your all-out attack? An indifferent voice sounded faintly. The pair of demonic eyes suddenly shot out a blazing red light. Then, in the depths of the eyes, an incomparably huge demonic god statue appeared. This demonic god statue was 100 feet tall. It had 8 heads and 8 arms. Its aura was terrifying. It was no weaker than an early-stage Dharma power. Roar! As soon as the demonic god statue appeared, it strode forward. Its 8 arms swung out from all directions, attacking the 7 cultivators. One of the cultivators was too slow. He was hit by one of the arms and broke at the waist. Blood splattered in midair. Accompanied by a scream, he fell straight to the ground. His aura rapidly weakened. Phone Yin Reading Network. Chapter 44:33. Boom! 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 The 8-headed and 8-armed demon god statue was unstoppable. Its arms were like mountains as they blasted out from all directions, creating terrifying hurricanes. Another 3 cultivators failed to retreat in time and were hit by the huge arms. They flew out and landed heavily on the ground. When everyone's eyes fell on the 3 cultivators who landed on the ground, they all gasped. The 3 cultivators' bones were shattered and they were covered in blood. They twitched and struggled on the ground, completely losing their ability to fight. In an instant, only 3 of the 7 cultivators who had attacked Zhou were left. Mei Dong was one of them. He reacted the fastest and retreated early to avoid the terrifying attacks of the demon god statue. Is this the cosmic Dharma idol? This kid is not in the great tribulation of universe, but the cosmic Dharma idol? Mei Dong's face was ugly as he stared at the huge demon god statue in front of him with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. But soon he realized that the demon god statue was very different from the cosmic Dharma idol. This is not the cosmic Dharma idol, but a demon god that this kid summoned with some kind of divine ability. Its strength is probably around the early stage of the cosmic Dharma idol. All of you back off. This demon god statue is not something that the 3 of you can deal with. Suddenly, Mi Liang, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, rushed over and gave Mei Dong a look. Mei Dong's expression turned cold as he nodded. A cosmic Dharma idol was indeed not something that he could deal with now. In the arena, only Mi Liang and Virtual Corona could deal with it. Mei Dong quietly retreated and looked at the huge demon god statue opposite the arena with fear. He also looked at Zhou, who was standing on the shoulder of the demon god statue, covered in demon qi and with scarlet eyes. Su Zhou, the 2 of you back off too. Mi Liang and I can deal with the demon god statue. Su Mianyang, who had been silent, also slowly walked forward. He looked directly at the huge demon god statue and said in an indifferent voice, Su Zhou and the other cultivator naturally didn't dare to go against Virtual Corona's words. They retreated a distance and stared at the 3 people in the middle of the battlefield. This should be the kid's final trump card. Summoning a cosmic early Dharma form god fiend statue at the late stage of the cosmic tribulation is indeed impressive. But that's all. Be it Mi Liang or Virtual Corona, they can easily destroy this demon deity statue. Su Zhou's eyes flickered as he analyzed the scene before him. Sigh. Looks like it's over. Li Yinglong silently looked at the 3 people in the arena and sighed in his heart. Zhou performance was indeed beyond his expectations, but it was still not enough to fight against peerless geniuses like Mi Liang and Virtual Corona. This guy is still trying to show off? If this continues, he will definitely die in the hands of Virtual Corona and Mi Liang. Beside Li Yinglong, Li Zi sneered as she thought to herself. Li Shua's eyes were filled with worry, and his lips were tightly pursed. If that's all you've got, do you still need to fight? Mi Liang looked straight at Zhou and said calmly, Break one of your arms and kneel down to surrender. I won't cripple you, Virtual Corona said coldly. Zhuowen's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. You're all too full of yourselves. Don't you know that there's always someone better than you out there? Mi Liang said disdainfully. Looks like you still want to fight. Then I'll fulfill your wish. If we accidentally cripple you, don't blame us for being too ruthless. Boom! Mi Liang took a step forward, and the dark green divine power surrounding him suddenly expanded. The aura of the late stage of the cosmic Dharma form was fully displayed. In the void behind him, a strange giant Dharma form appeared. It had the head of a human and the lower body of a thick and ferocious centipede. Its 1,000 legs stepped on the air, and the sound of metal colliding resounded through the clouds. Virtual Corona put her hands behind her back, and her entire body emitted a blazing golden light. She was like a blazing sun, and her aura was so strong that it directly overshadowed Mi Liang's. In the void behind Virtual Corona, a golden-winged giant with a divine spear in his hand stepped out. The golden wings on the giant's back flapped gently, and dazzling golden feathers drifted down, embellishing the entire arena with golden light, making it hard to look at directly. As soon as Virtual Corona's cosmic Dharma form appeared, the centipede Dharma form behind Mi Liang let out a frightened cry and subconsciously distanced itself from the golden-winged giant. Mi Liang's face darkened. Virtual Corona's strength had increased again. Even his Dharma form was afraid of Virtual Corona's golden-winged giant. This made Mi Liang feel embarrassed. Humph! Go to hell! Mi Liang was the first to attack. He held the ghost head divine blade in his hand and strode toward Zhuowen. Behind Mi Liang, the giant cosmic Dharma form followed closely. The giant centipede's body was intertwined, and it directly entangled the demon deity statue in the middle. On the other hand, Mi Liang charged toward Zhuowen. Even before he arrived, his saber chi had already swept over. The strange blade chi manifested into giant skulls and attacked Zhuowen. Boom! The demon deity statue kept resisting, but it couldn't break free from Mi Liang's cosmic Dharma form. Instead, it was tightened and the giant cosmic Dharma form collapsed and turned into countless black fragments. Zhuowen kicked with his right foot and dodged the strange blade chi around him, retreating to the edge of the arena. Senior Mi Liang is indeed worthy. Zhuo Yinxue is no match for him. Mei Dong's lips curled into a smile. Let's see where you're going to run to. Mi Liang grinned hideously. He suddenly used his legs to drop and quickly fell toward Zhuowen. The giant cosmic Dharma form swooped down and countless ink-black fog spewed out, completely enveloping the entire arena. Mi Liang is going to kill him. Zhuo Yinxue is going to be seriously injured, even if she doesn't die. In the arena, everyone's eyes were fixed on this scene, and all of them were shocked. At the edge of the arena, Zhuowen raised his head slightly. His scarlet eyes became more demonic, and his body spewed out more thick devil chi. Boom! 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 In his scarlet eyes, the demon deity statues with stronger auras appeared. 9 demon deity statues stood around Zhuowen, and each of them had a vast and unparalleled aura. None of them were weaker than the advanced cosmic Dharma form. At this moment, Mi Liang's cosmic Dharma form swooped down. The moment it saw the 9 demon deity statues, its eyes were filled with human-like fear. Bang! 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 The 9 demon deity statues were cold and ruthless. Their fists, which were as large as mountains, came crashing down and hit Mi Liang's cosmic Dharma form. Roar! Mi Liang's cosmic Dharma form let out a shrill roar. Terrifying wounds burst open on its body, and dark green blood spilled between heaven and earth. It was miserable and sorrowful. The 9 demon deity statues were like perpetual motion machines. Their fists continued to hit, and each punch was more terrifying than the last. It was as if the sky was about to be torn apart. Mi Liang's cosmic Dharma form was unable to resist and was finally torn to pieces by the endless fist momentum. Mi Liang, on the other hand, was hit several times before he could react. Even though he was holding the ghost head divine saber in front of him, he was still seriously injured. His bones were broken into pieces, and the surface of the divine saber was full of cracks. Puff! Mi Liang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. He raised his head with difficulty and stared at the figure coming from below the 9 demon deity statues. His eyes were filled with horror. Chapter 44:34. You're still hiding your strength? Mi Liang endured the excruciating pain all over his body as he stared at Zhuowen, who was standing at the foot of the 9 demon god statues. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He didn't even look at Mi Liang. Instead, he stared at the virtual corona behind Mi Liang. Mi Liang, you're too weak. I hope you won't disappoint me. Zhuowen spoke slowly, but his words were arrogant and domineering. However, no one in the arena thought that Zhuowen was arrogant anymore. This was because Zhuowen had proven himself. He had the right to be arrogant. Even Mi Liang had been beaten so badly by him. Senior brother Mi Liang. Mei Dong hurried to Mi Liang's side and helped him up. He wanted to help him to a safe place. However, as soon as Mei Dong landed, a gigantic foot came down from the sky and stomped on him. Mei Dong screamed. When the gigantic foot lifted up, Mei Dong was lying on the ground. His body was covered in blood, and his mouth was still foaming with blood. Su Zhou and another cultivator looked at a demon god statue not far from Mei Dong and Mi Liang in horror. They finally experienced Zhue Nianshue's brutality. Virtual Corona frowned slightly. He looked at Zhuowen deeply, as if he was re-evaluating Zhuowen. I've underestimated you. I can't see through your strength. However, if you're still this strong, it's still not enough for me. Virtual Corona tapped his right foot and floated up like a fairy. Finally, he landed on the shoulder of the golden-winged giant and looked down at Zhuowen. Zhuowen was held in the palm of a demon god statue. His eyes were as cold as a demon's. He said, "Then let's have a fight." "Kill!" Virtual Corona shouted coldly. Suddenly, huge pale arms emerged from the ground of the arena one after another, grabbing at the 9 demon statues. The golden-winged giant under the virtual corona spread its golden wings and soared into the sky. It then quickly swooped down with the golden spear in its hand and charged at the 9 demonic statues. The golden-winged giant fell, and its spear smashed into the first demonic god statue. Divine splendor circulated, and golden light burst forth. Golden flames engulfed the entire heaven and earth, never extinguishing. The first demonic god statue roared angrily and was sent flying. Dense cracks appeared on its dark and cold body. The golden-winged giant's attack succeeded, but it didn't stop. It rushed over at an even faster speed, throwing out its divine spear. The divine spear turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared in a flash. Then it pierced through the forehead of the first demonic god statue. Brilliant golden flames engulfed the demonic god statue and burned it to ashes. The two of them were simply not on the same level. So strong! This virtual corona is so much stronger than Mi Liang. She's already at the pinnacle of the cosmic Dharma stage. And her cosmic Dharma is also extraordinary. Li Yinglong's eyes narrowed. Seeing the golden-winged giant charging recklessly among the demonic god statues, his eyes were filled with worry. Bang! 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 The golden-winged giant was like a demonic god that had descended to the mortal world. It waved its divine spear and scattered divine splendor. One by one, the demonic god statues were sent flying by its spear. The bodies of the statues were also shattered. In less than 10 breaths, 8 demonic god statues were sent flying and completely shattered into dust. Only the last one was left. It stared coldly at the golden-winged giant that was quickly approaching. In the palm of the demonic god statue, Zhuowen stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were terrifyingly calm. Clang! The golden-winged giant was getting closer and closer. Its huge divine spear, surrounded by golden divine flames, pierced straight at the palm of the demonic god statue of Zhuowen. The spear was so powerful that it seemed to be able to burn the entire space into nothingness. If it hit, the demonic god statue's palm would definitely shatter, and Zhuowen, who was in the palm, would also be severely injured. Zhuowen's eyes were like ice. Scarlet light surged out like a sea of blood. After the scarlet light, scarlet flames followed. Blood-red flames bloomed and completely enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. Demonic flame was the second theurgy of the demonic eye. It could release eternal demonic flames that used one's own demonic energy as fuel. It burned fiercely until all matter was burned to ashes. Clang! The divine spear pierced through the sky and finally blasted into the demonic god statue's palm. With a loud explosion, the demonic god statue's palm exploded. The huge demonic god statue was sent flying. Its huge body disintegrated inch by inch until it finally dissipated. Virtual Corona stood on the golden-winged giant's shoulder. He frowned slightly and stared at the tip of the divine spear. There, a figure covered in blood-red, demonic flames held the tip of the spear tightly with both hands. Zhuowen. Virtual Corona murmured softly with a trace of surprise in his eyes. The divine spear of his Dharma form was extremely powerful. Even a cultivator at the peak of the Dharma form of the universe wouldn't dare to resist it with their body. However, Zhuowen had overestimated herself and used her body to resist it. That was crazy. Compared to the huge divine spear, Zhuowen's figure was too small. However, his aura overwhelmed that of the golden-winged giant. His hands were like hooks, holding the tip of the spear tightly. Blood-red, demonic flames raged wildly along the tip of the spear and quickly spread to the golden-winged giant's right arm. The golden divine flames on the surface of the divine spear retreated the moment they encountered the strange demonic flames. They didn't dare to stop it at all. Boom! The entire divine spear was ignited by the demonic flames. Endless blood-red flames surged, and the divine spear began to melt. It evaporated into golden water vapor and dissipated in the void. What kind of flames are these? Virtual Corona's pupils constricted as he stared at the strange, demonic flames. He ordered the golden-winged giant to abandon the divine spear. Unfortunately, the golden-winged giant was still one step too slow. The demonic flames were like maggots that quickly spread to the golden-winged giant's right arm and quickly swept toward the golden-winged giant's entire body. It was too fast. Roar! The golden-winged giant screamed. He waved his limbs violently, trying to extinguish the demonic flames on his body. However, it was all in vain. The demonic flames spread too fast and were getting faster and faster. In an instant, half of the golden-winged giant's body was enveloped by the demonic flames and began to melt the golden-winged giant's body. Virtual Corona's expression changed drastically. He stomped his right foot and hurriedly moved away from the golden-winged giant. The moment he landed, the golden-winged giant let out a shrill scream and was completely burned to ashes by the demonic flames. Whoosh! The terrifying sound of wind breaking swept over. Zhuowen rushed over like a blood-colored lightning. The billowing demonic flames surrounded him, making him look like a demon king returning from hell. Virtual Corona snorted coldly and stomped his foot. Countless pale arms blocked in front of Zhuowen like a tide. However, when those pale white arms approached Zhuowen, they were burned to ashes. Zhuowen, on the other hand, continued to press forward. No one was able to stop him. Boom! Zhuowen's fist smashed over and landed on Virtual Corona's face. The latter summoned a divine sword and placed it in front of him. He was very wary of the demonic flames on Zhuowen's body and did not dare to come into contact with it. Crack! The divine sword was sent flying by Zhuowen's punch. Countless demonic flames wrapped around the divine sword and turned it into ashes. Bang! 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 Zhuo Wen's fists rained down on Su Mianyang's body one after another. The latter's face was gloomy. He summoned a divine weapon and placed it in front of him to resist Zhuowen's terrifying, storm-like attacks. Crack! Zhuowen smashed the divine shield with one punch. The speed of his fist suddenly increased and smashed toward Virtual Corona's face at an unexpected moment. Virtual Corona's heart beat violently. He hurriedly raised his hand to block and collided with Zhuowen's fist. He let out a muffled groan as his entire body flew backwards. His right hand was tainted by the demonic flames, and it quickly began to burn. Virtual Corona made a prompt decision to cut off his right hand and used his body movement to dodge Zhuowen's attack. He quickly retreated out of the arena and looked at Zhuowen with a gloomy gaze. He said in a low voice, "I admit defeat." The entire arena was silent. One could hear a pin drop. Chapter 44:35. I admit defeat. Virtual Corona's voice wasn't loud, but it exploded like thunder in the arena. In the team round, the Shulong family had 4 people, the Shulong family had 5 people, and the Shulong family had only 1 person left. In the end, the Shulong family's team, who had been at a disadvantage, won the team round. This result was out of everyone's expectations. What about the 2 of you? Within the churning demonic flames, Zhuo Wen's eyes landed on Su Zhou and another person nearby. His voice was cold. Su Zhou and the other person felt a chill in their hearts, and they quickly admitted defeat. Even Virtual Corona wasn't a match for this person, so how could the 2 of them fight? Zhuowen landed on the ground. The demonic flames dissipated, and his face was slightly pale. Demonic flames burned demonic energy as fuel, and the consumption and side effects were not small. Even Zhuowen couldn't use them for long periods of time. The Shulong family wins the team round. Overall, the winner is the Shulong family. The Shulong and Shulong families are 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Gold Glorious Lord looked deeply at Zhuowen, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he announced the final result. Win. Win. Are you kidding me? In the eastern tower, Li Yinglong's mouth was slightly agape, and he was completely dumbfounded. When Gold Glorious Lord announced the final result, he finally came back to his senses. Excitement surged in his heart, and his entire body trembled. XDW8 Li Yinglong jumped up and charged toward Zhuowen in the center of the arena. He was overjoyed, and he wanted to thank Zhuowen properly. If it weren't for him, how could the Shulong family have won the final competition? Young Master Zhuo is really strong, so this is his true strength. No wonder he was so confident from the start. Li Shuo muttered to himself. He looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Li Zi was dumbfounded. She lowered her head in shame when she thought of how she acted in a fit of pique in the individual round. She had been wrong all this time, and she had pushed all the blame onto Zhuan Yanxue. At this moment, Li Zi really wanted to find a hole to hide in. On the other hand, Su Jiaying and Mi Haomiao of the Shulong family and Shulong family had ugly expressions on their faces. This final result was simply too difficult for them to accept. However, this was the truth that had happened before their eyes. Patriarch, I've disappointed you. Virtual Corona brought Su Zhou and the others back to the southern tower. He knelt on one knee in front of Su Jiaying and said in a low voice. Su Jiaying rubbed the back of her hand and looked straight ahead with her cold eyes. Su Jiaying did not speak. Virtual Corona, Su Zhou, and the others did not even dare to breathe loudly. It's not your fault. Zhuan Yanxue is too good at hiding. Although his cultivation is not strong, his strength and trump cards are shocking. If my guess is correct, this kid's strength is probably comparable to Qi's. It's not unjust that you lost to him. Su Jiaying spoke slowly, but what she said shocked Virtual Corona and the others. Qi, Number 1 on the Void Yama divine list, was the most outstanding son of the Void Yama king. In the future, he would be the most powerful successor of the king of hell. Even someone as arrogant as Virtual Corona did not dare to compete with Qi. The latter was too powerful. However, Su Jiang actually compared Zhuan Yanxue to Qi. This was hard for Virtual Corona to accept. Even if Zhuan Yanxue was stronger than her, there was still a large gap between her and Qi. Father, are you really going to take out 30 divine Void Mountain Springs? Virtual Corona suddenly asked. Although the Shulong family was rich, 30 divine Void Mountain Springs were still a huge loss to the Shulong family. Su Jiang's expression froze, then turned gloomy. With the king of hell's gold glorious lord as a witness, are you going to go back on your word? Virtual Corona clenched her fists but remained silent. We naturally have to hand over 30 divine Void Mountain Springs. However, it won't be that easy for the Shulong family to get them. After Su Jiang finished speaking, she glanced at Mi Hao Miao of the Shulong family. Their eyes met and twinkled. Haha, Zhuan Yanxue, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. In the end, you won the final victory for the Shulong family. Li Yinglong patted Zhuan's shoulder with a smile on his face. His tone was warm and grateful. Zhuan said indifferently, Family Headley, you're too polite. I was also fighting for myself. After all, I have 30% of the divine Void Mountain Springs. If I didn't do my best, then all my efforts would have been in vain. Li Yinglong smiled embarrassedly and continued, Even so, I still have to thank you on behalf of the Shulong family. Without you, our Shulong family would have suffered a great loss. All right, the grand competition has already ended. 3 patriarchs, remember to divide the divine Void Mountain Spring among yourselves. If there is anything unfair, you can report it to the Void Hell Royal Court. The Void Hell Royal Court will handle it impartially and will not be biased. Gold Lord spoke again. He glanced at the 3 family heads before his gaze landed on Zhuan. He smiled and said, Zhuan Yanxue, you're not bad. A talent like you deserves better development. If you're willing, you can come to the King of Hell to find me. I'll personally receive you and introduce you to the great Shulong King of Hell. Zhuan cupped his hands at Gold Lord and said, Thank you for your kindness, Gold Lord. I still need to think about this. Once I've made up my mind, I'll go to the King of Hell to find you. Gold Lord nodded in satisfaction. He then steered the divine ship and left the arena. Family Headley, these are the permission tokens for my Shulong family's 30 divine Void Mountain Springs. They'll belong to your Shulong family in the future. These are the permission tokens for the Shulong family's 30 divine Void Mountain Springs. After Gold Lord left, Su Jiang and Mi Hao Miao readily handed over their permission tokens to Li Yinglong. Then, the 2 families didn't stay for a moment longer. They boarded the divine ship and quickly left. Li Yinglong took the 2 tokens with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Su Jiang and Mi Hao Miao had handed over their permission tokens too readily. After all, 30 divine Void Mountain Springs wasn't a small number. Damn it, it's all because of the divine Void Mountain Springs at the foot of the mountain. Li Yinglong looked at the location label on the token in his hand, and his expression changed greatly. The divine Void Mountain covered a vast area. From the foot of the mountain to the peak, there were natural divine Void Mountain Springs. Every divine Void Mountain Spring was filled with energy and easy to absorb. It was a holy land for many cultivators to cultivate. However, not all divine Void Mountain Springs were filled with energy. It depended on the location. The higher up the divine Void Mountain, the better the location and the more abundant the energy. And the divine Void Mountain Spring at the peak had the best divine Void Spring water. Its cultivation effects were also the best. On the other hand, the foot of the mountain was the worst divine Void Mountain Spring. And what Su Jiang and Mi Hao Miao gave to Li Yinglong was the worst divine void mountain spring at the foot of the mountain. No wonder the two family heads left in a hurry after handing over their tokens. Chapter 44-36. Void Family, Tianluan Pavilion. Zhuowen sat cross-legged, the acupoints all over his body absorbing the surrounding dense chaos energy. The chaos energy of a super realm was several times denser than that of a high realm, and the Void family was one of the most powerful families in the Void Yama realm. As one of the most powerful forces, the chaos energy in their mansion was much denser than in other places. In Tianluan Pavilion, Zhuowen's cultivation speed was rather fast, several times faster than in the Purple Jade realm. Although the chaos energy here is dense, it's still not enough for me. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. Although his cultivation was only at the late stage of the universe tribulation, the energy required to break through to the peak of the universe tribulation was too great. Big. If he meditated like this, it would take at least a few decades before he could successfully break through. It's been 3 days since the competition. The Void family should have already shared the divine Void Spring with the Void Long family and the Void Qi family. The handover procedures should have been completed. Zhuowen stood up. After returning from the competition, Zhuowen had become the hero of the Void family. Many of the Void family as the juniors all looked at him with burning gazes. He was also arranged to stay in one of the most luxurious pavilions of the Void family, Tianluan Pavilion. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhuowen opened the door and found a man and a woman outside. Li Shuo, Li Hong, what's the matter? Zhuowen said with a faint smile, Young Master Zhua, the Patriarch has already completed the procedures. He said that if you are free, you can follow him to the Divine Void Mountain to pick out the Divine Void Spring. I choose the Divine Void Mountain Spring. Li Hong smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes constantly sizing up Zhuowen, her gaze blazing. Also, the King of Hell's reward has arrived. It is said that the King of Hell's reward this time is extremely generous. It is a 9 extreme law pattern pill. This pill can greatly increase the chances of advancing to the cosmic aspect. Even our Void family, this kind of divine pill is extremely rare. Li Shuo rubbed his hands and said excitedly, the 9 extreme law pattern pill could be said to be as precious as his life to him. It was all thanks to Zhuowen that he was able to obtain such a reward. Therefore, he was filled with gratitude towards Zhuowen. All right, I'm free now. Take me to see the Patriarch. Zhuowen nodded. Next, the 3 of them walked towards the reception hall. Along the way, many disciples of the Void Realm aristocratic family were curiously sizing up Zhuowen. Zhuowen could see through their eyes. A look of awe appeared on his face. He's that Zhuowen, young Master Zhua. He was the one who turned the tide in the large competition and won for our Shueshan family. The final victory. Wow. Young Master Zhua is so handsome. It's a pity that I wasn't in the clan on the day of the competition. I've seen young Master Zhua's splendor. The disciples of the illusionary family that passed by were whispering to each other. Many young female cultivators were even casting flirtatious glances at him. On the other hand, Zhuowen's expression remained the same, showing neither sorrow nor joy. When Zhuowen stepped into the reception hall, Li Yinglong had already stood up and personally welcomed him with a warm smile on his face. At the same time, Zhuowen also noticed that in the hall, other than Li Yinglong, there were also Li Ying and Li Zi. Beside Li Yinglong was a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears. Young Master Zhua, this is the emissary of the King of Hell. He is here to deliver the rewards for the one battle to you, and Li Shuo. Li Yinglong pointed at the middle-aged man beside him and introduced him to Zhuowen with a smile. The emissary smiled. He sized up Zhuowen and nodded. Young Master Zhua is so young, yet he is able to be both civil and martial. It's truly rare. In this one battle, young Master Zhua's performance was outstanding. Even our king praised him after watching the recording. Young Master Zhuo, an outstanding talent like you should actually come to the royal court of Suyama to develop. With the resources and foundation of the royal court, you can with the royal court's power, you can become the second Shaoqi. I hope young Master Zhuo can give me face. Zhuowen's expression was calm. He was not moved by the emissary's words. He cupped his hands and said, I will think about it. The emissary narrowed his eyes. He was slightly dissatisfied with Zhuowen's attitude, but he did not say anything. Instead, he handed 2 brocade boxes to Zhuowen. Zhuowen, this is the 9 extreme aspect pattern pill. It's of superior quality. Young Master Zhuo and young Master Li Shuo are both at the great calamity of universe. The divine pill is the most useful to you. That's why our king chose this prize. The emissary said indifferently. Zhuowen and Li Shuo took the brocade boxes. After thanking the emissary hurriedly left. After the emissary left, Li Yinglong suddenly waved his sleeve and said to Li Zi and Li Ying behind him, The 2 of you, why aren't you apologizing to young Master Zhuo? Li Ying's face was pale. His eyes flickered as he bowed deeply to Zhuowen and said, Young Master Zhuo, I was blinded by jealousy. Li Ying was blinded by jealousy and treated you badly in the competition. I hope you can forgive him. Li Zi directly knelt on the ground and said in shame, Young Master Zhuo, Li Zi was too willful and did not care about the overall situation. If you could, forgive me. Zhuowen looked at the 2 of them indifferently and then looked at Li Yinglong. He knew that Li Yinglong was expressing his attitude and drawing the relationship between the 2 of them closer. Li Yinglong was a smart person. In this grand competition, he could see Zhuowen's potential and strength. He knew that the latter would definitely become someone in the future. He was a true powerhouse. Now that he had a good relationship with Zhuowen, it would be of great benefit to him and the Su Ming family. It's fine. It's just a small matter. Please rise. Zhuowen said calmly. Young Master Zhuo is indeed magnanimous and does not bother about trifles. Why haven't you thanked young Master Zhuo? Li Yinglong let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said to Li Ying and Li Zi. Li Ying and Li Zi thanked Zhuowen and stood silently to the side. Family head Li, I heard that you've already completed the transfer procedures for the Divine Void Mountain Spring. Now, I can go to the Divine Void Mountain to pick one. Have you chosen my Divine Void Mountain Spring? Zhuowen asked about the purpose of his visit this time. When the Divine Void Mountain Spring was mentioned, a smile appeared on Li Yinglong's face. Although the Shulong family and the Shulong family had the worst positions, the Divine Void Mountain Spring would be handed over to him. However, the Divine Void Mountain Spring was blessed by the heavens. Even the worst location was much more precious than ordinary treasured lands. In this grand competition, we won a total of 60 Divine Void Mountain Springs. According to the previous agreement, 30% of them are yours. There are only 18 of them. Now I'll take you to see. You can choose any 18. You can cultivate these 18 on your own, or you can open them or rent them out. You can decide whether to open it to the public or rent it out, Li Yinglong said with a smile. Li Shuo and Li Hong's faces were filled with envy. 18 Divine Void Mountain Springs. This was a huge fortune. In Void Yen Divine City, if one possessed a Divine Void Mountain Spring, there would be a top-notch wealthy person. Now Zhuowen had 18. With 18 of them, their wealth and foundations surpassed 70% of the forces in Void Yen Divine City. These 18 Divine Void Mountain Springs will be managed by your Void family. If I don't use the Divine Void Mountain Springs, you can use them at will. If I want to use them, no one can disturb me. Zhuowen said. It was obviously impossible for him to manage 18 Divine Void Mountain Springs alone. The only way was to hand them over to the Void family to manage, and let the Void family have a certain amount of authority. This was a win-win situation. It was a win-win strategy, and also Zhuowen's best choice at the moment. Li Yinglong's smile became even more brilliant. Zhuo Wen's suggestion was clearly an advantage for their Void family. In his heart, Zhuo Wen's favorable impression of him multiplied. Equals sign,